A very good morning to everyone gathered here. I am Mahalya Suresh, lecturer affiliated to the Coastal and Marine Resources Management Department of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. I'll be your computer for the day. We will now commence the third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up for the National Anthem of Sri Lanka. Thank you, everyone. Dear Secretary, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and Board of Governors of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Professor Sinjay Yu, Professor Chang Cheng Zhang, Deans of Faculties, Heads of Department, Registrar, Directors, Senior Assistant Registrar, assistant registrars, academic support staff, distinguished guests, authors and presenters of the Research Symposium, session co-chairs and co-chairs, and students. It is our pleasure to welcome you all to the third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. The symposium is an annual event spearheaded by the Research and Publication Committee of Ocean University of Sri Lanka. The Research and Publication Committee is established with a goal to create a platform for eminent research and development, to engage in disseminating knowledge, and to interact with national and international researchers and stakeholders in par with universities' development objectives. Focusing on to create a pathway to high quality research, the symposium has been organized for the third consecutive year with the theme Aquatic Research for the Prosperity of the Nation. The symposium aims to share knowledge, stimulate debate, encourage new thinking, and develop a national and regional research map that generates research networks and partnerships that would facilitate us move ahead. I sincerely hope you would enjoy the upcoming hours of quality research and networking as well. With that said, we can gladly inaugurate the symposium officially. For that, now I am pleased to invite Professor Vasantha Ratnayaka, Vice Chancellor, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, and the Chairman of the Board of Governors to deliver the welcome speech.
Okay, thank you. Ayubowan, and good morning. As the Vice Chancellor of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, this is the time to welcome you all for the third Research Symposium 2021, organized by Ocean University of Sri Lanka. This time we are conducting this symposium virtually due to the prevailing COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country. Dear Mrs. Lianagi, our chief guest, the Secretary of Ministry of Skills Development, Vocational Training, Research and Innovation, Professor Oskar Amarisingha, Chancellor of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Professor Sin Jae-yu, a speaker from Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, all the members of Board of Governors of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Professor Chang Shen Sang, the Director of China-Sri Lanka Joint Center for Education and Research, and the Deputy Director of South China Sea Institute of Oceanography, Deans, Registrar, Head of the Department, and all academic and non-academic colleagues of Ocean University of Sri Lanka and other universities. Our local and international guests, invitees, and all the presenters, representatives of various institutions and organizations, ladies and gentlemen. You all are warmly welcome to the third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka 2020. I hope this Research Symposium will provide an excellent opportunity to academics, professionals, and further, this research forum will provide an excellent discussion platform on future academic and research works. You, as key scientists, would join together to achieve progress toward the scientific and technical goals of the marine sector of Sri Lanka. So as we know, the Ocean University of Sri Lanka is a special purpose government university established with an aim of developing the human resource requirement to achieve the economic benefits of maritime, fisheries, and allied technology sectors. We need to produce highly specialized human resource capital, both in academic and skill sectors, with an aim of contributing to the blue economy. So still we are in a developing country. We hope the blue economy will be helpful for developing our country. I know your research findings cover the session themes of coastal and marine environment, fisheries and aquaculture, socio-economic and marketing, oceanography, hydrology, remote sensing and marine GIS, marine engineering and technology, and maritime transportation and logistics. So we have 6 themes, and we can listen to 57 presentations. As a Vice Chancellor of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, I am very happy to address you. I am proud of you. You all are gathered here with the common objective of presenting and sharing the findings on the scientific technical research on marine, maritime, and fisheries sector at this event. This symposium is co-sponsored by Professor Chancellor, the Director of China-Sri Lanka Joint Center for Education and Research, and the Deputy Director of South China Sea Institute of Oceanology. So as I mentioned, about 57 research presentations will be delivered by this by the Sri Lankan and international researchers. So theme is very clear: aquatic research for prosperity of nation. The scholars and scientists are from Sri Lanka, China, Korea, India, and other countries. I appreciate the Ocean University's timely initiative in organizing this 3rd Research Symposium of Ocean University of Sri Lanka 2021. So we have a huge potential for blue economy. So we have underutilized this potential for our country's development. So you can help us. Please share your findings with us, with this academic and scholarly community. Dear Mrs. Deepa Liyanage, our chief guest, the Secretary to Ministry of Skills Development, Vocational Training, Research and Innovation, Professor Oskar Amarisingha, Chancellor of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Professor Sinche Yu, keynote speaker, Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, Professor Chancellor, the Director of China-Sri Lanka Joint Center for Education and Research, all the members of Board of Governors of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, deans, registrar, head of the department, and academic and non-academic colleagues of our university. Local and international guests, all the invitees, all the professors, representatives of various institutions and organizations, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you and thank you very much for your participation in this event. The 3rd Research Symposium of Ocean University of Sri Lanka 2021. Finally, my warm wishes are extended to all the speakers, poster presenters individually, and our co-sponsor Chancellor and the research community of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, headed by Dr. Files. As a whole, you have contributed to enlighten this event, as well as enhance our research culture or our research productivity. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the welcome address, Professor. Next, I would like to invite Professor Oskar Amarisingha, Chancellor of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka, to address the gathering.
Hi, everyone. Vice Chancellor, our chief guest, keynote speakers, deans, heads of departments, fellow academics, colleagues, students. It gives me great pleasure in attending this third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. We are a small university, small staff, very young people, and I've been observing during the last few months how you worked, the sweat shed, efforts made, especially by the members of the Research and Publication Committee. And, I salute all of you for your wonderful, work done to make this event a reality. And I thank you with, a heart full of gratitude. Aquatic resources, as we know, it's a source of health and also wealth. And they have contributed significantly towards employment generation, food security, nutrition, economic growth. But I want to, concentrate here in this short address is about things that we have missed out in research, in aquatic research, which I may call voids in research. Why I am doing this is to, to help these young scientists or to put them on the right track. So let me highlight few things that I thought I would place before you. And first of all, it is about governance. But we are talking about the governing systems and the system to be governed. We are the system to be governed by the governors. The system to be governed consists of two systems, the human system and the ecosystem. Human system is, the ecosystem is life below water, and the human system is life above water. And life below water, the Sustainable Development Goal 14, we have done enough work. So much of work has been done on the ecosystem, the fish and aquatic resources. But what do we know about the human system? Who are these people? And is the system important? Yes, of course. The aquatic resources will not contribute to the prosperity of the nation unless the resources are exploited and valorized. Who is doing this? The human system. What do we know about them? Very little. Their socio-economic characteristics, their aspirations, their values, beliefs, culture, we know very little. So this is where we have failed. So the research has to concentrate also on the human system. See the interaction between the two systems. See that there are no clashes when these two systems try to achieve their goals. So this is something that I want to highlight. Then comes, with government comes management. The government is the case of, making the correct decisions to do the right things. Management is doing things right. So, and recently we know that, the state, because of the high transaction costs, high information costs, enforcement costs, they have moved to co-management, like sitting with the people in order to resolve problems. But, it is questionable whether this sitting together will qualify for co-management. For the moment, what exists, they emphasize on participation. Co-management is not only participation, it's also interaction. Some of our recent research on co-management has shown that real co-management consists of 4 components. One is sectoral integration, the institutional coordination. Secondly, inclusiveness. Include all parties, including women. Then third, participation, active participation of all. And finally, holistic approach, look at the system as a whole. So these are things that as researchers, we should also concentrate on. What co-management platform? What is more appropriate for this country? How do we ensure interaction? So these are things for you to, food for thought for the young researchers. Then comes institution. So management requires institutions. Now, what are institutions? They consist of laws, set of laws, which shape the behavior of people. They are humanly devised, and institutions set the rules of the game. And in that sense, so institutions are management tools, management mechanisms. So institutions are quite important. So what is required is to design or craft the correct institution, and also to guide them along the socially optimal lives, which we have not done. The research has not done much on this sphere as well. Then comes the small-scale fisheries issues. Now, small-scale fisheries is not an important subject for many of the universities, many of the researchers. Look at our, fleet of fishing crafts. We have 60,000 crafts, and out of which only 4,500 or 5,500 crafts are offshore. So 55,000 crafts are small scale, which are operating up to the edge of the contiguous zone, 24 nautical miles from the coast. So this is all small scale when we think of fisheries. They have a lot of problems. They have been complaining all throughout that they are confronted with problems like poverty, vulnerability and poverty. You see, there's too much of crafts, too many fishes, and the catch per boat is declining. Catch per unit of effort is declining. So in the absence of alternative livelihood, they are all suffering. Their livelihoods are threatened, and they are pushed into the dumps of poverty. Then comes the basic social services. They have poor access to basic social services like education, and health, and household amenities. There are so many issues. You can't ask people to come and sit with you at co-management platforms if they have basic social problems. These things will have to be looked after to get the people involved in resource management. Then we have the problem of blue growth and some of these injustices caused by blue growth. Now people are talking about port city, impact of port city, and some of the fishing villages on the western side, they have lost their beaches, they have lost their craft land inside, they have lost the beach scene inside. And look at the coast, there's land grabbing by powerful tourism stakeholders, and the fishes are being marginalized. So all these are issues which we haven't done much. So these are food for thought for the young researchers. And with that, I will just conclude my speech giving the main outcomes of it. We researchers, we have missed out the human system. So this is something that we have to give some thought. Then about governance and management, providing guidelines for establishing co-management platforms. Then research also should address small-scale fisheries, especially alleviating poverty and injustices caused by the blue growth, the process of blue growth. Then we also need to adopt holistic approaches. If you look at the system as a whole, then our research should also be multidisciplinary. Individual research on one field won't do. We have to get together, join hands, and do multidisciplinary research. If you are going to approach the system in a holistic manner. So I will end my speech here by wishing all of you a very fruitful symposium, which will allow the researchers to meet other researchers, share information, learn from each other, join hands to do multidisciplinary research, and working together to achieve, to strengthen our economy and improve the well-being of the people. And finally, securing socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable process of growth. So thank you very much, and I hope you will have a very fine day of scientific activity. Thank you.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. Next, it is my utmost pleasure to invite our chief guest for the event, Ms. Deepa Liyanage, Secretary to the Ministry of Skills Development and Vocational Education sector, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Ayubowan. Professor Oskar Amarisingha, Chancellor of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Professor Vasantha Ratnayaka, Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjay Yu, Keynote Speaker from the Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, distinguished professors, deans, registrar, and head of the Department of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, local and international guests, representatives of institutions and organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to address this gathering, who are gathered here to present and sharing the findings of scientific technical research on the marine, maritime and fisheries sector. Firstly, I would like to thank the Ocean University of Sri Lanka for taking this important initiative to organize this third research symposium, and also thank all Sri Lankan and international scientists, researchers and all other participants for your valuable support and participation. As most of you may already know, this state ministry is in the process of initiating necessary action to strengthen skills development, vocational education efforts including research and innovation. In this effort, marine, maritime and fisheries sectors are to be considered as areas that needs more attention, and it is necessary to align with the new national policy framework, that is Vistas of Prosperity and Splendor, to build the necessary human capital in line with strengthening the scenario of investment in knowledge-based technological education. As an island nation, we know that the sustainable use of marine resources is more critical and significant in effective economic development of the country. In this respect, Sri Lanka urgently needs to reform, including marine, maritime and fisheries related sectors, in formation of human capital, including skills development and vocational training, to assist transformation towards blue economy through promoting export-led growth, harmonizing with global marine and maritime trade dynamics in the labor market in line with the fourth industrial revolution, as well as the 14th goal of sustainable development, that is SDG 14, developed by UN. With this, it is strongly felt the importance of promoting research initiatives, and I'm happy to realize that all together 57 research presentations, including international as well as local, on the following scientific session under the theme of aquatic research for prosperity of the nation are to be delivered by scientists across the country as well as China, Korea, India and other countries. Succeed in meeting challenges in maritime, marine and aquatic resources development, you as a key scientist would join together to achieve progress toward the scientific and technical goals of the marine sector in Sri Lanka. Our nation is limited with land and land resources, but we are fortunate enough to have numerous rivers, lakes, estuaries and vast area of ocean around us. Therefore, our march from the middle-income developing country to the developed country depend on the effective use of aquatic resources for economic development. The responsibility of facilitating fisheries and aquatic resources-based economic development without harming and destroying the resources to uplift economic standing of our nation lays in your hand. We, with water-based history and owns the phrase, not even a drop of water would reach the ocean. The aquatic resources are everywhere, on the land and around us in the sea. Thus, our research area is vast, from the catchment in the highlands, tanks on the dry zone, and estuary lakes on the coastline. On the sea, we are the southmost country on the Indian Ocean, beyond it all waters, owned by us or common sea, where still we are entitled to exploration of resources. Your research includes studies of microorganisms which could look through microscope to whale, the largest animal living in the ocean. Moreover, your field of research is not only limited to the exploration of fisheries resources, but it is your obligation to facilitate the effective use of non-living resources, offshore sand for construction, mineral deposits, oil and gas. In addition, you shall ensure safety at sea to protect the nation from ocean-based disasters by prediction and forecasting. As you may know, the Port of Colombo has continuously played a significant role in Sri Lanka's growth trajectory, and the strategic location of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean enables us to grow and provides the country with the unique opportunity to emerge as a maritime and logistic hub in Asia. Furthermore, a massive amount of maritime cargo, nearly 45% of Indian subcontinent, transits through the Port of Colombo and enables the country to provide global and regional connectivity to transport freight to and from Asia to the rest of the world. However, to be the leading position in this trade, Sri Lanka, due to the rapid growth in the regional, we face severe issues and challenges. So, I am quite confident that the Ocean University's Research Symposium would immensely contribute to the efforts of producing necessary human resources, especially to meet those challenges, and enable Sri Lanka to become the leader and the main port in the region, offshore state, and the art, technology, and excellent quality of services. Also, I strongly believe that this research symposium will be a good platform to gather professionals to work in many different ways and settings and industries, from marine engineering firms and naval forces to offshore oil and gas industries and mineral extraction companies, which would also promote innovation and research. As a secretary to the line ministry, the state ministry, I am pleased to say that our ministry launched the National Innovation Mission under the patronage of His Excellency the President, coinciding the World Science Day on 10th November. It aimed to build a vibrant innovation ecosystem in the country. This mission will drive mainly under 5 areas, that is science and technology, eco, social, services, as well as defense. I am sure that the Ocean University has a key role in this mission, cross-cutting all the sectors it is willing to address. To face the rapid changes in technology and innovation, I feel that this university has to take leadership in the marine sector to come up with the vibrant research with 21st century skills, IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, etc. With that, I wish this 3rd Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka would serve as a forum for scientists and other stakeholders to discuss new findings and innovations to meet the challenges in fisheries and marine resources development. I wish that the scientists from prominent national and international research institutes, universities, including Ocean University of Sri Lanka, who are here, would direct sustainable utilization of marine resources for the betterment of humankind. Finally, I wish you all the best and good luck, and to have a fruitful deliberations throughout the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your inspirational speech. Now we will move on to the next item for the day, the keynote speeches. The first keynote speech is by Professor Sinjae Yu of Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. For that, I am pleased to invite Dr. MFM Fairoz, Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, to introduce our first speaker to the Research Symposium.
Thank you very much, Ahalya. So, have a good morning to everybody. And today's first keynote speech delivered by Professor Sinjae Yu belongs to Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, Busan, Korea. He is also the Executive Director for the Scientific Committee for Oceanic Research. Professor Sinjai is a research scientist at KIOST. He received his BSc and MS in Oceanography from the Seoul National University and his PhD on ecology and evolution from the State University of New York, Stony Brook. He has been involved national, international programs, including IMBER, PICES, IGOOS, etc. And he's a very prominent member of and having some chairmanships in scientific boards. His scientific interests include dynamics of primary production and phytoplankton community in various marine environments, including marginal seas. He wrote 70 peer-reviewed papers, including co-authored several books. So he's a very prominent scientist and in the advisory capacity to the Korean government and also the Engineering Foundation of Korea Science Association. He has a very light background in the field of ocean sciences. So I would like to very much honestly invite Professor Sinjai Yu to share his experience through this keynote. Thank you very much. Professor Sinjai Yu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faros. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, you're perfect.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sinjai Yu. I'm president of SCORE. First, I thank the conveners for inviting me to this meeting to give this talk. I will first explain what the blue economy is about and why science is important for blue economy. Then I'll introduce you to SCORE and its scientific activities that are relevant to blue economy. This will be followed by the capacity development activities of SCORE. Lastly, I will summarize and give you contact information. To achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, sustainable ocean ecosystem services are essential not only for the SDG 14, which is about ocean ecosystems, but also for other SDGs related to human prosperities. In this respect, the term blue economy has gained a lot of attention in recent years. However, the term blue economy has been used without a clear definition, sometimes interchangeable with similar terms, such as ocean economy or marine economy. A UN document defined the blue economy with an emphasis on reducing environmental risks, while a World Bank document emphasized preserving ocean ecosystem health. We can concisely define blue economy as a sustainable ocean economy. Blue economy is even more important for developing countries as they rely on ocean economy more than developed countries. In some low-income countries and small island developing states, tourism and other ocean sectors can account for over 20% of GDP compared to 2% for OECD countries. Because of this greater reliance on ocean-based sectors, developing countries are likely to face greater risks from rapidly deteriorating marine ecosystems. Despite the importance of blue economy, only about half of ocean ODA is related to sustainability. Then what kind of actions are required for blue economy? An OECD report in 2020 identified 6 major ocean sectors. That is sustainable fisheries, sustainable tourism, renewable ocean energy, green shipping, ocean conservation, and reduction of ocean pollution. On the other hand, PEMC listed more categories in identifying blue economy related needs for the East Asian countries, although the major items are very similar. What is clear here is that many different stakeholders are involved and they have different interests. So potential conflicts or problems may arise due to different stakeholders' preferences or interests. Solutions will be specific to each level of geopolitical organization and governance. For example, Korea will have different solutions and priorities from Sri Lanka in terms of blue economy. To balance risks and benefits across all ocean sectors, scientific guidance is vital. Having said that, let me switch gears and talk about the science that SCORE is doing. I will first introduce you to SCORE. SCORE, Scientific Committee on Oceanic Research, is an international organization to facilitate cooperative research on global and interdisciplinary issues. SCORE was established in 1957, so it's 64 years old. SCORE has several missions. It aims to address global and multidisciplinary ocean issues. It tries to solve methodological and conceptual problems that block the advancement of modern ocean science. And it aims to build capacity in developing countries. It tries to encourage and support involvement of students and early career scientists. SCORE activities fall into 4 categories. First, we have working groups, each composed of about 20 scientists. The working groups focus on specific scientific issues and have a limited lifespan of 3 to 5 years. The second category is large-scale research projects that tackle global and interdisciplinary issues. Currently, we have 5 ongoing projects. The third category is infrastructural projects, which focus on methodological, observational, and data information related issues. Here we have 5 active projects at the moment. The last category is capacity development. I will talk about this more later. Beside these 4 categories, we also have 3 affiliated projects. SCORE is conducting these activities in cooperation with other major international organizations such as IOC, POGO, SCAR, PICES, WCRP, just to name a few. Since 1957, SCORE has established more than 160 working groups, 19 of which are now active. The color of each working group here is coded to show which discipline it belongs to. Blue indicate physical oceanography, yellow chemical, green biological, and pink biogeochemical. As you can see, the SCORE working group deals with a wide range of scientific themes covering all the major disciplines of ocean science. SCORE has a wide active international community. During the last year, 553 scientists from a total of 57 countries participated in SCORE activities. 51 early career scientists from 21 countries also participated. And during the past, more than 2,500 scientists have been participated in SCORE activities. Most of the scientific activities that SCORE is fostering are more or less related to blue economy. Even if we narrow down the scope to the research area specifically relevant to blue economy, SCORE has a diverse array of activities. For blue carbon issues, we have IMBER projects, working group Seagrass. For marine litter issues, we have working group Flotsam. For ecosystem productivity, we have IIOE2 project and working group EBUS. For marine spatial planning, we have IMBER and working group Seagrass. For fisheries matters, we have working group Consensus and working group REMO. For harmful algal bloom, we have global HAP projects. For pollution and eutrophication matters, we have IMBER project and SOLAS project. For ocean emission and shipping, we have SOLAS project. For biodiversity matters, we have working group Metazoo. And for deep sea ecosystem conservation, we have working group Deep Sea Decade. And we have various capacity development activities. I don't have enough time to go into each area, so I will pick 3 examples to showcase the SCORE science for blue economy. My first example is the second International Indian Ocean Expedition 2, IIOE2. This is a sequel to the International Indian Ocean Expedition happened 1962 to 1965, where 13 countries participated. And after 40 years, we initiated this second International Indian Ocean Expedition, IIOE2, back in 1915. 40 years on, now we have 20 countries involved in IIOE2. So far, 17 research cruises have been completed, and there are 45 projects, mostly national projects, are part of this IIOE2. The mission of this IIOE2 is to advance our understanding of the Indian Ocean and its role in the Earth system in order to enable informed decisions in support of sustainable development and well-being of humankind. This is a comprehensive study with 6 themes covering important issues for the sustainability of the Indian Ocean ecosystem. For example, the theme 1 is about human impacts. How human impacts can affect the ocean ecosystems, and reversely, how ocean change can impact human society. Second example would be microplastic. Microplastic is one of the major emerging issues on a global scale. On the left side is the reported cases of marine litter, including microplastic. On the right side panel is the report from the recent study made in southern Sri Lanka. The researchers investigated the distribution of microplastic in the 2 natural parks in the southern Sri Lanka. They found high density of microplastic at every sampling locations. So this is also a serious problem for Sri Lanka as well. SCORE working group Flotsam was developed to tackle the issue related to marine litter. They have 4 TORs. TOR 1 is to enhance our knowledge of the ocean dynamics that may affect litter distribution and transport. On the right side panel is the major physical processes that determine the transport and the distribution of the marine litter in all different kinds of marine environment. TOR 2 is to improve marine litter modeling capabilities. TOR 3 is to evaluate existing and emerging remote sensing technology that can be applied to marine litter. The last TOR is to improve awareness of the scientific understanding of marine debris. The third example is the coastal blue carbon ecosystems. Coastal carbon ecosystems consists of tidal marshes, mangroves, seagrass ecosystems. And this paper estimated that the coastal blue carbon ecosystems can store more than 30,000 teragram carbon globally, which amounts to 304 teragram carbon dioxide equivalent emission per year. In addition to the carbon sequestration, blue carbon ecosystem has additional functions to enhance recreation function and coastal protection, fisheries enhancement. SCORE Working Group Seagrass coordinated global research assessment of seagrass system has 4 areas of research. The first one is develop data schema proper for global data assembly. The second is to assemble a database of existing record. The third activities are organize a interdisciplinary community of practice around specific topics and approaches. And lastly, the working group will produce a handbook of standard protocols and best practices for collecting, curating, and sharing data on seagrass ecosystems. And they are making progress, for example, on developing protocol toolkits on remote sensing, as well as in situ sampling. And they are now assembling a global data set using standardized protocols, which cover about 112 sites from 30 countries, amounting to more than 100,000 observations. Lastly, I like to touch upon the capacity development activities of SCORE. Here we have 5 subcategories. The first is visiting scholar program. This has assisted 45 visiting scholars from 39 countries to 22 host countries. POGO SCORE fellowship supported more than 160 fellows from developing countries. Also, travel support program supported more than 500 scientists to attend more than 200 meetings. And we have regional graduate networks. And we also have summer schools conducted by SCORE projects such as GeoTraces, SOLAS, IMBA, and IOCCP. I like to emphasize that you can participate in various SCORE activities. There are many ways. First, you can propose a new working group, or you can become a part of working group. Or you can apply to be a visiting scholar in a developing country, or other SCORE capacity development programs I just mentioned. You can engage in large-scale projects. You can also subscribe to SCORE email list and follow in social media. You can apply to SCORE executive committee if you are early career scientist. On the SCORE executive committee, we have one position for early career scientists, and this position is recycled every 2 years. And lastly, you can participate in the SCORE annual meetings. To summarize, scientific guidance is vital for blue economy. SCORE has many scientific activities contributing to blue economy through its working groups and projects. SCORE also supports diverse capacity development activity. Your involvement is important. So please keep connected to SCORE. We have a website where more than 1,900 visits are made every month. We distribute newsletters 3 times every year through email, and we keep Twitter account and Facebook groups. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. N.F.M. Fairuz, for the introduction. And thank you, Professor Sinjay Yu, for being with us online to share your valuable experiences and knowledge and the activities of SCORE. Now, we will move on to our next keynote speech of the symposium by Professor Changsheng Zhang from South China Institute, Sea Institute of Oceanology. For that, I am privileged to invite Mrs. Nishanti Pereira, Academic Consultant, Department of Maritime Transport Management and Logistics, to introduce our keynote speaker to the public.
Thank you, Mahalya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Zhang Sheng, the Deputy Director of South China Sea Institute of Oceanology of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Professor Sheng obtained his bachelor's degree from Shanghai Jiao Tong University in 1994 and master's degree from East China University of Science and Technology in 1997. He obtained his PhD in 2002 from Bergische University, Wuppertal in Germany. Professor Sheng's researches are focused on marine natural products. His investigations involves on isolation and structural characterization of microbial natural products from special marine ecosystems, elucidation of novel biosynthetic pathways and unique enzymatic reaction mechanisms embedded in the biosynthesis of complex microbial natural products, generation of unnatural natural products by combinatorial biosynthesis of scientific biology. Professor Sheng has published more than 80 publications, SCI journals. He is the author and co-author of many books. During his career life, he has worked as research assistant, postdoctoral research associate, and professor of marine microbial natural. Professor Sheng is a recipient of many awards highlighting Outstanding Teacher Award in SCSIO 2018, 2020, and 2021. He was a winner of Special Government Allowance in 2017. He was the National Leading Innovative Scientist in 2016. He has won the Youth Prize of the 4th Sheng Kui Award in Marine Science and Technology in 2016. He was the Outstanding Scholar of Guangdong Specialist Supporting Plan in 2015 and Outstanding Science and Technology Worker of China in 2012. Since 2020, Professor Sheng has been the director of the China-Sri Lanka Joint Center for Education and Research. Over to you, Professor.
Oh yeah, thank you for your kind introduction. And I would appreciate the great efforts of the colleagues in Sri Lanka Ocean University to organize such a wonderful meeting, the 3rd Research Symposium of University of Ocean of Sri Lanka. I think this is not so easy because of the pandemic, COVID-19. So I'm also very happy to take this opportunity to introduce something in our So no, the beginning, the first slide, please. Yeah, today I will give a talk on marine biology and marine natural product research in our institute with a focus on the discovery and the biosynthesis of marine actinobacterial natural products. Hello, can you hear me or? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
So you can see the screen, okay. Yeah, we'll go forward. Yeah, as you all know that marine is full of fantasy in many kinds of lives. I think the biodiversity of marine life is huge because of the vast majority of the earth. I think it's more than 70% was occupied by marine. And we all think that marine is the origin of the beauty of life. And we all know that marine is full of unique environments, such as high salt, low temperature, high pressure, and darkness.
Excuse me, can you move to the slideshow mode and moving mode? Cannot see the slides.
Okay, the size.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, wait a moment, please. So it's the first screen or just part screen?
Come with the full screen mode.
Yeah, now
it's okay. It's okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, in this case, it's, you know, because of the unique environment of marine, and it brings a huge biodiversity to our world. So yeah, from this picture, you can see the beautiful life in marine environment. For example, the fishes, the turtle, the coral, and such so on. I think marine make our world more beautiful. So in our institute, we make some researchers for marine lives, marine biology. Okay, this. No, sorry, it didn't move. No, it didn't move the slide. Moment, please. Sorry, there's some problems with the. Okay, yeah, I will give a brief introduction of our marine biology research in our institute. I think there's a key laboratory of tropical marine bioresources and ecology belonging to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I think we have 4 main research fields in this laboratory. The first one is the marine ecology system restoration, and the second one is the marine environmental variation and the safety. The third one is the marine aquaculture biotechnology, and the fourth one is the marine bioactive compounds and drug discovery. And for the, you know, our institute is dedicated to restore and rebuild the ecosystem. For example, the coral reef, and from the left corner, you can see we can grow coral in the seabed. And also, of course, also for mangroves and seagrasses. I think we have a team to rebuild mangrove in Malaysia. And the second topic is about marine environmental variation. And our institute is performing leading marine ecology research, for example, the marine biodiversity in South China Sea and the India Northwest Pacific, and the eco-bio processes in the South China Sea, and also the biological disasters in bays and coast water. And we have a strong team in doing marine aquaculture biotechnology, and our institute is leading in marine aquaculture biotechnology researches. For example, farming technologies and the selective breeding of Pacific white shrimp with improved quality, and the selective breeding of an oyster with rapid growth and higher yield, artificial breeding and the culture of tropic sea cucumber. And you know, the giant clams are very difficult to culture, but in our institute, we have developed a very strong technology in breeding giant clams. And the fourth topic is bioactive marine natural product research. And our institute is exploring and exploiting marine organisms for example, the developing methods for microbial strain isolation and collection. And now we have a very huge library for marine microbial strains. And we also searching for microbial enzymes for their industrial application. And we did a lot of research to find bioactive marine natural products for drug discovery research. And we also did some work on the biosynthesis and the synthetic biology to find new natural products. Okay, this is the showcase our research on marine biology. This is the genome research on the seahorse. This brings us a cover paper in Nature. I think there's many reports on this cover article. Okay, now we'll focus my talk on the marine natural products. I think we all know that the drugs is the approved drugs it decreased year by year, and now we have a new hopes to find some new drugs from the sea. I think because of many scientists are now working on marine biology, marine natural products, and we hope that we can find some new compounds and the new drugs from the ocean. Yeah, in this proposal, this is the overview of the research interests in our lab. I think the strategy is to find new species, microbial species from the sea, because we have a strong ability to collect samples from marine. And after we get marine resources, marine samples, we will isolate microorganisms from the samples, and from the microbial isolation collection, we can do some research to find some new structures of natural products. And then we did some biosynthesis and structural modification work. And then we hope we can find some drug candidates from these natural products. And for collecting marine samples, I think we have 4 vessels, and from each year we will operate many open voyages in South China Sea and also to the Indian Ocean. Yeah, for example, from 2010 to 2021, we operate each year an open voyage to the Indian Ocean. And especially in 2019, we conducted a collaborative coastal survey in 2019. It's cooperated by China and Sri Lanka. I think, but we want to do this work each year, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this was unfortunately stopped in 2020. But hopefully, after the pandemic, we hope we can do this again. And from this slide, you can see many samples we collected from the ocean, especially the sediment and the corals. And after having these samples, we can easily isolate microorganisms from these samples. For example, you can see we can isolate fungi, we can isolate bacteria, and our work focused on the right side. There's a lot of marine actinobacteria. So you can see from this slide that we can isolate and culture a lot of marine actinobacteria. Yeah, for example, there's 45 genera we have discovered. There are 19 genera specific for South China Sea, and including 6 novel genera. This slide shows us that South China Sea and the Indian Ocean are rich in both diversity and the nobility of marine actinobacteria. And after having this strains collection, we can do a small-scale fermentation to search for which kind of strains we can work for the next. And for example, by natural isolation and the activation of some of the strains and the hydrologic suppression of the biosynthetic gene clusters, and with synthetic biology to find more bioactive and new natural products. After large-scale fermentation, we can isolate each compound and do the structural elucidation to see if it's the compound we want. Yeah, I will give you some examples. This stream is called Streptomyces SCSIO 3032. It collects in a sediment sample in the Indian Ocean. It's a very deep. It's in a depth of more than 3,000 meters. And if we cover or culture this stream with different media, we can see that the production is different. So using this kind of method, we can find a number of compounds from this stream, and we isolated 36 compounds with 25 new structures, and some compounds is with significant antibacterial and tumor activity. And also from a stream, it's a sponge-associated bacteria, actinobacteria. We found 2 novel polycyclic cell alkaloids, and this with very significant cytotoxic activities. Yeah, this is a cover story in Organic Letters in this year. And yeah, in some cases, if we culture the stream, it gives no product, but we found some strains with very interesting biosynthetic gene clusters. Yeah, in this way, we can manipulate the biosynthetic gene clusters to make them produce some compounds. For example, in this stream, we found a biosynthetic gene cluster. When we insert a promoter in front of one of the biosynthetic gene, we can activate the production of many new natural products that with excellent anti-tumor activity. And we also did some synthetic biology, hydrologic expression studies. Yeah, for example, even we found such a very interesting gene starter, but it still didn't produce anything. In this case, we add some more promoters in front of some biosynthetic genes, and by this way, synthetic biology way, we can eventually activate the production of many new compounds, especially with the main compound, the yield was improved by more than 1,000 times. So this is give us an opportunity for further studies. And also we use modern technology to elucidate the biosynthesis of some very interesting compounds. For example, the novofluorines. Yeah, I just showcased that we, by our efforts, I think we elucidate the glycosylation steps for the biosynthesis of this interesting compound. We found that the LOPG1, the glycotransferase, attach the first sugar, and the LOPG3, the second glycosyltransferase, attach the two sugars, and finally the third glycotransferase, LOPG2, as the third sugar. I think this is a way to decipher the biosynthesis pathways step by step, enzyme by enzyme. And last, I will talk you some drug candidates we have discovered during the past years. For example, anti-tumor compound and some compounds with anti-TB activities and antiviral compounds. And we also found some compounds with weight loss and glucose lowering activities, and also some compounds for the wound healing activities. Okay, I think perspective for the future collaborations, I think using the our research center as a platform, we can do some collaborations for biodiversity, marine ecology, and the marine health breeding, and the marine natural products, medicine research. Okay, thank you for your attention. Yeah, this is all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nishanti Pereira and Professor Changsheng Zhang. Thank you for your speech. Your words were motivating and inspirational. With that being said, we have arrived at the end of the opening event. I am privileged to invite Ms. Jinadasa, Chairman of the Third Research Symposium, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Halya. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. It gives me a great pleasure to deliver this vote of thanks for all dignitaries assembled here to make the third research symposium of the Ocean University success. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mrs. Deepa Lienege, Secretary to the State Ministry of Skills Development, Vocational Training, Research and Innovation, who honored this function with inspiration thoughts. Thank you very much, Madam, for your presence here. Our Chancellor, sir, we have fortunate to have you as the Chancellor of the University, especially your active involvement in academic and research activities. Your support and encouragement for this event are highly appreciated. Apart from your guidance and encouragements, we are very much thankful for your participation in this event. Thank you very much, sir. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Vasantharatnayaka, who is the driving force behind the scenario, your vision, interest, and support are once again crowned in another successful story. I wish to thank you, sir, for your determination, which is leading to continue the research culture in the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Also, let me express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the keynote speakers, Professor Sinje and Professor Changsheng Zhang, for your presence at this important occasion to share your knowledge and experiences through delightful speeches. Our local invitees from University, Ministry, and Research Institute. Dear sirs, madams, your presence and contributions are highly appreciated for this occasion. Further, our co-sponsor, China Sri Lanka Joint Center for Education and Research, who gathered to Guangzhou, are being with us to share your knowledge and experiences. We understand that you have taken time out of your busy schedules to contribute to this symposium. Thank you, sirs, for your presence here. This year's symposium, we have received 57 abstracts from presenting under the theme of aquatic research and research for prosperity of the nation. There will be 34 oral and 23 poster presentations under the many disciplines such as Oceanography and Hydrography, Remote Sensing and GIS, Fisheries and Aquaculture, Coastal and Marine Environment, Maritime Transportation and Logistics, Socioeconomics and Marketing, and Marine Engineering. This is our great achievement and success in the year 2021 under the prevailing COVID condition. I acknowledge all the session chairs and contributors who are going to deliver presentations at the symposium. Last but not least, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude for those who have contributed from ground to top levels for success of the symposium under the COVID situation. Ladies and gentlemen, be here with the day to share your knowledge and experiences with us. Once again, I will thank you very much, all participants present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Priyantha Jinadasa, for the vote of thanks and getting us an introduction to the upcoming technical sessions. Before moving to the oral presentation, it will be great if we could all together take a group photo. So if you can, we request to turn on your cameras for a group photo to be captured together.
Mr. Nisanga, we are waiting for you. Once you finish, please let us know.
Finish, sir.
Thank you very much. Ahalya.
Thank you, Nuwanta. So thank you to everyone as well. So now we will move on to the technical sessions. The first session is Oceanography, Hydrography, Remote Sensing and GIS, and Marine Engineering. And this will be chaired by Dr. K. Arulanandan. The co-chair will be Dr. J.K. Rajapaksha, and the rapporteur will be Mr. W.A.A.A. U. Kumaran. Dr. K. Arulanandan is a principal scientist in the National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency and well known for his research career for nearly 30 years. He holds a BSc in Geology from Anna University, an MSc and a PhD in Oceanography from Gothenburg University, Sweden. Dr. K. Arulanandan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, madam, for your kind words. I'm happy to have my co-chair, Dr. J.K. Rajapaksha. He is basically a geologist and graduated on his master degree from Gothenburg University on physical oceanography, and then he moved to fisheries oceanography, and his works on PhD on remote sensing application on oceanography. And he is in fact the pioneer of potential fishing zone forecasting in Sri Lanka. And I will request later Dr. Rajapaksa to introduce the report here. And the presentation, we have 8 presentations, and I wish that every presenter will restrict their presentation to 10 minutes. And I may remind during the last 2 minutes when so that it can be kept on time. Otherwise, I guess the last session presenters will have to have their late dinner, so it goes up to 6:30 also. And Dr. Rajapaksa, can you kindly say a few words and introduce the report here?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think you can hear me, right? So it is a great pleasure for me to share this session with Dr. K. Arlan. He is actually worked with me for a long time. So our rapporteur is Mr. W.A.U. Kumar. I think he is a senior lecturer of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka, in mainly in fisheries and fisheries science. So I think Dr. Arlan, we can continue.
Yeah, thank you, Raja. We will directly call upon the first presenter, is Dr. Jinadasa. He is also evolved from geologist to the one of the best and maybe the one of the only physical oceanographer currently in Sri Lanka. I directly call upon Dr. Jinadasa. Please take the floor. Floor is yours. And in fact, his presentation is about small scale oceanographic processes around Sri Lanka. And in fact, Sri Lanka is not only strategically located, but it is also very oceanographically located in very important place in the Indian Ocean itself. So please, Dr. Jinadasa, you are.
Good morning, Chairman, Oceanography and Hydrography session. Today I am going to talk about small scale dynamics in the strongly stratified Vietnam from Sri Lanka. Here you can see the study area. We have selected 2 study sites. One is in the east coast along the 8 North survey line. Another one is the south coast. It's along the 80.5 east longitude. At the 8 North transit, which was done in September 2014, where we have done a survey along the 60 miles, and we have done 9 CTD and 12 EMP cast. The survey, which has conducted along the 80.5 east, which has done in 2014 April, the survey line was about 60 miles long, and there was 60 CTDs and 70 EMP. Other than that, we have conducted small transit, which is drift station. Drift station means when ship moving, we have collected the VMP transit, which is a very small transit, and it was a 3-hour one. Here you can see the instrument which we have used for the survey. There is an instrument, we call it a vertical microstructure profiler. Using this instrument, we can measure the shear as well as the past temperature variation in the ocean, because we are going to talk about the small scale dynamics in the ocean. In this instrument, you can see here, there is 4 sensors. There are 2 temperature sensors and other 2 velocity sensors. Using the temperature sensors, you can measure the small changes, small short period temperature changes, and using the velocity probes, you can measure the short-term changes of the velocities. where we will use meridional and zonal velocities. In the lower diagram, you can see here those profiles which we have taken by using temperature sensors, and those profiles were taken using the velocity sensors. Other than these temperature and velocity sensors, there are conductivity and temperature sensor. Using these temperature sensors, you can get the slow temperature profiles, large scale temperature variation, and salinity variations. Apart from this instrument, we have used the instrument called the Acoustic Doppler Current Profiler. Using this Acoustic Doppler Current Profiler, you can measure the vertical profile of the current velocities. The important thing is here you can measure the meridional and zonal as well as the vertical component of velocities. There are two configurations of using this instrument. One is called upward looking, where we will use where we will place the instrument as upward looking, and we can get the data from bottom to surface. The other configuration is downward looking configuration. Here you can see at the right, here you can see the downward looking configuration. We will fix the instrument at the hull of the ship, and where you can measure the downward velocity profile. Using this instrument, you can get the velocities from surface to bottom. And now we are going to talk about the results and discussion. Here you can see the results which we have taken from this study. We will go to the left panel. At the left panel, represent the density variation during the period of April 2014 along the southern transect. Here you can see the mixed layer depth. Here mixed layer depth is about 30 meters, and below this you can see the well stratified layer. Very good stratified layer. When you go towards the deep sea area, this mixed layer depth is deepening. However, the survey carried out in September 2014 in the east coast of Sri Lanka, the density profile shows the complex situation in the Valigamma section. Here you can see upwelled density profile here, which is probably making a density front. Because of this density front or paroclinic front, which make because of the import of Bay of Bengal water and diluted the coastal water around the area. Here you can see the profiles, CTD profiles, which we have taken in the southern and eastern coast of Sri Lanka. Those are the results from 2014 survey, and these results from the right-hand side results from the 2014 September at the east coast of Sri Lanka. At the west coast or southern coast, as I mentioned previously, you can see well-defined mixed layer, or we call it halocline. You can see well-defined halocline and well-defined thermocline. With there, where is here you can see the very good stratification. Similar to the temperature and salinity profiles, you can see here well-defined mixed layer or pycnocline. However, when you go to the east coast of Sri Lanka, as I mentioned previously, it shows the complex situation. Here you can see the upwell of salinity front, salinity layer, which here you can find the salinity front, which represent all the three profiles: salinity, temperature, and density profiles here, lower diagram, which represent the potential densities. This diagram shows the kind of energy dissipation in the east coast and the south coast. In south coast, you can see here the upper top layer higher tabular dissipation values here, and here you can see the well-defined mixed layer based on the density or potential densities. Within these layers, you can see some patches of the dissipations, turbulence dissipations. Similar to the north coast or east coast, you can see higher values of turbulent dissipations, kinetic energy dissipations. And when you go to the distance from east coast, where we have brought the shear variation, you can see here, especially at the depth of the 75 meters. Here, shear is high shear values would be observed. You can see here the high concentration of shear values. In this diagram, you can see the geostrophic current, which has derived from the seaborne CDD profiles, and at the beginning of the close to the coast, at the safe break area here, somewhere here, you can see west. You can see here geostrophic current, geostrophic velocity about 1.2 meter per second. And then here low values, the more negative values, the reverse in directions. Here you can see the eastward direction velocities, and then you can find the westward velocities, and then again eastward velocities. And when you go to the transit along the eastern coast, you can see here, coast to the coast, you can see westward propagation of velocities, and westward geostrophic current, and then eastward geostrophic current. Probably this may represent the coastal currents along the profile. And these two diagrams, which shows the meridional and zonal component of the velocity, which has taken from the CDD profile. In the upper diagram shows the zonal velocity, and lower diagram shows the meridional velocity. Zonal and meridional mean x directional and y directional velocities. And here you can see the upper layer, the velocity is about 0.3 maximum velocity. Maximum u velocity is 0.3. However, the maximum v velocity is reached up to 1.4 meter per second. So the northward directional current is stronger than the eastward directional current. In the lower layer, you can see here the bottom layer, the blue color area, which represent the westward propagation of u velocities. Let me conclude my work. Where we found nuclear depth in south of Sri Lanka was detected at 30 to 40 meters. Nuclear depth along the Trincomalee section was much more complex compared to the Aligamma section, which I have explained previously. You could see the upwell of nuclear depth at the 50 nautical miles from the coastline. The spatial structure of the dissipation rate is quite different along the meridional and zonal axes of Sri Lanka that cross the southwest monsoon current and East Indian coastal currents. That's why you can see the changes of meridional and zonal currents. Coastal bathymetry influences compliant turbulence in the northern part of the Aligamma section, where turbulent patches may be related to the internal wave generated at the shelf break. In contrast to the turbulence in the southeast monsoon current, high-level dissipation that occurs along the Trincomalee section is mostly confined within a very narrow and sharply sloping upper pycnoline that start at 35 to 40 meters near the coast and pop out at the sea surface about 40 kilometers offshore. The most probable source of turbulence is strong shear instability at narrow interfaces in the lower secondary pycnoline at the depth of 70 to 80 meters. When I go to the acknowledgement, I need to acknowledge for the project management team of ARC Interaction in the Indian Ocean project, where Professor Harina Fernando is the principal investigator. I appreciate his initiatives and his support to carry out this investigation using the NARA researchers of Samudraka. And also I would like to thank University of Notre Dame for the financial supports given for this study, and the members of Oceanography division of NARA and the crew members of the Samudraka vessel should be acknowledged.
Thank you, Dr. Jinadasa. The next presenter is Mr. H.W.A. B.D. Bandara. His presentation is on Calido Beach. Shall we go to the presentation, please? The Calido Beach is one of a classic example of what will happen to a beach if exposed to the human interference, and how the soil lines. Oh, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mutsara Bandara. My research title is Assessing Shoreline Variation in the Sandspit of Calido Beach using high-resolution satellite images. This is my content. First, I would like to give the background of the study under the introduction. The shoreline can be defined as the interface between land and water. Example, land-water line, dry wet line, vegetation line, etc. According to Lucendist et al. 2018, it was identified that 24% of the world's sandy beaches are eroding at rates exceeding 0.5 meter per year, while 28% are accreting and 48% are stable. Shoreline is affected by both natural and anthropogenic activities. Some natural factors are sea level rise, storm surge, wind, wave, tide, etc. While anthropogenic activities are constructions, alterations, beach nourishment, etc. However, current understanding of coastal dynamics in small-scale beaches is very poor, including pocket beaches, sand spits, river outlets, etc. Sand spit is one of the major coastal geomorphological features which could be observed in the coastal environment, formed by accumulation of sediment deposits from waves and currents. This is considered as a highly dynamic feature subjecting to short-term and long-term variations. However, proper investigation of sandspit dynamism with regard to spatial and temporal variation is a tricky task only from field surveys. Therefore, using of high-resolution time series data has been recognized as a more effective and efficient solution in this regard. Although high-resolution satellite images are very expensive, Google Earth Pro provides some of them for free of charge. Therefore, they can be effectively utilized for shoreline change analysis and mapping after the appropriate corrections. Further, USGS has developed the DSS tool, which is very effective in shoreline change analysis. Therefore, this study aims to assess the shoreline variations of a sand spit using high-resolution satellite images from Google Earth Pro and DSS tool. Let's move to the objectives of this study. To understand the shoreline variation due to natural and anthropogenic impacts in sand spits, to quantify shoreline changes under spatial and temporal scales, then materials and methods, First, we will focus on the study area. This study is carried out to Calido Beach, west coast of Sri Lanka. The Kaluganga flows into the sea from this beach, and this is a Sanskrit in Kaluganga area. This is the river outlet to the ocean. This area is located between these coordinates. When data collection, 29 high-resolution satellite images for last 17 years were manually digitized by Google Earth Pro to extract seaward land-water boundary as the shoreline in this study under 300-meter high altitude. Here you can see the land-water boundary which is used as the shoreline in this study. Then this is a methodology at nutshell. First two step is the data collection, the high resolution satellite images from Google Earth and shoreline digitizing. Then under the data processing, first we have saved the digitized shoreline in KML format. Then they were converted into layer file in ArcGIS software. Then the converted layers were saved in a personal geodatabase. All the layers were projected into WGS 1984 UTM 44 North. Next step was the creating the digital baseline, then casting digital transect in 1 meter intervals. Shoreline changes were analyzed using standard shoreline change statistics, namely shoreline change envelope, net shoreline movement, endpoint rate, and linear regression rate. Finally, the accuracy assessment was done. This is the research toolbar used to analyze shoreline changes. Then data analysis scenarios. Data were analyzed under these three different scenarios. First one is tsunami impact, second one is natural impact, and finally anthropogenic impact. Tsunami impact was analyzed from the shorelines from 2004 to 2005. There were 3 shorelines available for this analysis. Fortunately, we had the satellite image on the day of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Natural impact was analyzed using 19 shorelines between 2005 to 2017. Tide variations, wave action, water currents, and seasonal variations were taken into consideration in this regard. There were 9 shorelines for anthropogenic impact analysis. This is due to widening the river mouth and resultant discussion. Here you can see the position of shorelines in different years. This is a part of the baseline. Here you can see the distribution of transects. Then shoreline change statistics. This is a summary of shoreline change statistics under 3 different scenarios. There was no any considerable change was observed due to tsunami because the net shoreline movement is 3.48 meter, but mean shoreline change in Nilo was 10.18 meter. Further, it was identified that the beach was subject to erode in the rate of 2.2 meter per year. There you can see highly vulnerable beach due to rapid change of shorelines. And the tsunami impact, there you can see the violent wave due to tsunami. Here you can see the overlaid shorelines before, after, and during the tsunami. And natural impact, although there were no any considerable changes observed in the sand speed geomorphology, overall shoreline change has subjected to change around 54.15 meter under the natural scenario. Anthropogenic impact, eventually the sand speed was completely destroyed and shifted towards the land by 2021, creating a new geomorphology. Then my conclusions and recommendations. Kalutara Kalido Beach has significantly undergone shoreline changes due to erosion of coastline for past 17 years. There were huge change of the beach observed due to an anthropogenic activity. This is a river outlet before destroying the sand speed, and this is the river outlet after destroyed the sand speed. As a result of this, the position of the river outlet was shifted about 1,912 meters towards the north. This is the newly created water body. Georeferencing error of high-resolution satellite images from Google Earth should be taken into consideration. Uncertainty of the shoreline positions of this study is approximately 5 plus or minus 5.33 meter. Therefore, using of remote sensing and GIS technology for shoreline analysis is very effective and efficient. It is recommended to do further studies to gather field data to verify the results through continuous monitoring and assess biological, ecological, and water quality parameters in order to understand the new arising of habitat resembling to a lagoon. And these are my references. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, for providing facilities to carry out this research study. Special thanks goes to Mr. T.N. Munasingha for his kind support and encouragement. My thanks also goes to my colleagues who support me to make this research success. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bandare. The next presentation is by Mr. S.A.D. Jayapiriya. And the presentation is about seasonal variation of temperature and chlorophyll. Yeah, we go ahead with the presentation, please.
Good morning, everyone. My topic is seasonal variation of sea surface chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature in the south of Sri Lanka using MODIS satellite data. This is my content: introduction, objectives, materials and methodology, results and discussion, conclusions, limitations and recommendations, acknowledgement and references. Introduction. Chlorophyll A density is the main factor of the phytoplankton biomass because most of the phytoplankton carry out chlorophyll A pigments, and sea surface temperature is the most significant parameter which shows the exchange of heat across the air-sea interface. Importance of understanding of chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature distribution. When a high nutrient load meets sunlight, primary production becomes significantly high. These areas provide suitable habitat for feeding, spawning, and protection for commercially high-valued fish species. This information about high productive areas is very important to identify possible fishing grounds around Sri Lanka. However, it is difficult to conduct field survey for large study area because it consumes high amount of time and money. MODIS satellite data provide opportunity to overcome this effect. Study gap. There are several studies carried out with related to chlorophyll A distribution and sea surface temperature distribution. Studies mainly focused on chlorophyll A distribution and sea surface temperature in the southwest monsoon season. But those studies are not enough to understand the seasonal variation. Continuous monitoring is essential to understand the dynamic of chlorophyll concentration and sea surface temperature. This study objectives are to find relationship between chlorophyll concentration and sea surface temperature, and to understand the interseasonal variation and interannual variation in chlorophyll concentration and sea surface temperature with respect to monsoon seasons. Materials and methodology. Study was carried out in the southern part of Sri Lanka. Study site was located near to Hambantota district. Data collection. Collection of chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature satellite images. We use MODIS Aqua daily local area coverage data, and spatial resolution of this instrument is 1.1 km and temporal resolution is 1 to 2 days. We obtain satellite images from NASA Ocean Color Platform, and data collection period from 2016 to 2020 for the main 2 seasons. The downloaded data were visualized and reprojected using C-7.5.3 software, and projected coordinated system is WGS 1984 UTM zone 44 node. Chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature bands were extracted from collected data. We use ArcGIS 10.5.1 software, and continuous data collection was difficult because several days had high density of cloud coverage, so we had to discard some satellite images. Extracted single bands were used to extract chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature values in the study area. We create 10,000 random points to get chlorophyll A and sea surface temperature values. Daily average chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature were calculated for each day. We get average values from 10,000 random points data. The average chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature values were compared with each parameter according to seasonal variation, and we use paired t-test. The relationship between average chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature values were analyzed for each year using regression tests. The complete analysis was done using Minitab 19 statistical software. Resultant discussion. Chlorophyll A concentration is significant varied between northeast and southwest monsoon in 2018, 2019 and 2020, and higher values were recorded in southwest monsoon than northeast monsoon as evident in Gunasekara 2016. There was no significant variation in sea surface temperature between northeast and southwest monsoon from 2016 to 2019. Chlorophyll A concentration data collected in northeast monsoon season in each year was significantly different between 2017 with 2019 and 2018. However, there was no significant difference between other study years separate. Chlorophyll A concentration data collected in southwest monsoon seasons in each year were not significantly different between study years separate. This diagram shows northeast and southwest monsoon season chlorophyll A variation in 2016 to 2020. Sea surface temperature data collected in northeast monsoon season in each year were significantly different in 2020-2016 when compared with 2019. It may be caused by lowest mean sea surface temperature values recorded in 2019 due to heavy rainfall with flood condition, and highest sea surface temperature values were recorded in 2016 and followed by 2020. Highest mean value in 2016 may be due to heat wave condition which affected to Hambantota region, and lowest annual mean rainfall among 5 study years in 2016. There was no significant difference between other study years separate. In the southwest monsoon season, there were significant difference of sea surface temperature in 2020 between 2017, 2018 and 2019. Because higher sea surface temperature for southwest monsoon was recorded in 2020 and lowest was recorded in 2018 and followed by 2019 and 2017, while there was no significant difference between other study years separate. This diagram shows northeast and southwest monsoon season sea surface temperature variation in 2016 to 2020. According to the regression test result, there was no significant relationship between chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature in northeast monsoon. This diagram shows chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature in northeast monsoon season. There was negative relationship between chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature in southwest monsoon season. It can be evident in JAPA 2009. It may happen due to upwelling phenomena because upwelling can bring cool and nutrient-rich water from bottom to surface. It causes increased chlorophyll A concentration and drop sea surface temperature by 5 centigrade. This diagram shows chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature in southwest monsoon season. Difference of result between northeast monsoon season and southwest monsoon season may be due to high frequency of upwelling in southwest monsoon season than northeast monsoon season. This diagram shows sea surface temperature and chlorophyll for northeast monsoon season and southwest monsoon between 2016 to 2020. Conclusion. The southern part of Sri Lanka has been observed high chlorophyll A concentration during the southwest monsoon. The chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature of year-wise comparison of two seasons show significant difference between some study years. Sea surface temperature during northeast monsoon season was not main factor that changed chlorophyll A concentration, but sea surface temperature can be affect chlorophyll A concentration in southwest monsoon season. More satellite images can be recommended as good solution for continuous monitoring for sea surface temperature and chlorophyll A concentration. Limitation and recommendation. Due to limited time and resources, the current study was limited to 5 years. However, this study consumed considerable amount of time for visual interpretation of satellite data images, extraction of satellite bands, and processing them. These research need to continue with more time period and seasonal rainfall pattern for identify the dynamic of chlorophyll A concentration and sea surface temperature according to the monsoon seasonal pattern. Acknowledgement. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all academic staff and my colleagues in the Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. This is my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayapriya, for the excellent presentation. The next presenter is Ms. HMT Pushpamali. She is intended to talk about the coastal inundation and also the vulnerability of our coastline. And the study also used to gather the data from the remote sensing, I guess. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
This is Taranga from Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Today I am going to present about my research titled on remote sensing and GIS-based approach to assess the coastal inundation vulnerability in Mandara, Sri Lanka. These are the contents of my presentation. So first of all, let me give a brief introduction about my study. According to National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, coastal inundation is the covering of normally dry land with water in the coastal region. There are three main reasons for coastal inundation. They are tsunami, storm surge, and coastal and inland floods. Also, long-term coastal inundation can occur due to sea level rise. Coastal inundation might cause devastating effects on coastal communities. Tsunami is a series of large waves generated near the coast or in the ocean. The damage caused by a tsunami can occur due to three reasons. They are by smashing force, by draining off the water back to the ocean, and the remaining water in lowland areas. When considering the tsunami risk of Sri Lanka, it is very low, but there is a fact that Indo-Australian Strait is forming 400 to 500 kilometers from southwest coast of Sri Lanka. So with this, the vulnerability to tsunami is greater than before. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami caused devastating effects on Sri Lanka. 13 out of 14 coastal districts were affected. When considering the southern coast, maximum tsunami height was about 11 meters and maximum inundation distance was about 3 kilometers. In Madhara area, tsunami inundation distance was about 700 meters and tsunami height was about 5 meters. During severe storms such as cyclones, hurricanes, and typhoons, a storm surge occurs. There are two main positive factors of storm surge. They are wind flow along the ocean surface and the atmospheric pressure. The water pushed by the strong winds towards the shore causes the coastal flooding. A flood can occur by the heavy precipitation in river catchment areas or prolonged precipitation in lowland areas. During a storm surge, at estuaries, seawater pushed onshore along with the river, and there is runoff from the excessive precipitation. So these two together would worsen the coastal inundation. So in that case, identifying the vulnerability of coastal cities and areas for a possible coastal inundation scenario is essential for rapid evacuation systems, future coastal development and construction projects, implementation of mitigation structures, and coastal ecosystem conservation projects. So the objectives of my study are to understand the coastal vulnerability with regard to different water depth scenarios during inundation and to identify the most suitable evacuation location for a possible coastal inundation scenario from the study area. So this is the methodology of my study. The study area is Madras City, which is situated in the southern coast of Sri Lanka. This image shows the study area. Data collection. Shapefile of the study area was downloaded from the State of Sri Lankan Cities database. SRBM DEM was downloaded from the USGS Earth Explorer. Population data was obtained from the Census and Statistics Department of Sri Lanka. Ramildari boundary map was obtained from the Survey Department of Sri Lanka, and also reports and research papers are used as the secondary data source. This table shows the specifications of the DEM, and these images shows the interface of resource websites I use. Data processing. All the data layers were in WGS 1984 data and projected in the Universal Transverse Market. 58 possible inundation scenarios were assumed according to inundation height in vulnerability modeling. 25 Ram-Niladhari divisions were considered during the study. For data processing, ArcGIS 10.5.1 is used. Clipping, reclassification, and hydrology techniques are used in this study. This is the flowchart of the methodology. Digital elevation model relevant to study area was obtained by clipping from the shapefile of the study area. Then the DEM relevant to study area was reclassified according to inundation scenario to obtain the area below the elevation of that scenario. Then the flow accumulation was obtained by using hydrology tool on study area. Then GM boundary map was obtained by extracting from the shapefile of the study area. And using the population data, the population density map was created. Finally, by overlaying these three data layers, the vulnerability map was created. These are the screenshots of reclassification and clipping processes. Areas below the elevation of particular scenario was calculated for each scenario respectively and created the vulnerability curve to assess the physical vulnerability in terms of its inundated area. According to the vulnerability curve, three coastal inundation scenarios were assumed as least case scenario, moderate case scenario, and worst case scenario. And then maps relevant for each scenario were selected for data analysis. To analyze the data, ArcGIS 10.5.1 was used. Inundated areas specific to the particular inundation height scenarios were calculated separately using attribute tables. Inundation area was used to assess the physical vulnerability. Physical vulnerability in here means the physical area vulnerable during the inundation scenario. Population density data was used to assess the social vulnerability. Then spatial relationships were made among inundation area and population distribution to assess the vulnerability. For ground verifications, Google Earth is used. These are the results of my study. This is the vulnerability curve I have developed. In 1 meter inundation height scenario, only 1.94% of the total study area could be vulnerable. This map shows that vulnerable area. In 10 meter inundation height scenario, 35.75% of the total study area could be vulnerable. That vulnerable area is shown in this map. In 20 meter inundation height scenario, almost 91.75% of the total study area could be vulnerable. That vulnerable area is shown in this map. Comparatively low vulnerability in 1 meter and 10 meter inundation height scenario is most probably due to higher elevation and steep beach slopes in some areas. In 20 meter inundation height scenario, the least vulnerable area lies in Eriakan South GN division. These two images shows that least vulnerable area. This is most probably due to the cliff and the high elevation in that area. Considering the population density, Kadavidi West GN division has the highest population density, followed by Uyanmatha North and Velagoda East respectively. When considering the inundation area, population density and flow accumulation together, in 10 meter inundation height scenario, Kadavidi West GN division shows the highest vulnerability, followed by Kadavidi South and Velagoda North respectively. These are the conclusions of my study. According to the population density and the vulnerable area, Kadavidi West is the most vulnerable GN division. The land located at 5 degrees 56 minutes 40 seconds north, 80 degrees 33 minutes 39 seconds east, at which the elevation is 49 meters, could be used as a rapid evacuation place, because that area is not vulnerable even in the worst case scenario. This image shows the height profile of the evacuation area, and this map shows the evacuation location. You can see a road very close to that evacuation area, so this evacuation area is easily accessible. The next conclusion of my study is that this study reveals that remote sensing and GIS technology could be useful for vulnerability assessment with certain improvements from high resolution data. These are the recommendations of my study. Improved DEM data from LIDA and 1 to 10,000 topographic maps can also be used for better modeling. Further studies on this vulnerability assessment should be carried out to develop a disaster risk model incorporating coastal dynamics and hydrodynamic modeling for wave height estimation and other aspects of physical, social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities, which will be useful for future policy making and in coastal zone management. Further surveys and research studies should be conducted to assess the suitability of the evacuation area in the means of accessibility, legal aspect, and infrastructure for a possible coastal inundation event. Vulnerability index for this study can be developed by considering the aspects like building structures, vegetation cover, urban area, and economic value in risk assessment. These are the references of my study. So as my presentation has come to an end, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to Ocean University of Sri Lanka for providing me laboratory facilities. Finally, thank you everyone for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Pushpamari, for the very good presentation. And the next presenter is Mr. A.H.S. Veerakon. Now we are moving from oceanography to ocean technology. And the presentation is about the design and the performance of vertical blades of wind generator. Electricity generator using the wind power, particularly the renewable energy. Can we go ahead with the presentation? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will be presenting my research work on design and performance investigation of a helical bladed vertical axis wind turbine for the third Research Symposium of Ocean University of Sri Lanka. My name is H. Samitha Veerakon. I'm from Department of Marine Engineering, and my colleague is Mr. M.J.M. Ashik Rasool. This research was mainly funded by the Ocean University of Sri Lanka and also co-funded by the Korea Maritime and Ocean University Flow Informatics Lab. So, as the introduction, the modern world we live in, the modern era, lies heavily between the balance between the energy demand and the consumption for the sake of modern day activities and functioning of the world. The need arises for systems that generate power from green and renewable energy sources instead of fossil fuel resources, which are already been depleting and directly influencing vast environmental pollution. So, what are the renewable energy sources and the renewable energy forms that you can find? Renewable energy is referred to as a clean form of energy collected from natural resources or processes that are constantly replenishing on human timescale. The major renewable energy sources you can find are geothermal, hydropower, ocean energy, solar energy, and our main focus today will be the wind energy. Why we focus on wind energy? So I will outline my presentation as the introduction part, then we'll go for the problem statement, then we'll find the methodology what we have been used, then results, and then we follow with discussion and for the conclusion part. So in the introduction, why we focus on wind turbines. Actually, wind turbines convert kinetic energy in the wind into mechanical energy, and then it converts to electrical energy very simply. So there are two types of wind turbines that are being used majorly. Horizontal axis wind turbines, which are a large-scale application at high amplitudes, and vertical axis wind turbines, which are nowadays in more of the research field with the researchers throughout the world, as they are small-scale applications at low amplitude speeds. There are many advantages of vertical axis wind turbines. They are small in size, compact, low sound emissions and low vibration construction, high safety factor, and simple structures can be manufactured easy installation and control. And also they have an easy self-starting process and also a low cost it gives for the maintenance. In this phase, this is our phase one, where we find out what is the geometrical shape that we want to go through. So as introduction goes on, there are two types of, majorly there are two ways that you can enhance or you can distinguish these types of vertical axis wind turbines based on how they perform. There's a drag type and there's a lift type. Drag type mainly are the Savanius rod types, and the lift type we call as a Darius aerofoil shape. So here, in the lift type, uses aerofoil section blades to generate the lift force, as horizontal axis wind turbines has higher aerodynamic efficiency in high rotational speeds and better performance compared to the drag types. So we'll be more focused on the type D, which is the helical shape, twisted shape blades. So here, in the helical blades, what are the improvements? And as improvement version of the Darius type, the blades are shaped in this helical form, and consist of a chosen number of blades struck in a helix profile along its span, as you can see from the figure, enabling it to rotate continuously at any direction. Whatever the direction the flow will come, it will rotate of the wind, with enhancing the self-starting capability and high torque generation compared to straight angle blade profile. So this is the major function. And also these are compact types, so you can use in urban areas, because nowadays the urban areas are growing, like coastal areas or rooftops or highways, that you can implement this type. In this problem statement, we have been doing the research to majorly find out what are the major geometric parameters affecting the significant performance of the vertical axis wind turbine. So with doing major research and reading more on the research papers, we found that aerofoils, the shape of the aerofoil, the solidity of the blade, and how many blades that you are going to be using, and the Reynolds number that is being operating, the pitch angle, tip speed ratio are the major facts that affects the performance. So in the phase one, there are two phases that we did with this research. In the phase one, we wanted to find out, using the numerical code, what is the best blade profile that you can find, that you can use to create a twisted helical blade turbine. So the aerofoils of blade, a huge impact on lift type turbine designs, which is most responsible for the performance of the turbine, leading to a success or a failure. The purpose of this study is to maximize the efficiency of the turbine rotor while improving its self-starting capability by selecting the best aerofoil profile. And then in the phase 2, which is the final stage, which took large amount of time, the performance will be analyzed using the computation fluid dynamic method or commercial software, commercial code, and then for this predefined model, and then you can improve your performance based on these studies. All right. So that in the theoretical design, the oncoming, as you can see from the diagram, there are 3 blades, and there's a resultant W, resultant velocity vector, and from there onwards you can do the derivation part. The oncoming fluid velocity varies during each cycle of when it is rotated. The maximum velocity is found for theta, or you call it as the orbital bed position, from 0 degrees, and minimum is found at 180 degrees when it rotates. And also there's a major factor that causes angle of attack, or we nominate as alpha, is the angle between the oncoming airspeed and the blade's chord. The resultant airflow creates a varying or a positive angle of attack to the blade in the upstream zone of the machine, as you can see, and switching sign to the downstream of the machine. So we did the theoretical calculation part for this blade profile, and then come up with the CAD model. In this theoretical part, when the geometric consideration of the angular velocities, as you can see, we have the Vt, which is the tangential velocity, and then Vn, which is a normal velocity. And then just combining the above, and with the defining all the speed ratios that you have, you get the performance parameter called this tip speed ratio, which is lambda. And then you can find the angle of attack using the normal velocity and the tangential velocity. So based on these calculations, we move on to the CAD model. And okay, before we move on to the CAD model, I just wanted to show you that we choose symmetrical profiles and asymmetrical profiles. 5 symmetrical profiles, NACA 4-digit series aerofoils, and then 5 asymmetrical aerofoil series shapes starting from 4400. And you can see this geometric illustration of the 10 profiles we choose. And then we ran the CFD and we ran computer numerical analysis, and then we found out that doing this numerical calculation, we used ANSYS CFX 17.2 version commercial code. So for these 10 shapes, we did the coefficient of drag versus the angle of attack. Coefficient of drag, you can see it is being given. So profile with similar thickness have almost same variation of drag coefficient with respect to angle of attack. So the variation was plotted after running the simulation. Similarly, the coefficient of lift versus the angle of attack was also been numerically performed, and then did the plotting of the graph. So symmetrical profiles, NACA 00 profiles, have a higher lift coefficient than asymmetrical profiles you can see from the simulation, and that is what we found. And in the phase 1, for the phase 1 part, we did the results and discussion part as we choose the best with using the CFD method and with using real-time wind data. 10 NACA profiles being analyzed using CFX code and performance-based. And based on the angle of attack, the lift coefficient, the drag coefficient, we found that NACA 44154 profile was used to generate the helical blade, and the full turbine was then computer generated using computer-aided design package. So we choose in the phase 1 will be ended from here, and then it will be moved on to phase 2, where we use this aerofoil shape to generate the turbine, full turbine blade. Okay. In the phase 2, we will start. Consequently, the aerodynamic performance for different NACA profile was analyzed based on the CFD method, and according to comparison of simulation results, we found that this profile is the best, and then we have done the computer-aided design model. This is the computer-aided design full turbine model, having 2 up and the bottom hinges, and 3-bladed design will be analyzed. So before we move on to computer simulations for the full turbine and the environment, we need to make sure that we make a good computational grid. In the CFD process, we have to have a validation. This model was validated using a previously succeeded research paper, and then using the same method, we have done the meshing part using ANSYS ICM CFD software package. In there, we check everything, and in this research, the model uses tetrahedral for the full turbine, the twisted plate, and the outside fluid environment contains hexahedral structured mesh to capture the air lay effect and to analyze its highly kinetic turbulent behavior. In here, we also did the mesh convergence states. Actually, the starting number from 1.3 million nodes to 1.8, then 2.3, then 2.8, then 3.3. Consequently, we enlarged the mesh by improving by 20% margins, and below we plot the graph in the mesh convergence with the turbine power. As you can see, the turbine power variation is actually minimal, starting from millions of 2.3. So we use this number of nodes to do our computer simulation. And the turbine, and we also checked about the quality of the mesh, and the quality of the mesh is well below with the required amount. And you can see when we run CFD simulations for the given turbine data for the given wind speeds at 7 meters per second, and we change rotational speed in 5 phases, starting from 100, 200, 300, then 400 and 500 RPMs. We ran the simulations, and we want to find out where is the maximum potential for the power generation. As you can see, the turbine curve, the amount of power that is being absorbed. The optimal power achieved was 141.3 watts at 300 RPM, and the simulations were run based on the time average method or the transient numerical calculation method, as well as in the steady state methods. Also, you can see when the CFX solver solving the governing equations, let's say the Navier-Stokes equation and the momentum equation, all these combined, the governing equations being solved, having an accumulated time steps, and also the solver has gone down to 10 to the power minus 4, and which is a good sign. It shows the convergence of our CFD model. The accuracy of the CFD model can be seen at the bottom of these two graphs. So finally, we found that it produces a maximum power of 141.3 watts at 300 RPM, and also we need to do the post-processing of the flow field through and around. The pressure and the velocity fields were analyzed to find the maximum and the minimum pressure contours and the velocity variation points of the turbine. So you can see we have done using CFD post-processing of NCCFX. The velocity inside the turbine blades domain is very minimal due to the high rotational speed of the turbine, and also due to the higher RPM, the incoming air is having a blockage effect, and the pressure is increased at the striking point of the helical blades such that it implies the convergence of pressure energy of air blockage at entrance to the turbine into kinetic energy of the blades. So this can be found by using this powerful tool and by using great performance of CFD post-processing. And also you can see the flow field was the far flow field and the near flow field is also analyzed based on using the post-processing technique. So as you can see, the formation of air pressure waves at the top of the section of the blades turbine, it is due to high rotational speed of the blades, and it is being exsaturated at the center. And also you can see the airstream disturbance at the bottom is due to large pressure variations inside and outside the turbine at in the rotational domain, passing through the rotational domain from the stationary domain. And also the CFD post-processing provides us the pressure contours, so you can see a higher amount of pressure is being converted into the mechanical energy or the rotational speed. It increases rotational speed of the turbine. And so the performance analysis was mainly carried out and done the CFD post-processing, and it improves that an accurate model can be done. This accurate model performs at 300 RPM, providing us with a maximum power of 141.3 watts. So our research will be ended from here. So thank you everyone for your kind presence, and have a good day to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Veerakon. The next presenter is Ms. RKPL Dharmaratna. The presentation is about remotely measuring the hull thickness And you can go to the presentation.
Hello,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express thanks for giving this opportunity. My name is Anuradhi Anand and I am a representative for my group. Today, I am going to talk about our research of remotely operated hull thickness measuring robot. So, I hope to introduce our research under three categories. First, introduction and purpose of our robot. Second, mechanical structure, and final, controlling system of the robot. So, key idea of the project became as an introduced remotely operated hull measuring robot where we saw in our industrial training at Dockyard. As well as in this robot project, we will achieve to hull inspection too. In our training period, we noticed how people doing measuring processes of the ship hull and inspection in the normal and in the critical situations. Time to time, they need to use scaffolding to reach these measuring points. Sometimes they take several days for this process. So we think this process make higher loss of money as well as this process make human harmful. Furthermore, I would like to explain risk and loss of this process. The hull surface is large area, so people have to take hull thickness at many points where human cannot reach easily. So someone reach there using scaffolding installations or cherry pickers. It may get time more with human risk. So you can see this picture. They do this task manually as well as in the ship industry time is money. So every day minutes spending at dry docking or port that's for loss of the ship owner. So our main idea is design a robot that can be do inspection and measure hull thickness without surveys and scaffolding as well as get readings accurately without time wasting. Okay, now I come to my second point. It is mechanical structure of this robot. You can see this picture. This is the mechanical design of our robot. Now there are many inspection robots in the world, but special thing of our robot it is wireless, lightweight and remotely operated, and other thing is it can be measured hull thickness. We use permanent magnetic adhere mechanism and track locomotion mechanism. Magnetic adherence mechanism used to avoid slipping along the hull. That's why we use permanent magnetic track for this robot. Then I come to my final point. It is controlling part. Here you can see this picture. It is wiring arrangement inside of the robot. This thing we use for robot main computer unit is this Arduino Mega board. L298N motors, servo motor and stepper motors are used to operate thickness measuring unit and magnetic track. Robot can be remotely accessed through Wi-Fi microcontroller unit. These figures show how the thickness measuring process works. This is the overview of proposed system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dharmaratna. The next presentation, we are moving to Eastern Indian Ocean. We had been in the Northern Indian Ocean, then went to the ocean technology, now to the Eastern Indian Ocean. The presentation is by Dr. Wang. That's about interannual variability of subsurface high salinity water in the Eastern Indian Ocean. Dr. Wang, please take the floor.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Weiqiang Wang from South China Sea Institute of Oceanology, and also belong to China Sri Lanka Joint Center. My topic today is interannual variability of interannual of subsurface high salinity water in the Eastern Indian Ocean. And first about background, as you know, there are two ocean basins in the East Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. Because of much evaporation in Arabian Sea and much runoff and fresh water in Bay of Bengal, there are very huge salinity difference between these two basins, which means they will be significant salinity water exchange between these two basins, and the salinity and the salinity water exchange between these two basins is mostly dominated by monsoon circulation between the equator and the Sri Lanka. They are seasonal reversed monsoon circulation. In summer, this SMC, summer monsoon current, and in winter they are winter monsoon current between there, and they will bring the high salinity water or low salinity water transport to the east or the west. This is annual mean salinity distribution in this region. As you see, the high salinity water from Arabian Sea it underneath the low salinity water from Bay of Bengal, and correspondingly we can clearly see the low salinity water flow to the west through the narrow passage along Sri Lanka coast, and for other regions, the high salinity water from Arabian Sea flow to the east and then enter the Bay of Bengal. Okay, in this study, we use two data sets, and the first data set is the East India from the East India Ocean comprehensive experiment cruise. It performed since 2010, and we in this study we use 10-year data. We use CTD data along the equator. And the other data set is reanalysis. So that it's monthly within this period. And for the first data, since the cruise is performed during the early March to mid-May. So I need to remind everybody for this part. And for cruise data along the equator, there's different CTD stations coverage along the equator for each year. And we can say for the first year 2010, we only have five CTD stations in the equator. for the years of 2011, we almost fully we almost have full coverage CDD along the equator. Okay, now I would like to show some preliminary results for subsurface high salinated water. The subsurface high salinated water we saw here, SHSW was observed in the layers 70 to 130 meters, and we can see this for 10 years. And for the borderline, it's a salinity of 35.3, and we can say they are very big. They are very significant in the annual variabilities for this 10 years, and to quantitatively estimate this annual variability, we use an index which defines within the layer of 70 to 130 meters and between 80 east to 98 east. So that's the index for the SHSW along the equator, and we can see in 2012 and 2017 the salinity is really weak for this. Because the observation is only performed between March and May, so here in this study we want to extend this interannual variability for monthly data. So here we want to use the soda for this purpose. But before we use the reanalysis data, we need to validate whether soda agree well with the observations. So here we show for two time scale. First for annual mean, and the second for interannual time scale. For the climatology annual mean plot, we can see the soda data in April it agree very well with the observations, and for the interannual variability, they also show the good consistency. So we can use the soda to extend this study. So now this figure we give the index for SHSW interannual variability based on monthly data soda. Okay, here we switch this index to the anomaly, and we can see before 2016 the salinity change is rather steady, and the index shows the very low salinity point in 2017, and then the tendency is increasing afterward. And we also would like to show the detailed structure for this for this subsurface high salinity water along the equator. Then we give the horizontal distribution of subsurface salinity water along the equator. Then we surprisingly found the high there are very severe change of salinity water in the west end of the equator, about between 89 east to 100 east. To further investigate the mechanism for the subsurface high salinity water variability, we made the regression with this index between SHSW index and subsurface zone current and the wind. And all the variable is anomaly, and we can say this region shows the subsurface high salinity in the equator is very close associated with eastward flow anomaly and easterly anomaly, and we also say the subsurface zone current is very strong and very which means the zone strong flow current to bring the high salinity water from Arabian Sea to this region. And here we show this simple dynamical frame. So the first the easterly wind anomaly which is going to build anomalous eastward pressure gradient, and this anomaly pressure gradient result in subsurface high salinity water transport eastward and bring anomaly subsurface high salinity water to the equator. Okay, that's all. I would like to summarize the conclusion here. In this study, we show the subsurface high salinity water is within 70 to 130 meters along the equator and has significant interannual variability. And for dynamical frame, this interannual variability of subsurface high salinity water is associated with easterly wind and result in zone gradient, and after they have the impact on the subsurface high salinity from Arabian Sea. Okay, my talk is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for the excellent presentation. And you have stated very clearly how the subsurface water from west coast of Indian Ocean goes to the east coast of Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Thank you. The next presenter is Dr. Lee, and it is co-authored by Dr. Tankwa. And this presentation is about the simulation, and Dr. Lee and Tankwa are from South China Sea Institute of Oceanography, and we could go to the presentation. Dr. Lee.
Hello, Aru. I'm Gampan.
Oh, Sorry.
Yeah.
You
No,
need no.
I'm
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Due to the bad communication, the president have to cancel her presentation. Sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Pang need no introduction, and he is well known. He is contributed a lot for the oceanographic development in Sri Lanka. Dr. Pang, please.
Dr. is telling us they are not going to do the presentation due to bad communication.
Okay. So, Dr. Rajapaksha?
Yeah, speaking. Hello?
Yeah, we are going for the presentation, or what is the status of the last presentation?
Mr. Jinadasa, do you have presentation?
They are not going to present that.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. So we can take up the questions and question session.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Arul. I will select some questions because we are running out of time and we have to give the floor to the next session. So I have selected some of the questions we have in our chat line. So I will ask the first presenter, Dr. Jidadasa, you have a question for your presentation. How is the effect of river discharge to pycnoplane around east and the south of Sri Lanka? That was the question.
I put my answer in the chat room. Normally, with the extreme events, if there is heavy rain and heavy discharge, there may be some changes of the pycnoplane around the Sri Lanka. I already put it in the chat room.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is to Mr. Bandar. The question is, is from Mr. Shiran. Do you think the beach erosion and Caldo Beach can be stopped? What kind of measures do you suggest? That was the question. Mr. Shiran?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is mitigation measures can be applied, such as like engineering structures.
Yeah, he proposed some engineering solutions for this kind of problem. Okay, we move on to the next question is to Mr. Jayapriya. Question from Dr. Jayasiri. Have you validated the satellite data with ground data? It's about, I think, chlorophyll and temperature.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I couldn't validate the chlorophyll data with ground data because we have to go to deep sea. So the travel restrictions and the limited resources. So we have to use satellite images only.
Okay, thank you. And actually, there's a similar question from Dr. Fairuz, and he also have another question. Is there an effect from rainfall to chlorophyll concentration?
Yes, sir, because the runoff and the high nutrient concentration of the ground, they could come to ocean, and phytoplankton concentration become high. So these phytoplankton concentration affect to chlorophyll lake concentration. So the satellite can capture these satellite images band, and that can use to that effect to
chlorophyll lake, right? Okay. Okay, the next question to Ms. Pushpamali. Actually, you have two questions, but I will select one. That is from Mr. Shiran Chamika. Did you consider beach accretion one of the factors that reduce coastal erosion when assessing coastal inundation?
Thank you, sir. So actually, here I have assumed the inundation scenarios and map the possible inundation area. I don't consider about any special locations like erosion and accretion and their effects during this study. I think those aspects should be considered when further developing this study.
Okay, thank you. The next question is to Mr. Veerakom, the presenter for the wind turbine. Actually, the question was, there are different platforms that we can use windmills for roads, highways, coastal areas, etc. The question is, what places is the most suitable for generating electricity?
Actually, this one was done for the highways for Sri Lanka. And mostly because of the high wind turbine, because of the high wind flow, which is being accumulated near the highways. This research was mainly focused on implementing this kind of small, compact, vertical axis wind turbines for the highway structure of Sri Lanka. Actually, the real-time wind data was also used at 7 meters per second.
Yeah, actually, in my point of view, I think the most suitable may be in the coastal or in the near shore areas, because there are no any disturbances. But anyway, we have to measure the potential of the wind energy. So actually, I have another question to you, Mr. Veerakom. Recently I came across some question like due to the vibration of this windmill, so there are some impact on fisheries, like maybe for spawning, etc. And the people complain in manner that they have lose their fishery resources because of the windmill maybe vibration. So is there any idea about this one?
Actually, there are two kinds of wind turbine structures that I talked about. First one is the horizontal axis wind turbine, which are the large structures. Actually, you can see in the places like Mena and in some of the hill country areas, like the which have been built by the Acknowledgment. So those are the large structures. What we are talking about here is actually, I also talked about the advantages of using the vertical axis wind turbine rather than going for the larger structure, because when we have because the larger structures have that vibration. Because of the blade flex, it tend to vibrate the whole structure, and sometimes it will be it leads to the vibration of the ground as well. But in this research, the vertical axis wind turbines are more compact and less noise, and the most the relevant advantage is that it has actually no vibration, actually very minimal amount of vibration in this vertical axis wind turbine. So this is a good implementation rather than going for a larger horizontal axis wind turbine.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move into the next question to Ms. Dharmaratna about robotic. Is this robot waterproof and can be used to clean the hull, keeping the vessel in water? That was the question. Ms. Dharmaratna. I think she's not here. So there is another question to Dr. Wang. Could you kindly explain what are the possible reasons to have significant interannual variability in spring subsurface high salinity water during 2010 and 2019?
Sorry?
Yeah, it's a bit long question, but anyway, the question was possible reasons to have significant interannual variability of subsurface high salinity. What are the possible reasons? That was.
You mean the possible mechanism to this high salinity interannual variability?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, and actually we also have the further preliminary result for that, and we found this interannual variability is modulated by IOD, by interannual dipole mode, and because we need more evidence for that, so I didn't show that in this PPT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang, and thank you all presenters participated in this session, and we are successful. I think I will hand over this to our Mr. Chairman to wind up the session. Dr. Arun.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Raja. We had a very wide spectrum of presentation. I am really impressed by the variety. And thanks for all the presenters who had done a very good job and well presented. And also I take this opportunity to thank the coordinators, and the work is well done and good work, and keep it up. Thank you, Dr. Rajabaksa. Thank you, Dr. Kumara. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Ms. Ahalya, please take the seat.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajapaksha. Thank you, Dr. K. Arulanandan, for chairing, and Dr. Rajapaksha and Mr. Upashanta Kumara for coordinating the technical sessions and the valuable input. Next, we will move to the second session, which is Fisheries and Aquaculture, chaired by Dr. DCT Disanayaka. Dr. Champa Amarisingha will be the co-chair, and Dr. Lanka Vikramasinghe will be the rapporteur. Dr. Chamari Disanayaka is a senior lecturer from University of Jayawardenepura and holds a BSc in Zoology from Colombo, MSc in Fisheries and Aquaculture from University of Kelaniya, and PhD in Ecological Modeling from University of Iceland. She's an expert in research based on fisheries management, fish and shellfish biology and ecology, and conservation of aquatic biodiversity. Dr. Chamari Disanayaka, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your introduction. So I would like to welcome you all to the second technical session of the third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. And I would like to welcome Dr. Champa Amarisingha. She's the co-chair of this session, and Dr. W.A.A.D.L. Vikramasinghe. She serves as the rapporteur of this session. And this session is on fisheries and aquaculture. There will be 6 presentations in this session, and every speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation. We will have 15 minutes question and answering session at the end. I'm requesting you all to use our chat line or raise hand option if you have any questions or if you need any clarification from presenters. Okay, let's move to our technical session. The first presentation is on tracing the composition of Pacific oyster, Chrysostia digas microbiome, impact of sampling and DNA extraction. The paper will be presented by Dr. E. Pathirana, Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Dr. E. Pathirana, floor is yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Our study is about the accurate identification of Pacific oyster microbiome, the influences of different sampling methods and different nucleic acid extraction methods. Just to give you a bit of background, now the Pacific oyster microbiome is rich with bacteria. Unfortunately, we can't culture most of these bacteria in the laboratory, making it difficult for us to study them further. So, scientists have taken a metagenomic approach where we directly extract bacterial DNA from samples and we sequence them. So, the most common approach is that we sequence different hypervariable regions of the bacterial 16S ribosomal rRNA gene. Now, this microbial metagenomics is again not without problems. One of the major problems, as with all other microbiome studies, is that the oyster DNA or the host DNA is very much greater than the bacterial DNA, masking the bacterial DNA. And then specifically for oyster tissues, there's a lot of mucopolysaccharides which will interfere with the downstream PCR work. So with this background, the objective of our study was to identify optimum methods to get the optimum bacterial DNA yield and to get an unbiased DNA template for our microbiome studies. So we looked at different tissues coming from oysters, different sampling methods, different nucleic acid extraction methods, and also the impact of different storage methods. So we took 10 huge adult oysters from the Georges River, Australia, and we collected samples from hemolymph, adductor muscle, gills, and gut. And then we used 3 different commercial nucleic acid extraction kits. The first one, the QuireAmp DNA microbiome kit from QuireGen, was specifically for microbiome studies where the host DNA is degraded before the bacterial DNA. And then the Eisner mollusk DNA is actually meant for mollusk DNA extraction, but we used it because of its feature of having CTAB, which selectively binds these mucopolysaccharides before the DNA extraction. And we also use the Magmax core nucleic acid purification kit, and we use the magnetic bead technology to extract nucleic acids. Once the DNA were extracted using these methods, the bacterial DNA present in the extracts were quantified using a real-time PCR assay optimized by us for the purpose of this oyster microbiome studies. And we also sequenced the bacterial DNA using next generation sequencing, and we specifically looked at the V1 to V3 regions of the 16S rRNA gene. And then we analyzed the bacterial DNA sequences using the software suite QIIME2, which is one of the common software packages used in microbiome analysis. Moving to our results, now the most interesting thing that we observed was that the oyster microbiome was having a tissue compartmentalization. That is, when you look at the different tissues of the oysters were harboring different microbiomes. And we could demonstrate it using these principal coordinate plots based on the Bray-Curtis dissimilarity index. If you look at these graphs, you can see that these are the hemolymph microbiome, and these red and green dots show the gill and muscle microbiome from the same oysters. So they are distinct. They show a distance in these principal coordinate plots, demonstrating their difference. But when you look at the gill and the muscle microbiome, they have clustered together. So it says that they are similar. Then when you look at the gut microbiome, again, it was different from the gill microbiome. So there was a tissue compartmentalization. And then when we looked at the bacterial community composition using this relative abundance graph. Now each of these columns represent an oyster microbiome, and we have taken the gill microbiome and the gut microbiome of the same oyster. So you can see this gill microbiome and all other tissues except gut were dominated by bacteria from the phylum Proteobacteria. But on the other hand, the gut microbiome was dominated by phylum Fusobacteria. So that was one of the interesting things that we saw. And then when we looked at the bacterial DNA yield, the highest yield could be obtained by the QuireAmp DNA microbiome kit. We of course analyzed the DNA yields statistically using a generalized linear mixed model. And although this QuireAmp DNA microbiome kit gave a very good bacterial DNA yield, when we looked at the composition using the same gill samples from the same oysters, there was a big difference in the bacterial community diversity. You can see the first 5 columns represent the extracts coming from the Eisner kit, whereas the next 5 columns represent the DNA extracts from Quire Am kit from the same gill samples from the same oyster. So there's a very big difference in the diversity. Then looking at the sampling methods, we sampled the gill, gut and the muscle, both with sobbing, and we also use solid tissue samples to extract DNA. So there was a higher bacterial DNA yield when we used the sob samples. But when we looked at the bacterial community composition, again using principal coordinate plots based on the Bray-Curtis dissimilarity index, you can see the same samples from the same oysters, they were clustering together. That means the bacterial community composition was not affected by this sampling method. Then, people who work with DNA extracts are quite familiar. Sometimes once you extract the DNA, you can't directly go on doing the downstream molecular work. So we have to store them, and we store them at 4 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius, or minus 80 degrees Celsius, depending upon the time duration we want to store them, and also the facilities available to us. So we were interested in finding out whether these storage conditions affect the results of our microbiome studies. So we looked at DNA extracts after storing them at minus 80 degrees Celsius for 30 days. So there was a significant reduction in the bacterial DNA yield compared to the fresh extracts. But fortunately, the bacterial community composition, when we looked at the community composition, when we compared the community composition of bacterial DNA stored at minus 80 degrees for 30 days with the fresh extracts, there was no difference. That's why you see the same oysters, the same samples, when you store them at minus 80 degrees and when they are analyzed fresh, the bacterial community composition was not different. That means the storage for 30 days at minus 80 degrees has not affected the bacterial community composition. So to wrap up, the interesting things were that the Pacific oyster microbiome showed tissue specificity. That means different tissues, the gill, gut, and the hemolymph were harboring different microbiomes. And because of these mucopolysaccharides present in the oyster tissues, there was a high level of PCR inhibition. So this has to be taken into consideration when we are extracting DNA, bacterial DNA for microbiome studies. So this commercial DNA extraction kits carrying CTAB are suitable candidates because they remove mucopolysaccharides, helping us to preserve the bacterial diversity. So overall, either the quantity or the diversity of bacteria in Pacific oyster microbiome studies are affected by the tissue preparation strategy. So we have to go for a fit for purpose sample preparation strategy in order to get the accurate composition of the Pacific oyster microbiome. So I presented a very brief picture of our study. So if you are interested in our work, you can further read our research article on the Journal of Applied Microbiology. And these are our references. I would also like to acknowledge the various parties who helped us make this study a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patirana, for sharing your valuable finding with us. So the next presentation is on bioelectrochemical hydrogenotropic denitrification in a rotating biological contactor for recirculating aquaculture system. This paper will be presented by Dr. N.P.G. Pushpita from the Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Pushpita, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am going to present my research on bioelectrochemical hydrogenotropic denitrification in a rotating biological contactor for recirculating aquaculture systems. Firstly, brief introduction about my study. Recirculating aquaculture systems has gained more acceptance worldwide as a sustainable option to meet the global demand and strict environmental regulations. Nitrate accumulation is a common issue in RAS which can harm aquatic organisms at higher concentrations. With a low biological oxygen demand, hydrogenotropic denitrification is a viable solution for nitrate removal from aquaculture wastewater. However, it has not been widely used due to safety concern and low solubility of hydrogen in the water. To overcome the drawbacks, number of reactor configurations have been tested and they are still face challenges in practical applications. The rotating biological contactor possesses a number of advantages, especially higher gas transfer efficiency, in which gas transfer occurs directly to the biofilm from the gas phase rather than as the dissolved form in the liquid phase. Therefore, new idea came into our minds to operate RBC configuration in a hydrogen-rich environment and promote the direct transferring of hydrogen to the biofilm in the gas phase to address the issue of poor hydrogen solubility in hydrogenotropic denitrification. In addition to that, several studies reveal that the hydrogen anaerobic reactors equipped with bioelectrochemical systems significantly enrich electroactive bacteria and increase reactor performance. Therefore, the aim of the study was to develop electrochemically hydrogenotropic denitrification system by combination of RBC and bioelectrochemical technology. Here's my objectives. Develop a laboratory scale bioelectrochemical RBC system, performance testing under different effluent quality and operational conditions, study the microbial community. Research methodology. A laboratory scale reactor was developed as a closed system to create anoxic hydrogen-rich environment for hydrogenotropic denitrification under electrostatic field condition. In RBC assembly, insulated polarized electrodes are mounted on a stainless steel pipe spaced 5 centimeters apart. The space between the electrodes were filled with granular activated carbon as the biofilm carrier medium and covered with perforated cylindrical casing. Performance testing. As a seed source, alternate activated sludge was collected from wastewater treatment plant and acclimatized with synthetic aquaculture water in the reactor for 10 days. Here you can see the composition of the synthetic aquaculture water and also the experimental setup. Water and gas samples were analyzed according to the standard methods and apparatus as shown here. Microbial community was analyzed based on the 16S rRNA by extracting the DNA using power soil DNA isolation test kit. Performance testing in batch mode was carried out with different circulation rates. In the continuous mode, the effect of influent quality and operating condition on reactor performance was investigated. Results and discussion. discussions. In the batch mode operation, nitrate decrease exponentially in the bulk solution even at the low hydrogen concentration, dissolved concentration at in the aqueous medium. That indicates direct supply of hydrogen to the biofilm in the gas phase. In addition, higher nitrate reduction was observed at higher circulation rate due to higher nitrate loading rates. A reactor achieved complete denitrification within 21.5 hours at the circulation rate of 100 milliliters per minute. In the continuous mode, denitrification rate increased with the influent nitrate concentration. The pH in the reactor increased rapidly, resulted nitrite accumulation and a reduction of denitrification rate. Since nitrite is several times more toxic than nitrate for aquaculture, influent nitrate concentration was limited in this system below 20 milligrams per liter to control rapid pH rise and nitrite accumulation. This graph shows the effect of HRT on denitrification rate and effluent quality. Bioelectrical RBC requires lower HRT and lower nitrate loading rate to prevent nitrite accumulation and assure the effluent quality for aquaculture. In the hydrogenic denitrification, bicarbonate acts as an inorganic carbon source and pH buffer. Though the required carbon to nitrogen ratio in the reactor was generally higher than the theoretical demand, low bicarbonate concentration decreased denitrification rate and buffering capacity tends to pH rise and nitrite accumulation. Bicarbonate concentration of 150 milligrams per liter achieved highest denitrification rate and sufficient effluent quality for aquaculture. Generally, effluent pH was always higher than influent pH due to the production of hydroxyl ions in the hydrogenic denitrification process. The optimum influent pH was 7 to manage the effluent pH within the optimum range and achieve highest denitrification rate of 1.37 gram nitrate nitrogen per liter per day without nitrite accumulation. This value is higher than the existing hydrogenotropic denitrification systems. However, reactor tolerate higher alkaline condition and showed significant denitrification rate even at the effluent pH level of 10.75. This graph shows the reactor could utilize hydrogen even at the partial pressure of 0.5 bar in the gas phase and low hydrogen concentration in the aqueous medium. That implies direct transfer of hydrogen to the biofilm in the gas phase. According to the results of microbial community analysis, the microbial community were not diverse in the reactor setup and highly selected. The dominant microbial genera were Thoira and Sulfuricum. According to the previous study, these genera were reported in an autotropic denitrification systems and tolerate for high pH. That is very well fit with the current study. This graph shows the denitrification rate decrease in the absence of electrostatic field. Thoira species was identified as an electrochemically active bacteria and the most abundant species in the reactor in current study. It implies that electrostatic field has a positive influence to enrich electroactive bacteria and promote their metabolism that improve the denitrification rate by 26.97%. Here is my conclusions. Bioelectrochemical RBC is an efficient and safe hydrogen delivery system for hydrogen denitrification even at a low hydrogen partial pressure of 0.5 bar. The optimum influent pH, nitrate, nitrogen, bicarbonate concentration and HRT were 7, 20 milligrams per liter, 150 milligrams per liter and 20 minutes respectively. In comparison to the previous studies, a reactor achieved a higher denitrification rate than sufficient effluent quality for aquaculture. In the bioelectrochemical RBC reactor, Thoera and sulfuricum were the dominant genera, enhanced denitrification rate by 27% under electrostatic field condition. Bioelectrochemical RBC system is a safe and efficient water quality management platform to remove nitrate from wastewater for recirculating purposes. Here's my references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpita, for your very impressive talk. So let's move to the next presentation. It is on bactericidal activity of marine brown algae, extract against biofilm forming pathogenic bacteria. The paper will be presented by Ms. N.I. Bamanwarachchi from the Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Bamanwarachchi, floor is yours.
Bacterial pathogenesis is the process of bacterial infection and cause diseases in hosts. Prevalence of bacterial diseases are not only a major burden on global healthcare system, but also resulting in huge negative impact on economy as well as social stability. This study reported the antibacterial activity of Sargassum crassifolium as one of the brown seaweeds towards both gram-positive and gram-negative pathogenic bacterial species. This presentation flows over introduction, materials and methods, results, and conclusion. Bacterial pathogenesis has become one of the major causes of diseases and the rate of mortality increase. To overcome the bacterial infection, several antibiotics have been discovered. However, due to the repeated exposure of high concentration of antibiotics over a long period results in the emergence of antibiotic-resistant bacterial species. The failure in the treatment was found due to the exhibition of multiple resistance mechanisms against the antimicrobial agent. Some pathogenic bacteria are highly tolerant to antimicrobial agents and they are responsible for the chronic infection. Hence, to combat bacterial infection, several alternative strategies have been developed. Marine organisms are considered as one of the potential sources of the diverse bioactive molecules against several biological activities. Among them, marine organisms like algae, coral, sponge, and actinomycetes become one of the potential sources for the isolation of bioactive compounds that may have effective bactericidal activities. Marine algae are an economically highly diverse group and have been exploited for the isolation of several secondary metabolites. There are two types of pathogenic bacteria, gram-positive bacteria and gram-negative bacteria. Staphylococcus aureus and Listeria monocytogenes are gram-positive bacteria. Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Escherichia coli are gram-negative bacteria. These all are responsible for the serious healthcare issues and mortalities. Sargassum cassifolium is a brown seaweed that belongs to the class Pheophyceae and order Phycales, locally forming extensive vegetation along the surf export margins. Along the coast area in southern coastal area of Sri Lanka, that epiliticon beach rock platform along the surf export margin just above low water and normally form extensive vegetation. The combinatorial applications of sub-MIC, that means minimum inhibitory concentration of antibiotics with the antimicrobial agents or extracts, becomes an alternative approach to treat the infections synergistically. They show in different mechanisms that's like showing in this figure. Object of this study is to restrain the drug-resistant ability of pathogenic bacteria that examine antibacterial activity of the extract of Sargassum cassifolium as concerning the bioactive compounds that they have. In this graphical abstract and this flowchart showed the experimental design. Sargassum cassifolium were collected from the algal platform located on the southern coast of Sri Lanka. The collected seaweed sample was identified with taxa. Then the collected specimens were cleaned with water to eliminate the chemical residues and some physical residues. The sample were kept for 1 week period drying under sunlight exposure. The finely grounded sample was extracted with ethanol for 3 times at 70 degrees Celsius for 3 hours in digital heating and styrene mantle. The collected solvent fractions were evaporated using rotary evaporator under vacuum pressure. The extracted crude ethanolic extract was resuspended in 10% ethanol and kept for overnight. The extract was fractionated sequentially according to the heliotropic series from left to extreme polar solutions like hexane, dichloromethane, ethyl acetate, butanol, and water. All bacteria strains were collected from Korean culture collection, and Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes, Pseudomonas aeruginosa were cultured and enriched aerobically at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours in triptych soy broth. But Escherichia coli was cultured and enriched in Bertani broth media. Antibacterial susceptibility assays. We conduct antibacterial susceptibility assays in different ways. The in vitro antibacterial activity of cooked extract and fractionations of Sargassum cassipolium was determined by disc diffusion and Brock microdilution assay according to the guidelines of clinical laboratory standards. Disc diffusion assay flows like this method, and Brock microdilution assay, the minimum inhibitory concentration is the lowest concentration of an antimicrobial agent that can inhibit the growth of a given strain of pathogen. The microbial dilution method was carried out to determine the minimum inhibitory concentration of extract in TSB. The minimum bactericidal concentration, the MBC assays was performed to evaluate the lowest concentration of drugs that reduce the cell viability of the initial bacterial inoculums by 99.9%. Assay for in vitro synergy. Synergy testing gives a better indication of the in vitro interaction of two antimicrobial agents apart from their activity as alone. We use 4 old-fashioned antibiotics: tetracycline, erythromycin, oxytetracycline, and streptomycin, and we used checkerboard method to evaluate the fractional inhibitory concentration assay, and we interpret the fractional inhibitory concentration indices as like that to whether they have in synergism or not. Gas chromatography mass spectroscopy analysis. The Sargassum cassipolium extract was dissolved in ethanol and the presence of bioactive molecules using gas chromatography mass spectroscopy analysis was analyzed. This is the treating method of the spectroscopy. Then we move to the results part, antibacterial susceptibility assay of the extract. First we move to the disc diffusion assay. Disc diffusion assay results of the ethanolic extract of Sargassum cassipolium and their and its different fractions. These are the values for the disc diffusion assay. And here this Eka plate represent the image of zone of inhibition against pathogen, 4 different pathogenic bacteria with 4 different concentration of ethanolic extract, and in here we use dimethyl sulfoxide as a negative control. Brock microdilution assay, minimum inhibitory concentration assay, that here you can see the minimum inhibitory concentration values. Then lowest minimum inhibitory concentration value showed for the ethyl acetate fraction on Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes, and on Escherichia coli. Here you can see the minimum bactericidal concentration values, ethyl acetate fractions, and ethanolic extract showed the same value, minimum value for the MBC value on Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes, Escherichia coli, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Apart of that, hexane fraction showed the same value on Listeria monocytogenes and on Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Here you can see the in vitro synergy assay. That means value of the fractional inhibitory concentration. Those indices are interpreted with the to see whether they have in synergism or not. In here, red color box, you can see oxytetracycline, tetracycline, and erythromycin showed the synergism on different pathogens like Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes, and E. coli. Here you can see the profile of gas chromatography mass spectroscopy analysis. The major components of ethanolic extracts were hexadecanoic acids, heptadecene acid, and fucosterol. Fucosterol is a characteristic sterol for Phaeophyceae. Here you can see each component with their composition and their chemical structure. When we move to the conclusion part, according to our research and our assays, we concluded our findings as Sargassum crassifolium has an ability as an antibacterial agent and can be developed by as a phytotherapeutic agent against pathogenic bacteria. These are the references, and thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Bomanuaraki. So let's move to the next presentation. It is on antioxidant capacity of the bioactive compounds recovered from sea urchin, Stomoniastis variolaris viscera using subcritical water hydrolysis. The paper will be presented by Mr. W.A.S. Chamikar, Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Mr. Chamikar, floor is yours.
Have a nice day to all of you. And today I'm going to present my research findings on the antioxidant capacity of the bioactive compounds recovered from sea urchin Stomoniastis variolaris using viscera using subcritical water hydrolysis. And this is my contents. And let's move to the introduction. Sea urchins belong to the phylum Echinodermata, and they are abundant in tropical and subtropical waters all around the world. And some sea urchin species has some edible gonads, and it is very popular in the Southeast Asian and Mediterranean countries as a high valuable food. And it's called as raw or uni in different cultures, and they are very expensive luxury food with high nutritional content. However, the gonad part is very less compared to the total body of the sea urchin, and therefore when during the processing, the shells, body fluids, internal organs are discarded as the waste. So this will lead to very big environmental problems as well as wasting of fisheries byproducts. So emerging literature showed extracting different compounds from different sea urchins using different body parts of them. And mainly polyphenols, flavonoids, proteins and polysaccharides were extracted from those different body parts, and those extracted compounds demonstrated antioxidant, antidiabetic, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer bioactivities. Also, most of those previous studies utilize conventional organic solvent-assisted extraction method to extract and recover those bioactive compounds. Subcritical water hydrolysis or subcritical water extraction is a green solvent and non-toxic, non-flammable, and it does not produce greenhouse gases as waste, and also it is economical compared to the conventional solvent extraction method. When considering subcritical water, it means the water between the temperature of 100 centigrades and 374 centigrades and the pressure between 0.1 megapascal to 22.1 megapascal. During this subcritical state of the water, the physical properties of water is changing, and it makes water a better solvent than the water in the normal room temperature. So when in the subcritical state, water decreases its density and also the dielectric constant, and it increased solubility of the water as same as the conventional solvents, and it will become an effective method of recovering nonpolar and polar bioactive compounds such as phenols, flavonoids, proteins, and polysaccharides compared to the conventional organic solvents. However, prior research on sea urchin material has not utilized this subcritical water hydrolysis for their extraction procedures. So, objective of this study was to extract and characterize the bioactive compounds from the viscera of the sea urchin Stomneustes virularis using subcritical water extraction. Here's my methodology. First, we imported sea urchin Stomneustes virularis from Sri Lanka to South Korea, and we separate the viscera of the sea urchins. In this viscera include the body fluid and the internal organs, and we first freeze dry this viscera, and then we powdered it and then we utilize it for the subcritical water extraction and the oxalate extraction. In the subcritical water extraction, we utilize 4 different temperatures: 110 centigrade, 150 centigrades, 190 centigrades, and 230 centigrades to check whether different temperature just effect on the bioactive compound recovery. And in the subcritical water extraction, we utilized 4 grams of powdered viscera, and we extracted it in the subcritical water extraction system for 15 minutes, and then the extracts was freeze dried, and the powder was utilized for the further analysis. And in the same manner, for the comparisons of oxalate extraction, we utilized 70% ethanol for 7 hours, and 4 grams of sample was extracted with this oxalate extraction, and then the extraction was concentrated using this rotary evaporator, and then the extract was used for the chemical analysis. In the chemical analysis, we utilized total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, total sugar content, and total protein content analysis method to analyze the chemical composition, and also in vitro bioactive characterization was done to identify the antioxidant capacity of the extract using ABTS radical scavenging activity assay and DPPH radical scavenging activity assays. This is the subcritical water extraction system that we utilize for our extraction procedure. And let's move to the results and discussion. Here you can see the extract obtained from oxalate extraction, and in this picture we are showing the extract obtained from subcritical water extraction in 4 different temperatures like 110, 150, 190 and 230. And these are the freeze-dried extracts obtained after the drying process of these liquid extracts. Then here I am showing the analysis of bioactive compounds from the various extracts that obtained from subcritical water hydrolysis and oxalate extraction. Here you can see that total phenolic content, that is milligram gallic acid equivalent to gram of dry weight of the sample. The highest value was showed in the 150 centigrade extracts and 190 centigrade extract, and all these subcritical water extracts show higher results than compared to the oxalate extract. In the total flavonoid composition, the highest value was recorded in 150 centigrade subcritical water extraction, and the total protein content showed highest result in the 150 centigrade extract as well in the subcritical water hydrolysis. Total sugar also showed the highest total sugar content in the subcritical water hydrolysis at 150 centigrades. And all these 4 components like total phenolic, total flavonoid, total protein and total sugars showed highest result at the 150 centigrade extract in subcritical water hydrolysis, and also all of the oxalate extract showed very less results compared to subcritical water hydrolysis. And when considering the bioactivities of the antioxidant capacity of this extract, the ABTS radical scavenging activity, the highest results showed in the subcritical water hydrolysis at 150 centigrades, and the lowest results showed in subcritical water hydrolysis in 100 centigrade extraction. And the DPPH radical scavenging activity, the highest results showed same as earlier, it showed in the 150 centigrade extraction, and the subcritical water hydrolysis extract showed higher results than to the oxalate extraction. And here the regression analysis showed that there is a significant correlation between the DPPA radical scavenging activity with the total phenolic composition and also with the total protein content. And here's our conclusion that the subcritical water extraction was able to recover more bioactive compound from sea urchins, Streptomyces spherularis, viscera than to the subcritical succulent extraction. And in addition, the in vitro antioxidant activity of subcritical water extracts were higher than those of succulent extract, and therefore subcritical water hydrolysis could be useful for the extraction of bioactive compounds from sea urchins, Streptomyces spherularis, for advanced applications in the food and pharmaceutical industries. And this is part of my thesis for my Master of Engineering in Food Science and Technology at the Pukem National University, South Korea. And this is a part of it, and our main completed study is published in the Food Chemistry Journal. And here we analyze more samples from the different body parts of the sea urchin and different bioactivities of that extracts using subcritical water hydrolysis, and we compared it with the conventional techniques. So we invited you to read our publications and share your thoughts with us. And also this is the first time of the world using subcritical water extraction technique into the sea urchin materials, and so now we are in the process of getting the patent for our findings. And these are my references. And also I would like to acknowledge the Future Fisheries Food Research Center, which is funded by Minister of Oceans and Fisheries Korea, which funded this research to conduct it. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, you are welcome for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chamikar, for sharing your valuable findings with us. So let's move to the next presentation. It is on growth and mortality of Decapterus macrosoma of Cochin Coast, India. The paper will be presented by Ms. A.U. Arun, St. Peter's College, Kerala, India. Ms. Arun, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. My paper is entitled as The Mortality of Decapterus macrosoma, Bleecker 1851 of Cochin Coast, India. Coming to the introduction, Decapterus macrosoma is one of the important species of Tarantulae family. They inhabit in various ecosystems such as coastal, estuarine, marine waters of tropical, subtropical and temperate regions, etc. This species is widely distributed across Cochin Coast. Due to indiscriminate fishing, there is a significant depletion in the stock of species. Hence, it is important to develop an appropriate strategy to preserve Decapterus macrosoma. The knowledge about growth and mortality of this species is very essential while developing strategies for its conservation. Decapterus macrosoma is otherwise known as short fin scad or slender mackerel scad. They are considered as carnivorous, pelagic as well as bottom feeders. It is used as both food as well as baiting purposes. Coming to the scientific classification, it's belonging to the kingdom Animalia, phylum Chordata, class Actinopterygii, order Carangiformes, family Carangidae, genus Decapterus, and species Macrosoma. Significance of age and growth study. The age and growth are very closely related parameters. Age gives an idea of the life activities of an animal in relation to its size and growth. With the growth, the fish attains age. Age data of fish populations gives information on growth rate, natural and fishing mortality, age at maturity and spawning, age composition of the exploited population. It provides an essential tools for the scientific interpretation of the fluctuations in the fish populations over space and time. It helped to formulate scientific and economic management policies for the conservation of fish stocks. Despite its fisheries importance in Kerala state, not much information is available on the aspect of growth and mortality. The length frequency analysis. The age and growth studies of fishes was first proposed by Peterson in 1895, who evolved a method for determining the age of fish from length frequency curves. The method is very good for younger fishes, that is in between 2 to 4 years of life. Length frequency distribution does not apply well to the fishes with prolonged breeding season. Aim and objective of the study. The aim of the study is to assess the growth and mortality of Decapterus macrosoma, maker 1851 of Cochin Coast, India. Objectives is to determine the growth and mortality parameters of macrosoma using length-based stock assessment. And second one is to analyze length frequency data of Decapterus macrosoma. Materials and methods. The experimental fishes were collected from Kalamuk Fish Landing Center. A total of 500 specimens ranging in size from 10.3 to 25 centimeter in total length and 10.24 gram to 114.42 gram were used. Length data were grouped into length classes having 2 centimeter class interval. Frequencies of length classes from the length data were tabulated. The total length was measured from the tip of snout to upper border lobe to the nearest millimeter and weighed to 0.5 accuracy. Growth was estimated for pooled population. For the growth progression, the own Bertalanffy growth formula was used. The simplest version of PBGF has the form LK is equal to L into 1 minus e raised to minus k into t minus t0, where LT is considered as the length of fish at age t. L is the average maximum length or asymptotic length or length at infinity. K is the measure of the growth rate, that is the rate at which fish is approached asymptotic length. T0 is the time or age at which length is 0. E is the exponential, that is equal to base of the natural logarithm. These parameters are obtained from created growth curve and from the maximum goodness of it or RM value. Growth parameters of the fishes were estimated by Elephant program of FISA2 software. Age length key was prepared by FISA2 software. Calculate different aspects based on the growth parameters are total mortality, natural mortality coefficient, fishing mortality, and exploitation ratio. Growth performance index was computed from FISA2 software also. Here log minus T0 is equal to minus 0.3922 minus 0.2752 log L 1.038 into log K. T0 is the theoretical age at length 0 and L is expressed in millimeter and K is expressed in monthly basis. The total mortality rate was estimated by using length converted catch curve analysis. Natural mortality was calculated using the equation of poles. The fishing mortality was taken as the difference between total mortality and natural mortality, that is F is equal to Z minus M. The exploitation ratio is equal to the fraction of death caused by fishing. The exploitation rate was obtained from the equation E is equal to F divided by Z, where Z is equal to F plus N. Then results and discussions. The first one is the estimation of age growth parameters. The VBG model for Decarterus macrosoma is LT is equal to 33 into 1 minus e raised to minus 0.320 into t plus 0.5053. The value of asymptotic length is 33 centimeter and the K value is equal to 0.32. The value of T0 is equal to 0.5053 from the Polish empirical relationship. The second category is the estimation of mortality rates by using length converted catch curves. Here the total mortality rate Z is equal to 2.68 e raised to minus 1. Natural mortality M is equal to 0.80 e raised to minus 1. Fishing mortality F is equal to 1.88 y raised to minus 1 and the exploitation rate E is equal to 0.70. These are the graphical output which shows the length, frequencies and featured VBG F graph and also catch curve analysis showing the mortality estimates. Coming to the discussion, the growth and mortality aspects of different species in the same genus exhibits various growth parameters and mortality rates. The difference in the value may be due to the difference in the type of fishing gears as well as the discontinuous availability of samples throughout the collection period. Decarterus macrosoma showed high mortality rates because it is a small pelagic fish and likely to be preyed by other fishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arun. So, now we are in the last presentation. It is on proximate composition of 4 different jellyfish species collected from Sri Lanka, and the paper will be presented by Ms. R.A.S.N. Ranasingha, Faculty of Applied Sciences, University of Sri Javardhanapura. Ms. Ranasingha, floor is yours.
I'm R.A.S.N. Ranasingha from University of Sri Javardhanapura. My presentation is based on the proximate compositions of 4 different jellyfish species collected from Sri Lanka. These are the contents of my presentation. First, let's see what are jellyfishes. Jellyfishes are free-floating gelatinous marine invertebrates. They belong to phylum Cnidaria, which is also known as Coelenterata. They are found in every ocean, both in shallow and deep water. Mostly, jellyfishes are notorious for containing venom-bearing nematocytes located in their tentacles that can cause painful stings. In figure 1, you can see the general anatomy of a jellyfish. There are 2 main parts of a jellyfish. The upper part is bell, which is also known as umbrella. Underneath the bell, there are several oral arms which aid in their prey capture and locomotion. Recently, many jellyfish species were found washed up on several beaches across the southern and western coast of Sri Lanka, and several people were hospitalized due to jellyfish stings. So this caused a negative impact on fishing and tourism in those areas. In figure 2, you can see a washed up blue bottle jellyfish in coast of Sri Lanka. And in figure 3, you can see a hand of a person that was stung by a jellyfish. Some jellyfish species are edible and have been consumed as a food in Asia, mainly in China, for thousands of years. It also has become a popular delicacy in the other parts of the world in recent years. So the significance of this study is, in Sri Lanka, there is a lack of data regarding jellyfish consumption, and it is mostly considered as a bycatch. Therefore, utilization of jellyfishes after value addition rather than discarding them as a bycatch could be practical. And also, it may generate more employment opportunities for people in coastal areas. So the objective of this study was to analyze the proximate compositions of 4 different jellyfish species collected from the southern and the western coasts of Sri Lanka in order to determine their nutrition potential with the aim of assessing their applicability in the food industry. Now let's move on to the materials and methods section. In this map, you can clearly see the sample collection sites in red color circles. Jellyfish Acrometus flagellatus and Acrometus maculosus samples were collected from Negombo, while Chiropsalmus species and Cyania capillata samples were collected from Galle and Tangol, respectively. The collected jellyfish samples were immediately transported to the Department of Food Science and Technology of University of Sri Jayawardhanapura in ice. There, they were cleaned with water and stored in freezing conditions. And the collected jellyfish species were identified by the Department of Zoology of University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, mainly through morphological observations. Here in figure 5, you can see jellyfish Acrometus flagellatus samples that were collected from Negombo. This is jellyfish Acrometus maculosus, which was also collected from Negombo. And this is jellyfish Chiropsalmus species that were collected from Galle. And figure 8 shows you jellyfish Cyania capillata samples that were collected from Tangol. First, the moisture content of fresh jellyfishes were analyzed, and then the whole body of jellyfish was freeze-dried, and then the freeze-dried jellyfishes were ground into a homogeneous powder, and that was used for the determination of total fat, ash, and crude protein contents. The proximate compositions of all jellyfishes were analyzed according to the methods of AOAC with slight modifications. In table 2, you can see the AOAC methods used for the proximate analysis, and moisture content was determined using Owen-Ryan method, while Majoina acid hydrolysis method was used for the analysis of total fat content, and ash and crude protein contents were determined using furnace conversion and automated gel-dahl methods respectively. When calculating the total crude protein content, a conversion factor of 5.8 was used. All analyses were replicated, and one-way ANOVA was used to test the significance of each variable at 0.05 level of significance. And the statistical analysis was performed using Minitab statistical software. Now let's move on to the results and discussion. The moisture contents were significantly different among different jellyfish species. Also, the moisture contents of all 4 jellyfish species were greater than 95%. You can clearly see that on this graph. And the highest moisture content was reported in Chiropsalmus species, which was 98.11%, while the lowest value was recorded for Cyania capillata, which was about 96%. Now let's see the total fat contents of jellyfish. The total fat content of different jellyfish species were significantly different except for the 2 Acrometus species. The highest total fat content was reported in Cyania capillata, which was 2.23%, and the lowest fat content, which was 0.8%, was reported in Acrometus maculosus. Now let's move on to the crude protein content. The crude protein contents of the 4 jellyfish species were significantly different from each other. And this study revealed the highest protein content in Chiropsalmus species, which was about 39%, and the lowest protein content was reported in Acrometus maculosus, which was 11.49%. In this graph, you can clearly see the protein content of Chiropsalmus species was more than 3 times higher than that of Acrometus species, and also In Cyania capillata, the protein content was about half of the Chiropsalmon species. The ash contents were significantly different in different jellyfish species. However, the ash content of Cyania capillata was not significantly different from the two Acrometus species. The highest ash content was reported in Acrometus flagellatus, which was 58.98%, while the lowest ash content was reported in Chiropsalmon species. It was about 37.21%. So, from the findings of this study, we can conclude that the proximate compositions of the 4 different jellyfish species were significantly different, and the jellyfish body mainly consists of water. And of the dry matter, ash content was the highest, followed by crude protein, except for the Chiropsalmon species, which contained a higher crude protein content compared to their ash content. Also, the total fat content of all 4 jellyfish species were minute compared to the other constituents, and this suggests their potential applications in food industry for the development of low-calorie nutritious foods. And in this study, we collected samples only from the western and southern coast of Sri Lanka. So it is better to investigate more jellyfish species found in northern and eastern coasts of Sri Lanka for their edibility and nutritional value. Also, we can investigate the bioactive properties of jellyfishes found in Sri Lanka. And also we can experiment on potential novel jellyfish processing technologies in order to promote their utilization within the country. By that, we can make the use of the increase in jellyfish blooms for the benefit of humankind. This is like turning the threat of increasing jellyfish populations into an opportunity. So this work was supported by University Research Grants of University of Sri Jayewardenepura. These are my references. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranasingha. So now we are moving to the question and answering session. If you have any questions or if you need any clarification, please use our chat line, or you can use your raise hand option. So I would like to invite Dr. Champa Amarisingha, session coordinator, to start the question and answering session.
Yeah, actually we have only one.
Excuse me, Dr. Chamari, I'm here.
Yeah.
I have sent a few questions that
I
have received.
Okay, I will start.
To your,
yeah, it is in my chat box. Okay, I will start.
Yeah.
Okay, we received some questions. So I would like to raise, the first question is from Dr. Pathirana. First question is to Dr. Pathirana. So the question is, have you compared the microbiome from wild versus aquarium?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chamari. I think the question was from Dr. Fairos. Again, thank you, Dr. Fairos, for the question. No, we didn't compare the oyster microbiome with their microenvironment in this study, because the objective of this study was actually to compare the methods, the tissue types and the laboratory methods that we use to get the accurate composition of the microbiome. But in the last OCU Symposium, I don't know whether you can remember, I presented one study where we looked at the oyster microbiome and how it changed with their environment. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pathirana. So the next question goes to Dr. Pushpita. Yeah, it is. The question is on the bioelectrochemical hydrogenotrophic denitrification in a rotating biological contractor recirculating aquaculture system. The question is, yeah, what are the future applications of this the proposed method? The question is asking especially related to Sri Lankan context. So what are the future applications of the bioelectrochemical hydrogenotrophic denitrification in a rotating biological contractor in Sri Lanka?
Thank you, Dr. Chamari, for raising the question. And actually, we designed this system to address the issue of nitrate accumulation in RAS. During my research, we experienced how safe and efficient handling of hydrogen in the system. So we can use this system for aquariums and garden ponds to prevent green water and access the algal growth. And also we can scale up this system very easily to apply for other industrial applications.
Will it be cost effective?
Yes, sure.
Okay. And the other thing, can we use this technique to treat saline aquaculture wastewater?
Sorry?
Can we use this technique to treat saline aquaculture wastewater?
Yes, the next step actually with our next research with the saline water. This is actually we could test only with the fresh water. So next step is our to actually for marine aquariums we are going to practice this actually in our next research.
Okay, thank you very much. Right,
Okay,
the next question goes to Miss A.U. Arun. Yeah, you mentioned that the exploitation rate was 0.7. So this indicates that this fish stock, that means Decapterus macrosoma, is heavily exploited. So then, yeah, heavily exploited in coastal waters of India. So what you are suggesting? What you are suggesting to manage or manage this highly depleted fish stock? Miss Arun, can you hear me? Miss Arun? Hello, Miss Arun, can you hear me? Okay, I will move to the next question. The question goes to Mr. W.S. Tamika. So, in compared to other waste parts of sea urchin processing, such as shells and spines, viscera is also less. Why you select viscera to extract bioactive compounds using subcritical wastewater hydrolysis? The question goes to Mr. Chamika.
Yes, in compared to the other body part, actually the viscera is very small, but the thing is, as sea urchins are grazers, they grazing a lot of algae and lot of marine food things. So those things having a lot of bioactive compounds, and the secondary metabolites of them may have a lot of bioactivities, and also the blood and other body fluids also including into the in this intention, we utilize the viscera to extract bioactive compounds because it may contain a lot of proteins, polysaccharides, and phenolic compounds due to those sources. That's why we utilize viscera for that extraction.
Do you think that if you collect samples from different coastal regions, so you will find different results? If you collect samples from different coastal areas, what will happen to your finding? Will it be different or will it be same?
Actually, we in this research we only get this. We export samples from Sri Lanka to South Korea. I conducted this research in South Korea, so we have to do some future research to identify whether with the ecological conditions of the fisher areas of the different areas of the country, and if there is any effect for these metabolites in the body fluids or any body part.
Yeah, you mentioned that as they are grazing animals, so you mentioned that bioactive compounds may vary with their feeding habits. So that's why I asked this question.
Maybe it can be happening.
Yeah, that's why I asked this question. So I have a small questions to Miss Amarisingha. Jellyfish thing. So yeah, you know that the most most of jellyfish, they reported higher ash content. Any reason for this? You mentioned that most of jellyfish, when analyze the proximate composition of jellyfish, you mentioned that most of the I think 3 out of 4, they reported much higher ash content compared to the other like I mean the protein, lipid, and yeah. Why this? Any explanation for this observation? Why they are having much higher ash content than the?
Thank you, madam, for the question. And I think because they live in the sea, and also there are higher ash content in seawater. So their body composition is about 95% is water, and through osmosis, through their body membranes, there is interchange between their body and seawater. So I think it may be due to the higher mineral content in seawater.
Right, thank you. So when you extract, I mean, when you prepare samples for proximate composition, did you use whole sample or different parts of jellyfish?
Whole body, madam. The whole body of jellyfish, both umbrella and oral arms, were freeze-dried together.
Okay, including gonads, right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, you know that jellyfish contain toxin, and yeah. So do you have any idea about the toxicity of jellyfish that you use? Are they toxic one, or do you have any idea about the toxicity status of the jellyfish you use?
Yes, madam. Jellyfishes in Acrometus genus is not actually toxic. So we can touch them by our bare hands. And also, but in the third species, that Chiropsalmus species, is toxic. And the Cyania has mild stings. So the toxic species is here Chiropsalmus species.
Okay, because I asked this question because you know that the toxin again, they are protein, right? So when you try to utilize the protein extract from these toxic species, sometimes it will badly affect. And how about the seasonality? Do you have any idea about the seasonality of and the availability of these 4 species?
Yes, madam.
Are they
so Yes, actually, they are not available in rainy seasons. So, and here in season also, they are not available. But in December, we can, most of the times, December, and also March, mid-March, and also July. So, it depends on the rain.
They are forming blooms, right? You can collect large amount during this period to extract protein and the other components. So I want to ask that the availability is sufficient for you to get sufficient extract.
Yes, madam. In both here, when we consider that Acrometer species, it is available in most of the time of the year. So I collected them from Nigambu. So when I search, they are almost available except for few months, few rainy months. But that Cyanea is available mostly in December. But that Chiropsalmus species is I collected them in July last year. So they are not much available compared to the other species.
Okay, right. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there is one question. This question goes to Miss Indika. What is the importance of combinatorial application of natural extracts of purified bioactive compounds with commercially available antibiotics?
Thank you, Dr. Chamari.
Yeah.
Due to the overuse or misuse and repeat exposure, it says to develop antibiotic resistance. And also each antibiotic have a special targeting mechanism, like maybe cell wall destruction or change in permeability, like that. But naturally extract or purified bioactive compounds, they have in a broad array of antibacterial activity mechanism. Then the combinatorial application, it's tend to use sub-minimum inhibitory concentration of use of antibiotics. Then it causes to minimize the resistant development of the pathogenic bacteria.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions or any clarifications?
Dr. Chamari, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I have a small question from Mrs. Indika Bamunuarachi.
Yes.
Yeah. Indika, congratulations once again for your comprehensive study. And I see that you have identified 21 bioactive compounds from brown algae. So
Yeah.
I'm curious to know, have you started any work to proceed this? I mean, now that you have identified the antibacterial activity, are you doing anything to go for the commercial level, which is something very important?
Yeah, now thank you, Dr. Erandi. Now this is the part of our study. We are doing that those things, and also we try to modify then its application of nanotechnology. That means some purified bioactive compounds that combining with nano compounds. That means maybe gold nanoparticles or silver nanoparticles. Then it's going on now in the research level.
Yeah, thank you, Indika, and we are looking forward to see these commercial products because we are in a dangerous situation with antibiotic resistance. Good luck with your work.
Thank you, Dr. Randi.
Any more questions, clarifications from the audience? Yeah, if you don't have any questions or clarifications, so we can wind up this session. So before winding up the session, I would like to thank all the presenters for their valuable scientific findings. Actually, we need a new scientific knowledge and invention to build up this nation. And your valuable contributions are greatly appreciated, and I wish you all the best for your future endeavors. And I would like to thank the audience. You make this session very productive, making very fruitful discussion. And thanks Dr. Champa, our co-chair, and Dr. Vikramasinghe, our rapporteur in this session. And finally, I would like to thank organizing committee of the third Research Symposium of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka for inviting me to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chamari Dissanayake, for chairing the session. And thank you, Dr. Champa Amarisingha and Dr. Lanka Vikramasinghe for the support given. After this, we will have our third session for the day, which is Coastal and Marine Environment, which is chaired by Dr. A.A.D. Amaratunga. For the session, co-chair will be Mr. Upashantha Kumara, while the rapporteur will be Ms. Shamali Ratnasuri. Dr. Amaratunga is a senior researcher affiliated with the National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency, holds a BSc in Agriculture and from University of Peradeniya, MSc in Environment and Forestry from University of Peradeniya, and a PhD in Environmental Engineering from Japan. He has more than 15 years of demonstrated experience and a sound knowledge in water science, environment, and environmental pollution. Dr. Amaratunga, the floor is yours.
Thank you for nice introduction. Thank you for nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third technical session on coastal and marine environment. So first, I would like to say this is a very important theme when we consider the Sri Lankan context as well. So let's move on to the presentation. First, presentation on sample size requirement for evaluating length frequency distribution of reef fishes from stereo BRUVS. Presenting author is Mr. Veeraratna from Institute of Marine and Arctic Studies, University of Tasmania and Ocean Swells Organization. Floor is over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Chiran Veeraratna. Topic of today's talk is sample size requirements for evaluating length frequency distributions of reef fishes from stereo browse. I did this study as my master's research project in University of Tasmania. This work was supported by FRDC and the National Environmental Science Program's Marine Biodiversity Hub. So there's a full paper publication at Ecological Indicators. You can see the reference for that. Throughout the presentation, I'm talking about a sample size. So what is a sample size? Sample size is an adequate number of individuals needed to reliably characterize the length frequency distribution of a population. You know, fish populations undergo many stresses such as fishing pressure and climate change, and they have negative impact on their populations as well as the individual body lengths. So to conserve them and manage those populations, we need to get their size class structure information, and to do that, we need to get an adequate sample size. To get this information, there are multiple methods, and we can simply divide them into two. First one is extractive methods. As you can see the left-hand side pictures, they are mainly fishing gear related methods, and they are destructive but are commonly practiced in countries like Sri Lanka. On the right-hand side, we have the other method, non-extractive methods. They are underwater visual sensors and autonomous underwater video, kind of like underwater videography related method, and baited remote underwater videos are also comes under this category. So here you can see a typical stereo browse setup where we have a bait bag attached to a bait arm and we have 2 cameras. The other browse setup is monobrow where you have only 1 camera. So having 2 cameras, you can get a 3D image which allows you to get length measurements of the individuals you see in the footage. So why browse are special? Browse can be deployed in any weather condition and can deploy it in greater depth where scuba divers cannot go. So they are known as a robust method, and it is cost effective than having divers underwater or having an autonomous underwater vehicle or a remotely operated underwater vehicle underwater. And this method is non-destructive, so you're not harming the habitat or any individual you're recording, and it is easy to replicate. So because of these reasons, stereo browse are now a go-to method in marine park monitoring. So aims of this studies are, first one is to assess the number of length measurements required from stereo browse to precisely describe demersal fish populations. And second one is to calculate how many stereo brow drops would be needed to achieve that. So in simply, when you are conducting monitoring work using stereo browse, we are going to tell you how many number of length measurements you need for a species and how many brow drops would get you there. This is the study site. Temperate Australia, Tasmania was our study site, and here you can see in grey dots where we collected brow samples. And these locations include 4 marine parks in the east coast and southern coast. So we managed to take 251 stereo brow deployments over a period of 2012 to 2015. So one deployment means 1 hour of footage. So we managed to collect these 251 stereo browse samples in many depths, such as from 20 to 200 meters, which included kelp beds and marine sponge-dominated reefs. This is an example of a footage. Actually, you only can see the right hand camera. So you can see fishes attract to the bait, and you might wonder, how are we gonna get the length measurements? To do that, we use an instant called maxen, where we get the maximum number of individuals per species per video. So we have to go through the 1 hour footage and see where we have the highest number of individuals per species. So all the annotations and measurements were done using event measure stereo. So I will show you what the user interface look like. Here you can see normal sample, how it looks like. So in this occasion, this is annotated. You can see the name tags on the fish. So on the left hand side of the left hand footage, and here you have right hand footage. And in this maxen instance, we have 112 Lepidoptera individuals. So this is the instance we consider for length measurements. You can see an example length measurements taken. Here this individual is 270 millimeters in length, and the precision is 1.4 millimeters. So I managed to take around 8,000 length measurements like this. They fell under 92 species, but we only took 22 species into the statistical analysis based on their importance to the fishery. So we adopted a resampling method developed by Schultz et al. 2016. So basically, from the original pool of data we get, we created subsamples, and from those subsamples, 1,000 iterations were generated to calculate estimated MAD, mean absolute difference, and compute the 95th percentile for each 3 size class intervals, 10, 30, and 50, which is the common bin classes used for reef fish monitoring. And all the statistics were performed using RStudio. And here you can see the results, 22 plots for 22 different species. Don't worry about this. I'll walk you through the couple. And for the draft board chart, in the y-axis you have the mean absolute difference, and the x-axis you have the number of length measurements needed. And this blue line is the 5% MAD value, MAD value. And here in the shaded lines, you have the upper 95th percentile MAD value. So where the blue line crosses with this upper 95th percentile is where you get the number of length measurements needed for each bin class. For an example, around 35 for 10 millimeter one, around 75 for 30 millimeter, and around 105 for 50 millimeter. So same with the ocean perch, you can see around 60 for 10 millimeter bin class and 115 and 125 respectively for 30 and 50 millimeter bin class. So we are putting that in data into a table. Under this yellow box, you can see the data we extracted from the plot. And here under the green box, you can see the number of prow deployments you need to get that. So these species, jackass, morwong, smooth ledger jacket, they usually appear in schools, hence they have the highest mean max and per drop. So because of that, even though the number of length measurements required is around 100, you only need 20 to 50 prow deployments to get that lower number of prow deployments. But when comparing with the loner species, which rarely appears on screen, hence they have the least mean max and per drop number. Even though their desired number of length measurements also around 100, you need more than 1,000 prow deployments, which is very high in order to capture the length frequency data precisely. So you can see the number of prow deployments you need varies according to the species. But as a general recommendation for reef monitoring activities, in this study, we recommend around 60 measurements for 10 millimeter bin class, which can be achieved through 430 prow drops, and 100 measurements for 30 millimeter bin class, which can be achieved from 680 prow drops, and 120 measurements for 50 millimeter bin class, which can be achieved from 730. If you look at the literature, you can see that this study is in partial agreements with these previous studies, where they have also mentioned that around 100 measurements is what you need to precisely describe a population. But they were all focused on the freshwater species. This is one of the few work to apply for marine context, and this is the first one to focus on stereo prows in the published literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veeraratne. If you have any questions or comments, you can use our chat line. End of these presentations, we will have a 15 minutes question and answer session. So in that question and answer session, we will look at all these your comments and questions. Okay, now let's move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is on understanding the natural variability of the beach stretch from Mount Lavinia to Wellawatte for long-term management of local coastline. Presenting author is Ms. Jamel from Ocean Wells organization in Sri Lanka. So, Ms. Jamel, over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Hafsa and I'm a research assistant at OCUSL. And first I would like to thank all the collaborators, the reviewers and the organizers at the Ocean University Research Symposium for giving me this opportunity to present the research titled Understanding the Natural Variability of the Beach from Mount Lavinia to Wellawatte for Long-Term Management of Local Coastlines. I would also like to extend our thanks to the Bezos Family Foundation for funding the work. And not forgetting all the volunteers, the citizen scientists who contributed their time and effort to this project. Some of you all might even be sitting in the audience today, or you might see some familiar faces. Not all the pictures were included over here, as there were just over 50 volunteers on the project, and we couldn't fit it all into one slide. But to begin the presentation, I wanted to ask the question, what is natural variability? We know that all coastlines across the world changes during certain seasons. For example, a beach can shrink during the winter time, and then it can also get wider or grow during the summertime. Sri Lanka being an island nation, we wanted to see how our coastlines shifted in size during the 4 monsoons. The 4 monsoons that Sri Lanka experiences are the northeast monsoons between December to February, the first intermonsoon period in March and April, the southwest monsoon between May to September, and the second intermonsoon period between October and November. The hypothesis of the study was that during the northeast monsoon, the beach from Mount Ravine to Vadlavata would be widest, while during the southwest monsoon, it would be narrower. And this hypothesis was developed because during the northeast monsoons, the winds come in from the northeast of the country, which means that sediment gets pushed down towards where the survey site was, which was somewhere over here. And therefore, when the winds and the currents change direction, we see the beaches on the west coast growing in size. However, the opposite happens during the southwest monsoons, when the winds change from the southwest of the country and the currents also move in that direction. And this means that there is more erosion along the beach stretch. The objectives of the study was to capture the natural variability of a public beach stretch on the west coast of Sri Lanka, and also to provide baseline data for bettering long-term planning and management of local coastlines. The survey site, which we can see over here, is between Mount Ravine, where the hotel is, and it goes through Dehiwala and ends up in Vadlavata at Kinross. So initially, how we included points was 500 meters apart on Google Earth. And then we went in and included additional points, such as point number 7, to understand how offshore structures in those certain areas also influence sand transportation. The surveys were conducted between the 18th of June and the 16th of August. So there were 28 surveys conducted during that time span. The surveys are still going on, and it is set to be completed in December. But we analyzed the data between this period for the Research Symposium. The average width at each site was then calculated within the season, and then all those averages were then compared between each season. Since the survey time was also in the middle of COVID, we had some COVID-19 restrictions that we had to abide by, and during May 2021, on the onset of the second wave, we could only measure at 5 sites, and during June 2021, there was a lockdown, so no measurements were taken. Over here, we can see how measurements were done or conducted. And what happened was that on the first survey, we went to the beach and we identified landmarks, permanent landmarks that were unmovable. And then we kept going back to those landmarks over and over again at each survey. So we can see a volunteer standing at one of our landmarks, which is an upturned boat. And then from there, she's looking into a compass and giving a direction. So that direction was also maintained during each survey to make sure that the lead researcher would measure in the same direction every single time. The lead researcher is walking into the water over there, and they would walk into a point where their ankles were completely submerged. So like between each survey, that point, the shoreline point would change. And that was how we knew if a beach was getting wider or getting narrower. Another volunteer would log in all the beach measurements on a data sheet, while another would take down the GPS points where we stopped during each measurement to make sure that we were measuring at the same place every single time. So after all these measurements were done and it was logged into, and all the data was logged back in, What we can see over here is a little a representation of what the averages look like between each season. So the red line is, it shows the averages during the southwest monsoon in 2020. The yellow line shows the second inter-monsoon season. The green shows the northwest monsoon. The blue, these are the 5 points that we could only measure in during May 2021. And the southwest monsoon is in pink over here. Since we have been measuring for over a year, or at least we compare the data for over a year, we were able to also look at an inter-annual comparison that was between 2 southwest monsoons, the first in 2020 and the second in 2021. What we can see is that from points 1 to 4, there has been a decrease in the average width of the beach. And this was really interesting because these 4 points in Mount Lavinia are exactly where the beach nitrogen project was taken place. The beach nitrogen project was done in May 2020, and it was set as a structural response to erosion. So over here, what we can see is that this was this is Dr. Asha standing at the same place, and within a course of 2 weeks, we can see all the excess sand that was dumped on the beach was eroding into the water. Another interesting observation is that when we look at a map of Mount Lavinia, what we can see is that there is a headland point. We have the reef that runs parallel to the beach stretch, and then there's this offshore rock. We wanted to also observe and see how an offshore structure can influence sand transportation. So additional points are placed along that area. And when we go back to the results, this area was where those additional points lie opposite the offshore rock. And when we look at it a little closer, what we can tell is that there is more variation at the offshore structure than there is at any other point of the beach. In conclusion, one observation that we had was that the beach was much wider at the south end towards Mount Lavinia and then got narrower as we moved towards Valavata. There is a difference in interannual trends between the 2 southwest monsoons recorded in 2020 and 2021. However, further research is required to really understand further typical interannual trends. Offshore structures do have an influence on sand transportation during the seasons, and we can see that we see a bigger variation in that at those specific sites. And as we hypothesized, the beach was its widest during the northeast monsoon, while during the southwest monsoon, it did show narrower beaches. And finally, all this baseline data can be used for structural responses if erosion or an eroding coastline is observed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hafsa. Let's move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is on optimizing ecosystem restoration and mangrove conservation with phytosociology, ecology synergy. Presenting author is Ms. Ahalya Arunachalam, Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Ahalya, over to you.
I'm Ahalya. First of all, thank you to the Ocean University of Sri Lanka for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on the topic Optimizing Ecosystem Restoration and Mangrove Conservation with Phytosociology, Ecology Synergy. I have divided my talk into the following sections covering research background, methodology, followed by results and key takeaways from the presentation. I hope to consider the main issues of the study and be specific to the point. In order to understand what this presentation is about, we need to understand what are mangroves and why they are being celebrated. So these vast and entangled mangrove forests are one of the world's most diversified ecosystems. They have rich biodiversity and are extremely tolerant to salinity. They act as nurseries for fish, rookeries for myriad birds, and rich feeding grounds for creatures ranging from crabs to crocodiles to tigers. Mangroves are crucial in protecting coastlines from erosion, storm surges, and other natural disasters, providing communities with resources like food and firewood, plus other ecosystem services. Mangroves are also one of the biosphere's most effective carbon sinks. Despite their importance and utility, mangrove forests are declining worldwide due to multiple challenges ranging from climate change to coastal development and other anthropogenic factors. The rate of loss is slowing down though, except in Asia, where there has been a massive increase in deforestation over the past 30 years. Sri Lanka, not an exception to this, have a present mangrove cover of 197.16 square kilometers of narrow patches. Still, unfortunately, it has a deforestation rate of 0.568% per annum, which is an alarming rate for a small country like Sri Lanka. In order to sustain benefits derived from these ecosystems for people and nature, these ecosystems should be conserved, saved, well protected, and restored whenever and wherever necessary in an ecologically sound manner. So even though restoration is a viable option, it is not as easy as possible. Mangrove restoration projects have some of the highest failures around the world. Adaptable as mangroves may be, straddling between the land and sea is uniquely stressful. Misguided restoration efforts, planting wrong species in the wrong places, in the wrong densities, pushes these stress levels further to the breaking point. Effective mangrove restoration depends on landscape complexity, ecosystem dynamics, and spatial connectivity, addressing their structure and function. Considering these in the mind, we try to identify the present ecological and phytosociological linkage and to understand how it is varying with different environmental parameters and to give sort of a background for the upcoming restoration ecologists on how things have to be done in Sri Lanka. In doing so, we selected 8 mangrove forests around the country to give national and climatic representation. Research was conducted in 6 selected stations in each site at the month of December 2019. Mangrove sites were chosen based on accessibility and previously reported mangrove diversity. For phytosociology assessment, we laid 10-meter line transects across the waterland gradient, which was used for taxonomy, DBH measurement, and enumeration of mangrove plants. For the ecological assessment, we retracted subsurface water samples from the adjacent lagoons or estuaries to test for their edaphic variables. The results shows a significant difference between the sites in terms of relative abundance. We identified a heterogeneous mix of mangrove species in sites dominated by Avicennia marina, Rhizophora micronata, Avicennia officinalis, Bruguera cylindrica, Exokeria indica, and Solvatia alba. The stocking of the mangrove forest within the sites were dominated by overstory trees mostly. The number of species of mangroves and tree density were relatively high in Chilau, Rakova, followed by Nigambu, where the former 2 represents intermediate zones and the latter the wet zone. This shows their capability to the ecological characteristics being a tool to support such a wide range and diversified mangrove assemblages. On restoration point of view, they would provide a higher chance of survival of diverse mangrove species as well as when stocked in high numbers. Hierarchical clustering based on breaker dissimilarity with 50% test value showed a climatic zone favorability by the mangrove communities for using 3 groups with ANOSIM value of 68.8% similarity. The scattering was quite narrow except for the group 1 as shown in the non-metric multidimensional scaling figure. The distribution of mangrove community in the Sri Lankan coast reflected spatial differences. The structural attributes and ecological aspects tended to show a spatial dissimilarity tested by Kermanova with fixed factors, location, and climatic zone. Yet there was no interaction between the factors observed. Significant dispersion between the factors were detected by PERM-DISP test in terms of taxon diversity for both test factors. This phenomenon might be attributed to heterogeneous variation in taxonomic diversity among the sites rather than the real effect. So yet there was no significant relationship between the sites and the climatic zone as well. A distance-based redundancy analysis was performed to apprehend the relationship between the community structure and the environmental parameters tested in the present study. The test model confirmed that the mangrove assemblages were correlated specifically with particular environmental variables. The first and the second axis were plotted in this scatter plot to understand the variability of community structure in mangroves. So the first axis shows 40.9% of dissimilarity, while second axis shows 26.1%, and collectively these first two axes represents 67% of the total variability in community structure. Primarily, the first axis was explaining salinity, while the second axis was explaining dissolved oxygen and precipitation. To further scrutinize and understand the trend of ecological relationships, the tested values, particular axis values of the DBRDA, the RDA values, were plotted against canonical analysis of principal coordinates, or the CAP test was performed. Dissolved oxygen and salinity clearly changed the floristic structure along the canonical gradients. On the other hand, tree density and taxonomic index had a significant relationship with community structure. Overall, the results indicate that phytosociology and ecology have a prominent influence on the mangrove distribution, diversity, and abundance across the site. However, the relationships showed here have their own characteristics for each mangrove area, which are site-specific. Compared to the other site variations, in Reykjavik, Chilau, and Nigambu were highly correlated and widely distributed in terms of all the test variables. At the other sites, the correlation distribution was very relatively weak and concentrated. So based on the findings and our field experiences, we are proposing restoration recommendations under criteria of site selection, species choice, to use phytosociology, ecology linkage together, and to finally practice reforestation than afforestation. This would be further extended with facts like community partnership, post-care practices, as well as effective monitoring systems, as well to make the restoration an utter success. As we are talking here, hundreds of mangroves are being cut down for very many reasons in our coastline. So it is our responsibility to act now to sustain them, to save them, and to restore these incredibly amazing coastal ecosystems. With that, I will conclude my presentation. So thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Ahalya. Next presentation on contamination of microplastic in cultured seaweed of Kappa north and northwest coast of Sri Lanka. The presenting author is Mr. ARWMMR Chaturanga, Department of Coastal and Marine Resource Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Mr. Chaturanga, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to present about my extended abstract. Topic is contamination of microplastic in cultured seaweed, Kappa alvarezi, north and northwest coast of Sri Lanka. So first, I move to my introduction part of my research. Actually, plastic particles that are less than 5 millimeters are commonly we can see microplastic. So, microplastic have been reported to attach to the marine microbiome, which act as the vector for microplastic transfer to the marine food web, and also seaweeds or microalgae are plant-like organisms that generally live attached to the rock or other hard substrate in coastal area. In Sri Lanka, 300 species belonging to the different families have been identified. That mainly cultured species, that is Phycocellus and Pichuma spinosum, mainly for export purposes. So next I move to the my main objective in my research. To quantify the contamination of microplastic in Phycocellus alesi through dry processing stages. So next I move to my methodology of the research. First, you can see this figure, that is my study area of my research. You can see Nainathivvu and Pallikuda selected in Jaffna district, and also Kiranchi, Vallepadu, Nochonai I selected in Kirnochi district, and finally I selected Vankala, Lavatura in Mana district. So you can see my methodology, that is process of microplastic analysis in series. Actually, I sample cutted were handpicked from the sites from 30th September to 22nd of December 2020. So, according to my research, I divided the microplastic as two groups. That is, large plastic, I take 1 millimeter to 300 micrometers, and secondly, less than 300 micrometers as small microplastic. First, I did the density separations. For density separation, I take 50 grams seaweed subsample and cut in large particle and use sodium chloride solution for the divided, suspended and plastic substances. So next, need the removal of organic matter. For I use peroxide oxidation for the removed organic matter. Next, I fill weighting of microplastic for extract the large microplastic. Digested sample was transferred through against severe plate and extracted. And finally, I determination of microplastic using microscopic analysis. Same as I the different step for take the small microplastics, such as first density separation. For the remaining water, kept the combined supernatant for few hours for the settlement of the suspended fine particle. After that, the suspended was transferred, and also again removal of organic matter, peroxide oxidation. Finally, I filter in and determination using microscopic analysis. So next, I move to the. So you can see my analytical microplastic particle. You can see fiber particles, fragments, and form. So next, I move to the results of my research. First figure, you can see abundance of total microplastic and two size classes of microplastic in studied site. According to my results, you can see the all of the microplastic, I mean small and large microplastic, mostly abundant in Pallikuda and Kiranchi seaweed site, and also the lowest abundance of all microplastic. You can see I I could found and one color seaweed. So next figure shown as the composition analysis of safe category between sites. So next pie chart you see small microplastic, second one is large microplastic, and third one total microplastic. The first small microplastic you can fiber is most dominant, and also large microplastic fiber is most dominant. You can see SPA is only large microplastic can found in category of large microplastics. So next figure shown as question analysis of safe category in total microplastic sites. When we consider about the percentage of our of microplastics within sites, you can see the fiber is most dominant and all the sites have the fiber particles. But you can see sphere is we can found only one site, that is Pallicuda seaweed sites. So next figure shown as the abundance of 5 shape of microplastic in studied site. So according to these figures, you can see the 5 form and fragment, that is all 5 shape of large microplastic. We can find all the sites, but SPA is lowest abundance of the microplastics in the sites. Next, I move to my discussion part of my research. So the highest microplastic dry seaweed was observed Pallicuda seaweed, Pallicuda and Kiranchi seaweed site. And also the lowest concentration of microplastic was observed at the sample space of 1 color. So composition consists of 5 types of shape categories in microplastic. Revolved that is studied seaweed cultured site are dominated by fiber, that is 69.93%, form 10.47%, and fragment 30.85%. And also the highest number of fiber found in Pallicuda, highest number of form found in Olipadu, and highest number of fragment found in Silavatura sites. So finally, I move to my conclusion and recommendations part. So this study focused on microplastic contamination in dried seaweed of Amarisingha alvasi in northwest coast in Sri Lanka. The main primary material type of analyzed microplastic are fragment and fiber. So the highest abundance of microplastic may associated with inland and marine-based industries and seaweed handling and fisheries activities. According to the results of the study, there may be a relationship between microplastic and fishing-related activities. Finally, current and wave pattern of selected sites that included to the study area is a predictor for microplastic abundance, but there are some parameters that might affect accumulation of microplastic in the seaweed via coastal environment. So I refer these sources for my research and that contributions. So thank you for your kind cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturanga. If you have any question or comment, you can use chat line. We will look at this question and comment in the question and answer session. Let's move to the next presentation. Next presentation is on detecting some bacteria species in water in situ with fluorescence image and spectrum. Presenting author is Mr. Yang from South China Sea Institute of Oceanography, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Mr. Yang, over to you.
Excuse me, the chairman. So I think if the presenter is not available, we can move to the next presentation.
Okay, if so, he is not available, we will move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is on application of phytocoordinate method to determination of benthic coverage in coral reef located Waligama Bay, southern Sri Lanka. Presenting author is Mr. Hassan Hussain, Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Mr. Hussain, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mifra Hussain from Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. Today, I like to discuss my research on application of photocoordinate method to determine the benthic coverage in coral reef located in Waligama Bay, southern Sri Lanka. In this presentation, we will discuss about these contents. First of all, I give a brief introduction. Coral reefs are the complex and productive ecosystem provide habitat to ocean life. Commonly, marine benthic habitat is an important role in marine environment with high ecological, scientific, and economical value. Coral reef face many threats both by natural and man-made activities such as disease, predation, El Nino events, cyclones, global climate changes, and increased sea surface temperatures are some of the threats for corals. The interaction between coral organism and the macroalgae was highly observed during the last decades and called as the phase shift in recent literature. We know coral and macroalgae are the most influenced benthic organism in coral reefs, and the habitat competition among them is an important ecological process. In this image, the benthic macroalgae increase their cover and biomass over the rate of dead corals. This causes macroalgae phase shift. The mechanism behind taking up the space available to the algae over the coral was explained by the global microbialization. The high-resolution photographs supported this descriptive study to show the status of benthic life form related to the microbial process and seawater temperature. Therefore, it was recognized the application of the photocoordinate technique to look at the benthic life forms in coral reefs is more precise and help compare changes over the time. Studies regarding the percentage cover point intersect estimation is very accurate. Visual estimation and line intercept or point intersect transaction estimation are commonly used as the non-destructive method for percentage cover estimation. Visual estimation method varies depending on the observer, but point intersect estimation is very accurate in percentage cover estimation, but sample will limited by the time during the low tides. So, using photographic analysis method provide economical and operational advantage. They are within the small time, more photographs can be obtained by this photoquadrate method. More accurate abundance estimation can be obtained, and mainly these photos are recorded can be used as permanent source of the data, and it can be reused for the future studies. This technique has been rarely being used in reef surveys. For the estimation of area coverage of benthic group, we can use the underwater photography. In this research, for image analysis, I have used PhotoCode software. It's an image processing tool created to address the need for fast, accurate, and comparative analysis of ecological information in digital images. So I think it's better if I give the brief explanation about this software. This software were combined suit for 2D analysis used in marine sciences for the study of non-moving population through the photographic sampling. It particularly focused on the quadrate samples. Next, the objective of the study. They determine the percentage cover of live corals, dead corals, and macroalgae on coral reef site of Bellingham Bay by using photoquadrate transect method and image analysis technique. Methodology. Site selection. The study was conducted in coral reef site of Bellingham Bay located in southern Sri Lanka. It is a fringing reef located in the southern. This is the coordinates. The data collection. Data were collected between February 2020 and January 2021. The data were collected by diving. Benthic covers were assessed using photoquadrate. 14 photoquadrate were randomly selected along 400 meters transects. Pictures were taken with the Canon G11 digital camera with an underwater housing connected to the photoquadrate frame. In this case, the camera was positioned above a quadrate stand. Each quadrate was photographed at the same height. The distance is needed to include the entire quadrate frame in the photograph and produce an image area 1 meter square. Photoquadrate frame was 1 into 1 meter and the height is 1 meter. Quadrate frame was made from the PVC tube. This is a quadrate frame map. Once the photograph was captured, the photoquadrate was moved to the next random point and the procedure was repeated. The photographs were copied to a personal computer and renamed with the replicate number. Images were later analyzed using PhotoQuad software. We already know which is suitable for the study of non-moving benthic population. A total number of 15 stratified random points were spawned on the selected image at a time. Data input directly into the Microsoft Excel through the species library. Screenshot of photoquadrate software stratify random point count with the selected point assigned to different species group cover. Percentage cover live coral, dead coral, and macroalgae were calculated by dividing the number of points that were assigned to the respective functional group by the total number of points counted for each photoquadrate in 1 meter squared area. All organisms marked by a point. Added point that were not included in this tree group to added in the others. Calculation of benthic cover. The coverage of each main benthic category recorded each random point of the quadrate were calculated using the equation. C equal to n over 50, it multiplied by 100. C equal to percentage cover of benthic group per photoquadrate, n is number of points per benthic category. and then sum to find the total cover for each group. Average percentage cover in the site was calculated by taking the mean of group abundance across the 14 photo quadrants. Data were analyzed in Microsoft Excel 2016 and Minitab software package using one-way ANOVA test. Results. According to the one-way ANOVA test, the mean benthic coverage of live coral, dead coral, and macroalgae group in coral reef site of Wellingham Bay were significantly not different from each other. Mean value of live coral 31.05%, dead coral percentage 21.85%, macroalgae percentage 31.35%. The other benthic category such as sponges, seagrass, silt, sand, and rock percentage are 50.75. Observations were carried out during the low tide period to clarity, less turbulence, and high light penetration, etc. Only 3 main benthic groups were selected for data collection due to the easiness of the study, but there are many more benthic categories, such as sponges, seagrass, silt, sand, and rock, etc. This photograph and the results will be imported into the future monitoring to compare and contrast the status of the coral reef at Wellingham Bay. Because in coral reef of Wellingham Bay, the benthic macroalgae increase their cover and biomass over the rate of the dead corals. This caused macroalgae phase shift. And the global climate change and the disaster and diseases decrease the live coral cover. Photographic in situ quadrant analysis method provide the economical and operational advantages. The conclusion. The mean benthic coverage of live coral, dead coral, and macroalgae group in coral reef site of Wellingham Bay were significantly not different from each other. Live coral percentage and algae cover 31.1% and 31.4% respectively. The dead coral percentage was 21.9% in the coral reef site of Wellingham Bay. I would like to grant my sincere gratitude to my dear Sir Dr. M.F.M. Firoz for the guidance, supervision, and sharing his experience of the research and instructed me to produce the publication. And I thank him to provide me the photographs to analysis. My gratitude for all lecturers of our department for the enormous support given in the whole degree program and in this valuable opportunity, and my colleagues and other staff members in Ocean University of Sri Lanka for their professional. This is my references. This is my end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. Let's move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is on morphological response of the sand barrier to human intervention in the Nakdong River estuary, Busan, South Korea. Presenting author is Ms. Chaturika Lakshisoisa, Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Ms. Chaturika, over to you.
Thank you for attending. Now to make best use of your time for listening my presentation. The title of the presentation is Morphological Response of the Sand Barriers to Human Interventions in the Nakdong River Estuary, Busan, South Korea. I am Chaturika Soisa from Department of the Coastal and Marine Resources Management. Under the introduction part, let's see the conceptual framework of the research. Nakdong River sand barrier system was formed since last glacial maximum. There were some recent studies revealed the anthropogenic stress impacted for formation of the barriers in the Nakdong River estuary. But our concept was deviate from the recent studies. We thought the sand barrier system formed by the natural and human-induced process and anthropogenic stress accelerate the formation and morphological changes of the barrier system. Nakdong River barrier system consists the 8 barrier islands. The tidal level is 1.07 meter and wave height is 0.4 meter to 0.6 meter. The area is impacted with several anthropogenic stresses. Those are Busan Port and new port constructions, establishment of industrial cities, seawall construction, and land reclamation. Objective of the study was to examine the formation and geomorphological changes of the barrier islands in Nakdong River estuary driven by anthropogenic activities. Physical setting of the study area, the Nakdong River barrier island system is located in the southeast coast of Korea with latitude of 35 degrees and 2 minutes, longitude of 128 degrees and 56 minutes. The Nakdong River has 3 main channels, namely West Nakdong River, West Ulsak Channel, and East Ulsak Channel. There are 2 barrages across the Nakdong River. The Noksan barrage was constructed in 1934 and Nakdong barrage was constructed from 1983 to 1987. Methods and materials. The old historical maps were investigated and compared to recent maps. Those maps were examined with low angle and bird's eye perspective. The nautical maps from 1972 to 2016 were digitized using by ArcGIS 10.1. Nautical charts and digital marine charts were georeferenced and digitized the old depth points. After digitizing, calculate the selected volume at the area, barrier island area, and tidal inlet with change. All depths were considered as mean sea level, and all marine charts were made up with the UTM coordinates before the digitizing. The digital elevation model was developed by using Surfer 15 software for prepare smooth layers. Then we will move on to the results. Before and after the construction of the Nakdong barrage, the tidal prism was decreased 54%. The rate of decrease gradually changed from 1982 to 1986 during the construction of the Nakdong barrage. It was relatively slow from 1986 to 1988 with rate of 1.5%. During the period from 1999 to 2008, tidal prism decreased significantly with rate of 10%. However, tidal prism increased during the period from 2006 to 2008, rate of 7%. The rate of decrease gradually increased from 2008 to 2016. The most remarkable results were obtained from East Tidal Channel. From 1972 to 2016, its inlet width decreased 29% with 0.5% annual reduction. Depth of the tidal channel increased from 1972 to 2016. West Tidal Channel inlet increased rate was 57% with 1.2% annual increase rate during the period of 1972 to 2016. The tidal channel cross-section shows bimodal characteristic, and there were some small sandbars or sand shoals in tidal channel cross-section profile. Digitized nautical map shows geomorphological development formation and mobility of the barrier island system from 1972 to 2016. Jinwudu, Jiangjiadu, Demerden, and Bakaptan Island formed in 1972. In 1982, Myongho Island was formed. It was absent in 1986. Chindadu Island was a submerged island in 1986. Sinjadu Island formed as the 2 separate parts near the West Ulsak Channel, and it was merged as a single island in year 2008. Doden Island also formed in 2008 in front of the Nakdong barrage close to the East Ulsak Channel. The East Tidal Channel was significantly changed from 1972 to 2016. It was separated as two channels in 2008 across the Doyodan Island, which was switched to the main channel in 2013. Maps of 2013 and 2016 shows two tidal channel because the west tidal channel has disappeared from the study area. This list is human activities around the Nocturne Barrier System, establishment of Busan Port as a small port at the mouth of Nocturne River. The two port construction projects started and changed the sea map of Busan. The first construction of the barrage across the Nocturne River, Nocturne Barrage constructed across the Nocturne River, establishment of the industrial cities, Busan New Port Terminal construction, and bridging under the Nocturne River Restoration Project. Spatio-temporal changes of Barrier Island. The trends of area changes were remarkable from 1972 to 2016. The area increased by 2.6% from 1972 to 1982. The period of 1982 to 1986 corresponds to the Nocturne Barrage construction across the Nocturne estuary. During that period, the area was significantly decreased, 46%. From 1999 to 2006, the Barrier Island area becomes stabilized with little change. Barrier Island area expansion and formation will increase 53.6% after the construction of the barrage, with an annual average of 2.3% between 1995 to 2016. Time series overlay of barriers. During the period of 1972 to 1986, Jinwudu, Jiangdiadu, Demaden, and Dakapten were formed. From 1972 to 1986, Jinwudu, Jiangdiadu, Demaden, and Dakapten Island migrated to southward. All Barrier Islands were morphodynamically stable from 1986 to 1999. From 1999 to 2008, Jinwudu Island was migrated 0.3 kilometers to southward. Shinjadu Island was migrated 0.4 kilometers to southward. Dakapten Island was vertically expanded up to 0.6 kilometers. Demaden Island and Jiangdiadu Island will remain stable from 1999 to 2008. Demaden Island was expanded during 2008 to 2016. Further, Jinwudu, Shinwadu, and Doyodan Island migrated to northward, and Jiangdiadu migrated to 0.1 kilometer to southward. Then discussion. In the delta and estuary, energy regimes are changed due to natural process of human intervention. This study shows that the energy regime has changed to wave-dominated barrier system in Nocturne estuary due to natural process and human intervention. The regime shift is supported by presence of barrier islands, decrease of tidal prism, variation of tidal channels. Similar cases are found in the Pearl River Delta in China, which was affected by human intervention. Sea level changes influenced on the Mekong River Delta in Vietnam. In the Nocturne River estuary, the Barrier Island formation has been accelerated by the human intervention. Major activities are dam construction, land reclamation, development of the industrial cities occurred around the Busan and nearby industrial areas. This caused tidal prism has been decreased about 64% from 1972 to 2016. In response to the reduction of the tidal prism, the tidal channel inlet was reduced. Barrier Island areas has been increased from 1972 to 2016. After completion of the barrage, Barrier Island area has been gradually increased. A similar case was reported at the Harley Inlet in the East Asian coast. It decreased due to the reduction of the tidal prism, which was induced by the branch reclamation. Conclusion of the research: the energy regime has changed from delta to wave-dominated barrier system in Nocturne River estuary. The barrier system formation and expansion were accelerated by the anthropogenic intervention. Tidal pressure and tidal channel inlet have been decreased with time at the knockdown extreme. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chaturika. So we will move on to the last presentation of this technical session. So the presentation title is Faunal Diversity Assessment of the Island Beach Park and Associated Area. Presenting author is Ms. Palliyaguru, Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. This is Palliyaguru, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Tilli Palliyaguru. I'm going to present my research today, which is faunal diversity assessment of the Crow Island Beach Park and associated coastal ecosystem in Sri Lanka. During the presentation, I'll go through this content. I'll tell you something about the background of the project of the study area. The Crow Island Beach Park is a public park located in Colombo 15. This Crow Island Beach Park and associated area is coming under the Colombo wetland, which is the South Asia only wetland city under the Ramsar Convention since 2018. The land extent of this park is 7 hectares. This park is developed under the Metro Colombo Urban Development Project as a recreational park for people living around the area. So therefore, Crow Island Beach Park and associated area is comprised of high faunal and floral diversity. The problem is fauna and flora species in Crow Island Beach Park and associated area are threatened due to the various activities. Eventually, those will adversely affect the biodiversity of the unique ecosystem. However, so far no studies done regarding the complete faunal species assessment in this park and associated area. So this study tried to cover the faunal species diversity of the ecosystem, and it will be the baseline study for the future studies. So these are the objectives of the study: to identify and list out of the fauna species and to check the status of the species found in study area from IUCN Red Data Book, and calculated the crab species abundance, richness and eveness, and to prepare photo catalog. Study was carried out during morning and evening hours to cover the different activities. So this is the study area. The present study was carried out from 24th of August to 23rd of September 2020. We covered 21 field days. The boundaries of the beach park: north side borders by the naval base and Nara premises, east side borders by neighboring houses and commercial area, the south side borders by a small lagoon, and from the western side park is bordered by Indian Ocean. This study area boundaries based on fauna distribution and human disturbance gradients. So these are the sampling method we use to identify the different group of fauna. Standard scientific sampling method and direct observation were used to survey the different group of fauna in the study area. So primary data, randomly discussed with the neighboring people and visitors. Secondary data, household and others, research articles and publications, and library. So moving to the result and discussion section. The total of 95 faunal species belonging to 53 families were recorded within the Crow Island Beach Park and associated area. The highest species was birds and lowest species was amphibian. The first species is mammal. Mammals different from all these other animals because they are warm-blooded and they feed their babies. These are the main characteristics of the mammals. During study, a total of 12 species of mammals belonging to 9 families were recorded in this area. This would make up nearly 9.6% of the island mammal. The most important thing is we recorded vulnerable fishing cat. It's globally endangered species. Butterflies and dragonflies and damselfly. The Sri Lanka rich diversity of the butterflies compared to the other countries. During the study, we found 20 species of butterfly and we found 2 nationally threatened species, brown crow and mime. most common species grey frenzy and the blue tiger. We recorded 7 species of dragonflies and damselfly. Most of the dragonflies were recorded around the grassland habitats. Next species is amphibians and reptiles. 9 species of reptiles and 6 species of amphibians recorded during the study. The common reptile was Asian water-mounted lizard. The next species is birds. The total of 31 species of bird belong to 23 families were recorded. Among the total species, 1 species was migratory, it was sandpiper. The house crow were the most common species in this area. The next species is crabs. We recorded 10 crab species belong to 3 families. The most common species was Geomentrus insirum, and the most rare species was Uka lactail. The crabs were collected from the different distance from the lagoon area to landward side. Those areas were labeled as 0 to 3 meters as a lower area, 4 to 7 meters as a middle area, 8 to 10 meters as an upper area, and sandy area of the beach labeled as a beach area. We calculate Shannon-Wiener diversity index for the crabs in 4 areas. Diversity range from 0 to 1.97. According to the diversity index, maximum diversity was recorded in lower area and which was 1.97. Minimum was recorded in beach area, which was 0. Species eveness was calculated for the 4 crabs sample inside, and it was also high in 3 side except sand area. Maximum eveness recorded in upper area, minimum eveness recorded in beach area. Species richness was higher in lower area and middle area. Lowest number of species richness recorded in the beach area. The mangrove area, important part of this area, it provides habitat, structure and food for the crabs. Move into the discussion part. Soil and urban beach park consist of variety of habitat including grassland, open ground, mangrove area, water body. The availability of food and other sources in coral and coastal wetland for the fauna species are significantly rich. The major determining factor for the survival of butterfly was availability of nectar for them feed to, and they are also highly sensitive to the environment conditions. Habitat type in coral and beach park and associated area is made it an ideal place for the variety of birds. This place is an important breeding habitat for aquatic birds. Crabs form imperative portion of the mangrove and coastal environment. This helps to flush out excess salt and reduce the soil salinity. So these are the major problems. Do you know this wetland are slowly die, so suffering, and that they need our attention? You see the greenery, but if you really come close and you have a look, you will see the majority of it is a really invasive plant, animal, and we need to care about this because of all these plant, animal, soil, and biota that have relationship. When new plant or new animal come and settle, then this relationship is disturbed. We observe number of alien plants, Prosopis juliflora, Lantana camara, and Icremia crepices. During the study, noted significant extent of habitat destruction and modification. Waste discharge into the canal finally end up at the coastal wetland. The large amount of garbage and fertilizers are used in Crow Island beach area in upper stream. It changed the quality of the water, making it much harder for plant and animal to live there. Another main problem is urbanization. Urbanization is one of the main drivers of the ecosystem change. It mainly affects the fauna and flora. Human is not really thinking, accidentally doing things that can affect the wetland fauna. So, conclusion and recommendation. During the study of fauna species in Crow Island Beach Park and associated area, home wandering ground to a lot of fauna species, including amphibian, butterflies, reptiles, and mammals. Crow Island Beach Park ecosystem consists with different kind of habitats such as forest, mangrove area, and the grassland. This variation of the habitat in one place may be the reason for the abundance of different species in such a small place. However, the study also revealed that this interconnected coastal ecosystem is threatened by various anthropogenic activities. Considering overall findings, the following recommendations are made to ensure the future sustain of the Crow Island Beach Park and associated area. Cattle grazing in the Crow Island Beach Park and associated area should be regulated. Arrange awareness and training workshop for the biodiversity task force and local schools, local people in surrounding area. Prepare awareness material and importance of the biodiversity in this beach park and associated area. Community support need to be developed through the data outreach and education. So these are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palyaburu. So with that, the 7th presentation in this session is over. So we will move to the question and answer session. So there are some questions posted into the chat box. So I hope all the presenters are in the online now. So first question is for the Mr. Veeraratne. The question is, what is the sampling frequency? Is it every day or once a week or twice a week?
So for this study, we collected samples with irregular sampling frequency. Because in one habitat, we got samples with 4 or 5 samples per day, and for some habitats, we had to get samples with a higher frequency because of the weather conditions.
Okay, thank you. Next question for Ms. Hafsa. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So how did you define the datum during the beach stretch survey in your study?
Yeah, can I first ask, like for clarity, what does the question of data mean? Like, do they mean about the survey stretch or the angle in which the measurements were done? Because I can answer both actually. So the survey stretch we measured from the beginning of Mount Lavinia Beach itself by the hotel, and we measured until the end of Vallavatta Beach. So both public beach stretches were completed entirely. And if the question was about the angle in which we measured at, we had perpendicular points placed on Google Earth. And then when we went to the beach on the first day, we located that perpendicular point and then got the angle for that. I hope that answers.
Yeah. Again, did you consider the annual sand budget and the variation of the what do you prefer beach stretch? And did you compare your finding with the previous condition using GIS data?
We haven't done any comparisons with any previous data as of yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question is for Ms. Ahalya. Ms. Ahalya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cattle grazing is a major threat for mangrove restoration in Sri Lanka. Was not this a concern at your research site?
So I already answered that in the chat as well. So we, in this present study, we actually considered the ecological and the phytosociological aspects of the forest structural aspects of the restoration potential for Sri Lankan perspectives. But currently we are in a trend of analyzing these community perspectives and the all other human dimensions that could contribute to the restoration, for the effectiveness of a restoration. So for that, I will take that as a suggestion as well, but we are like just now only we are doing the analysis based on that.
Dr. Deepta, hello. Sir, I think you are muted.
Thank you, Ms. Ahalya. Next question is to Mr. Chaturanga. So, Mr. Chaturanga, did you check the microplastic abundant in the associated environment like water or sediment? If so, what are the findings?
Actually, sir, I followed the only water column and the seaweeds in north and northwest coast on Sri Lanka, and I support for my research only different type of beaches, waters, and their water columns on the microplastic for my research.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Then next question is for the Mr. Hussein. Are there any index available to calculate the health of the reef-based percentage of algae cover, like dead coral or live coral cover?
Excuse me, sir. Sorry, sir, I cannot get it.
Are there any index available to calculate the health of the reef based on percentage of algae cover, dead coral cover or live coral cover? Something. Can you compare with these two different aspects using some index?
Yes, sir. In the visual estimation, sir, I only use the visual estimation. The bleaching corals are in sediment deposit corals are I accept the dead coral. I included that into the dead coral section. Healthy color corals are I can include in the live corals.
Okay, thank you. And this session is co-chaired by Mr. Kumara. Mr. Kumara, do you have any question or comment?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Amaratunga and our rapporteur, Ms. Shamali. I have one question. It goes to Mr. Chaturanga about microplastics. So in your study, you stated that you were able to find a lot of fiber type microplastics in seaweed. So could you explain why you were able to find such type of fiber type microplastics on seaweed? They have a high abundance of fiber type microplastics.
Yes, actually, sir, this my all sampling sites situated in north to northwest coast in Sri Lanka. In their very high abundance of fisheries, fishing harbors in there situated in there, and their daily they fishing activities in that area. So they use for synthetic fiber net for the fishing. So that reason is degrade that net and always come into the near to the beach area from the waves. So,
okay, thank you very much. And I would like to ask another question from Veeraratna. It's one of our students, so he's really did a good presentation. So in your study, how many photos did you get in one location, Veeraratna?
So actually it's a 1 hour length of video. So we have to first go through that 1 hour and select a frame where we get the highest number of individuals per species. And then like through the annotation software, we flag that frame and use that frame for length measurements. So if we say we have 10 species in that 1 hour length video, then we'll have 10 frames to get the length measurements. Does that help, sir?
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veeraratna. I think with that we can conclude our session. I must thank.
Excuse me, Dr. Deepta. Just one question to Ms. Chaturika Soiza as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you read it or shall I read it?
Yeah, please. You can proceed.
So, how Nectar restoration project impacted as the human stress to the coastal environment?
Thank you, Dr. Deepta. In this restoration project, in their master plan, they plan to dredge 440 million cubic meters from the Nakdong River basin, but it was impossible that period. So then what they did, they dredged nearly 200 million cubic meters from the river basin for preventing the floods across the Nakdong River. Actually, it was the massive human-induced around this area.
I have just a comment for you, Ms. Chaturika. So if you have if you go to the Kalu and Gin River basins, so there are such type of morphological changes, maybe due to anthropogenic or natural processes. If you can apply your knowledge in these Sri Lankan rivers, I think it is highly valuable. So that is just a comment.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Sure.
I think with that we can conclude this session. I must thank Mr. Kumara as a co-chairing this session. Also, Ms. Shamali Ratnasiri give a good support for us as a rapporteur. Again, I must thank for all of who are participating to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amarathunga, Upashanta Kumara, and Ms. Shamali Ratnasri for organizing and coordinating the technical session and your valuable inputs to the presenters. The fourth session, Maritime Transportation and Logistics, will be next, and it will be chaired by Dr. Y.M.M.S. Bandara. The session will be co-chaired by Mrs. Nishanti Pereira, and Ms. Dilini Manage will be the rapporteur. Professor Yapa Mahinda Bandara is an academic transport economist. He graduated from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, specializing in economics, and obtained his PhD from National Centre for Ports and Shipping, Australian Maritime College, University of Tasmania. His main research interests include transport pricing and econometric application in maritime and port and transport economics, SDGs, and transport and logistics industry. Dr. Bandara, the floor is yours.
All right, I hope everybody can hear me. Good morning, everybody. So thank you for inviting me to chair the session in the third annual conference of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. We are in the technical session for maritime transportation and logistics. We have, I think, 5 presentations. I hope everybody is in presence. So starting with the first presentation, I think while the presentation is going on, you will be able to answer any questions in the chat box, so please do so. So we will be able to take those questions at the end of the session. So first presenter is Mr. Sandaru Wakishta. He is presenting about exploring the challenges in implementing green port concepts for RoRo operations as a case study of Hambantota International Port. So I will invite Sandaru Wakishta to do your presentation.
Good morning. Today I'm going to share with you my final year research presentation on exploring the challenges in implementing green port concept for our operation. About my entire session, I'm going to discuss with you the background of this study, the statement of the problem, research question, research objectives, literature review, research methodology, data analysis and findings. Under the data analysis and findings, I'm going to discuss with you the level of implementation of green port concept in Hambantota International Port, current green port implementations and initiatives in Hambantota International Port, challenges in implementing green port concept in Hambantota International Port, and the solutions to overcome the mentioned challenges, and finally the expected benefits through the implementation of green port concept. And I will do the draws of my conclusion at the end of the presentation. When talking about the background of the study, environmental issues rising by the seaport activities and the seaports was my main motive. Main motive was to do this research. When talking about the local scenario, Hambantota can be defined as one of the major biodiversity hotspots and located in southern part of Sri Lanka, and obviously Hambantota International Port has a direct impact to the surrounding area of Hambantota International Port. A statement of the problem. The environment can be directly or indirectly affected by the port-related activities, and due to that reason, greenhouse gases are generated by the port operations can be adversely affect the environment. There were lack of evidence to understand the key components of greening the RoRo operations in the Hambantota International Port, and no more evidence to identify the challenges for going green approach. Therefore, this research will fill that gap. My research will basically seeks the answers for the following question. What are the challenges in implementing green port concept for RoRo operation in Hambantota International Port? My main research objective was to identify the challenges to implement green port practices for RoRo operation and identify possible solutions to outmaneuver the challenges in Hambantota International Port. The main objective was supported by 2 supportive objectives. The first one was to find out the present ongoing green port initiatives of RoRo operations in Hambantota International Port, and the second one was to identify the possible solutions to overcome the barriers in implementing green port concept for RoRo operation in Hambantota International Port. While doing my research, I had to refer a lot of literatures by different authors, different books, and internet sources as well. For your reference, I have mentioned 2 literatures by 2 authors. which discuss about the green port concept and the sustainability practices in port-related area. When talking about my research methodology, my population was the managerial level staff of the Hambantota International Port. To take sample from that, I used convenience sampling method, and my sample was 10 managerial positions at the Hambantota International Port who has direct involvement in the operations at the Hambantota International Port. And the data method of data collection was the semi-structured interview via Zoom technology due to the corona pandemic. And my method of data analysis was coding technique. The coding technique was the thematic analysis. To build up my research, I have developed a conceptual framework with 3 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. There were 3 variables in the independent variables. Those are people-related issues, finance-related issues, and the technology-related issues. Under the people-related issues, I was able to reveal lack of educational level, lack of awareness, lack of and the employee resistancy. As the major challenges, under the finance-related issues, I was able to reveal lack of finance and the lack of investors are the as 2 issues. Under the technological-related issues, I was able to reveal lack of experts and lack of technical guidance as the key issues. Data analysis and findings. According to the analysis of gathered data, I was able to reveal that the interview responses demonstrated the majority of respondents identify the concept of sustainability as the consumption of remaining resources without compromising to the interests of the future generations. And the respondents also have identified green port concept as an advanced business strategy to consider the environment and the community. According to the data gathered and the analysis, I was able to reveal that the level of implementation of green port concept in Hambantota International Port is still in the starting stage. And currently, they also practicing few green practices in their premises. Those are implementing a waste management program, conducting awareness education program for their employees, dry FOG technologies, implementing self-propelled city sweeper for dry bulk cargo handling piers, and they are continuously monitoring regarding the speed limits of their vehicles to allocate the nearest yard for vehicles from the vessel while increasing the productivity of their overall operation. Those are the main challenges which I have identified through my gathered data. A huge cost involved with the advanced technologies and the equipment which reduce the environmental impact in terminal operation. Required amount of investment also high for the implementation of green port action. Lack of awareness of both employees and managers. Lack of technical guidance. To overcome these challenges, following solutions were identified, and some of them are already adopted by the Hambantota International Port. Hambantota International Port has developed strategical goals to generate income while minimizing cost and improve profit. They are extended to expand investment by entering into agreements with local and foreign investors. And also they are currently conducting awareness programs and training sessions for both management and the employees. Through these solutions, following benefits are expected: reduction of energy consumption and the increase of awareness among their employees and the managerial levels. Waste management will lead the implementation of advanced waste management system in future. Finally, they reduce the current operational emission in the terminal. Those are the conclusion drawn through the gathered data. Currently, Hambantota International Port in the starting stage of the green port concept and has already taken some initiatives for green port concept. High investment amount for the implementation of green port concept is the main challenge. Awareness programs are vital to increase the awareness among the employees and the staff as well. Various technologies related to the reduction of emission and environmental impacts are very much expensive. Lack of awareness of Hamilton International Port's staff is a challenge, and they have to focus more on it. Hopefully, it is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for kind attention on me, and have a nice day. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Vakishta, for your presentation. I hope our audience have questions, so we'll take them after the presentations. So next we have in line is by Udara Amarisingha. He's going to present about optimization truck turnaround time of container terminals. It is also a case study using Colombo International Container Terminal. So over to you, Amarisingha, for your presentation.
Turnaround time of the container terminal, a case study of the Colombo International Container Terminal. My name is Shakti Udara Amarisingha. First, I like to talking about my content, introduction, literature review, research methodology, data presentation and analyzing, conclusion and recommendation, finally Q&A. First, I like to talking about the introduction, the background of the study. First, I talking about the introduction of the maritime industry. The maritime industry has the long history and it's developing stage step by step. Next, I talking about the Colombo International Container Terminal. It's called as CICT. CICT has the 1,200 meter length and it can facilitate 5 berths in one time, 14 key cranes and 46 RTGs, 96 prime movers and 2 reach stacker and 6 empty stackers. Then their planning yard capacity is 2.4 million, but year 2020 they operate 3.0 million TEUs in per year, and their target operation in that year 2021 3.1 million TEUs. Next, I'm talking about my research question. The primary research question is how to optimize the truck turnaround time in the Colombo International Container Terminal. Then secondary research question, how to manage the existing yard capacity, how to improve the key crane operations, how to manage the outsourced yard labors, how to reduce yard traffic and manage yard infrastructure, how to manage the yard labor, and how to manage inter-terminal trucking to order optimize truck turnaround time in the CICT. Next, I'm talking about the objective of the study. The primary research objective is my research study to extend the truck turnaround time in the CICT terminal to optimize truck turnaround time. The secondary objectives of my research study are to what extent the yard capacity in order to optimize the truck turnaround time, to what extent improve timing of the key cranes operation, to examine manage outsourced yard labor operation effectively, to what extent reduce yard traffic and manage infrastructure, to examine how to manage yard labor to optimize the truck turnaround time. Then I would like to talking about my literature review. Firstly, I talking about the container terminal. It's like key site, yard site, and gate operations. Next, I talking about the terminal truck operations. This picture, you can get a small idea what is the terminal truck operations. Next, I talking about inter-terminal truck operations. It's like this picture. You can understand what is the inter-terminal truck operation. Next, I'm talking about the truck turnaround time. We can calculate using these equations to the truck operations inside the Colombo International Container Terminal. This is the
short description about what is the what kind of term we use these equations. This is the part of the reference I will use to conducting this study. Next, I would like to talking about the methodology of my research content. This is the conceptual framework. I divided 5 parts and finally find the how to optimize truck turnaround time using yard cranes, infrastructure, yard labors, yard traffic, and the interterminal trucking. My research approach is mixed method. Then I collect the data both qualitative and quantitative way, and my target population is 2,000 employees, and my sample is 400 employees. Then I calculate these 400 employees using direct CSET employees 200, outsource yard labors 1,100 employees. They work in Colombo logistic company. Then outside truck drivers 700, and I select my sample 20% of this population. Next, I like to talking about data collection and analyzing. The primary data collect using survey method, giving to questionnaire of all the parties. Then secondary data we use to some literature reviews and other things. Then using mixed method data analyzing to quantitative data using thematic approach, and qualitative data using some analytical part. Then I used to analyze the quantitative data using SPSS software. This is the simple idea about data presentation. Finally, I am talking about the conclusion and recommendations. My recommendation is to optimize the truck turnaround time in the Colombo International Container Terminal, adapt to truck appointment system. Then setting through clearance cutoff period for the local importers, publishing the entire document frame to all customers working about CICT. Then give a regular cutoff time before 24 hours, minimize to minimize the container box within the terminal. Then this is the future research parties can use these areas to conduct their researches. Then this is the end of my presentation. You have any clarification? Can you ask now?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Amarisingha, for your presentations. I think we will take your questions at the end of the presentations. Okay. So we are moving to the third one. We need to catch up some time. I think there were some delays in the presentations last sessions. So exploring barriers to implementing green transportation practices in logistics companies in Sri Lanka, presented by KNT Pereira. Over to you.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am KNT Pereira, and I'm here to present about my case study in third Research Symposium in Ocean University of Sri Lanka. So when I go into the my presentation, my topic is exploring barriers to implement the green transportation practices in logistic companies in Sri Lanka. And I'm KNT Pereira. My supervisor is Arunajyoti, and my co-supervisor is Mrs. HDMA Pusella. So according to my outline, you can see that the background of study, statement of the problem, research question, research objectives, literature review, research methodology, data analysis, and findings and conclusions will be the my presentation outline. So when I go to the background of the study, that the supply chain and the logistics industry rely heavily depend on the transportation, because without the transportation, none of other industries won't be able to survive. So this makes the transportation makes as a major economic contributor and the competitive commercial force which connects a company to its supply chain partners and their customers. So usage of transportation modes affects the environmental pollutions, and transportation and logistic industry has overlooked ozone harming substance effects of transportation choices. So the emissions of hazardous and deadly toxic gases from transportation zones out to seriously damage international health. As a result of this logistics industry, it came under increasing pressure due to the negativity externals of transportation. So in this type of manner, that the green transportation management becomes an increasing number of hot subject matter in the area of sustainable management, and it comes under the branch of logistics. So when I go into the statement of the problem, that the environmental air pollution is the predominant hazard which mankind faces each day, such as major emission of toxic gases. To overcome this problem, manufacturers has to shift their supply chain into the greener way. So when it comes to the transportation sector, as I earlier mentioned, that the supply chain and logistics industry are dependent on the transportation, and it is the backbone of all the other goods and services industry, because without transportation, any of other industries won't be able to survive. So usage of transportation modes is an effect into the environmental pollution as well. And in the other hand, the transportation activities which happen in logistics industry cannot be minimized based on that. So to minimize this problem, nowadays developed countries shift their transportation system into the greener way. So this study will focus on the challenges which will face shifting green transportation practices in Sri Lanka, and I was trying to provide some solutions for minimizing those problems. So my research question is, what are the factors need to be developed for successfully implementing green transportation practices in Sri Lanka? So my research objectives are to identify the factors need to be developed involving implementing with green transportation practices, and find out some solutions providing to overcome those challenges. When I go into my literature review, that the environment problems in logistic management and green supply chain process have long been considered the most challenging facing European countries within the next millennium. So in transportation, consolidation of orders and optimization of schedules and routes decrease distribution frequency and cut fuel consumption. This utilization of a lot of fuel efficient vehicle or energy sources directly reduces greenhouse gas emissions. So to help supply chain nimbleness, several organizations are getting faster. They are spending of faster kind of transportations, that is engines like trucks and different kind of vehicles, and air similar modes that have more troubleness environmental effect per ton mile. So utilization of alternative fuel, for instance, first and second age biopowers, pressured gases, petrol, and as a long haul methodology. For the development arrangement, for example, like hydrogen units, transporter determination, for instance, in the event of logistics outsourcing, including vehicle natural effects such as air discharge. Among their choices, driver and drivability improvement, for instance, instructional classes. So when I go into the research methodology, my population of the research is all employees who are currently engaged with the logistic industry. So my sample technique was the convenience sampling technique, and my sample is managerial level experts who are involved with the transport sector in the logistic industry. So method of data collection was I have used the depth interviews with the managers, and the method of data analysis is the coding method in thematic analysis. When I'm going to the data analysis and findings, there is I was interviewed 3 deputy managers and 5 other high-end middle-level managers who are highly experienced in the logistic industry in Sri Lanka for my qualitative analysis. So the sample was represented the logistics firms and the reputed university offering logistics academic qualifications. So according to that, I have made some 5 themes that useful in further study have been listed as prominent by reading transcript line by line. So according to these 5 themes, I will build some sub-themes and describe what are the participants are trying to reveal. So my first theme is government should create the ground for green transportation, because without the involvement government, the investors won't be able to shift their transport modes into the greener way. So government must involve to make green transportation methods in Sri Lanka. So then the second one is the high cost and low financial benefits, because in the first step that the investors has to spend higher costs to shift their transportation systems into the greener way. But according to that higher cost that they will get from the other hand, financial benefits within low and long term. So this will also will take as a higher matter. And my third theme is people's attitude, because as a South Asian third world developing country, that the Sri Lankan peoples are most of the Sri Lankan peoples are haven't any knowledge about the what are the sustainable, and what are the outcomes that they can going through the sustainable projects. So this will make a higher priority, because the people attitudes also will affect to when we are trying to shifting greener way. And the fourth one is organizational factors, and the fifth one is political, social and cultural factors. So when I go into the my conclusion, I found I have identified some 15 barriers which impede the implementation of green transportation practices in Sri Lanka. Those are the limited allocation of funds, lack of advanced technology, rigidity in legal requirements, lack of motivational factors, more focus on short-term returns, high implementation cost, unwillingness of investors, high market competition within the industry, poor attitudes and team working skills of employees, organization culture, resistance to change and frequent changes in government policies, more focus on speed of transportation, lack of concern of environment, lack of knowledge about green transportation practices and its benefits. So based on these identified 15 barriers, following problems are mainly highlighted by those interviews. Those are a lack of advanced technology, limited fund allocation, that the focus on short-term returns, lack of concern of environmental protection, lack of knowledge of green transportation practices and its benefits, and the resistance to change. So according to these mainly highlighted topics, that as the Sri Lanka, you also know that we are a developing country. So we are in the issue of lack of advanced technology to shift our transportation systems to the greener way, and also there will be a limited fund allocations from the government side and the investor side when we are shifting to the green transportation practices. So as the Sri Lankan people, most of them are focused on the short-term returns. They don't know about the long-term returns, and they won't focus about the long-term returns, and all of them are try to focus on short-term returns. So this will highly affect the when shifting to the greener transport methods by the investors. So, and the other one is lack of concern of environmental protection, and the others are lack of knowledge in green transportation practices and benefits, and the resistance to change. So as a solution for all those problems, interviews are highly highlighted that the intervention of government is must, because government should take the first step to shift the transportation system into the greener, not about the transportation, whole the logistics and supply chain industry. When we need to shift in a greener way, government should take the first step, because without help of government, investors won't be able to shift their transportation systems into the greener way. So in this matter, government should give the tax reduction, and also they must create the legal foundation, and also they should improve about the implementing new technology. So this makes that the government that government must take care about the green shifting the green method to mitigate this problem. So that's all about my presentation, and I think you get some knowledge about my research topic and its contents. So thank you so much for everyone.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Pereira, for your insightful presentation. So we'll go to the fourth presentation now. That's on the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry, and it's going to be presented by Mr. or Mrs. Gunasekara, PNS Gunasekara. Over to you.
Research topic is impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. I'm Navodaya Gunasekara. My supervisors are S. Aranjoti, Mr. S. Aranjoti, and my co-supervisor is Mrs. Angelika. Here's the outline. First, we are going to look at background of the study, statement of the problem, research question, research objectives, literature review, research methodology, data analysis and findings, and finally conclusion. If we look at the background of the study, globalization has created each country to assume otherwise and exchange their excess production with different countries by completely different mode of transport like ocean and air. Around 90% of the international trade takes place through the ocean. So just because of that case, the freight forwarding has made a bigger impact in the economically, and major role in import-export involve different parties within the process. The whole parties contribute to the creating this complex process successfully. The rising demand for imports and export over international boundaries creates freight forwarding a key player in e-commerce, world commerce. A statement of the problem. Previously, the researchers focused on the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in several industries in the global and Sri Lankan context. For example, the banking and hotel industries, and there's a lack of identification the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in freight forwarding industry in Sri Lanka. Therefore, to fill the gap within the researcher conduct this research in order to identify the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. Research question. The first research question is how human-related service quality dimensions such as reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy impact on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. And the second research question is how non-human-related service quality dimensions like tangibility impact on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. Research objectives are: the primary objective can be divided into two parts, and the primary objective of the research is to explore the impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. And the sub-objectives are to find out the impact of human-related service quality dimensions, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy on customer satisfaction, and to find out the impact of non-human-related service quality dimensions like tangibility on customer satisfaction. Literature review. Mainly, literature review can be divided into two main parts: theoretical literature. In here, we are looking at what are the theoretical literature on service quality, and Turan defines the meaning of word quality into critically important ways by providing feature of products meeting customer needs leads to customer satisfaction in one way. Second, quality means freedom from deficiencies. Likewise, the researchers have defined service quality in many different ways throughout the literature. And now we are going to look at the literature for service quality under cervical instrument. The very first dimension is reliability. According to the Parasuraman, reliability is defined as the ability to deliver the promised service consistently and accurately. In here, staff increased capacity to deliver the promised service in a high quality manner indicate trustworthiness. And assurance defines as to an employee's knowledge and courtesy as well as their ability to inspire trust and confidence. The tangibles refers the physical facilities, equipment and personal appearance are defined as tangibles by Parasuraman. And empathy is described as a firm's concern for personal attention to the clients. And empathy, according to the Mikkel and Lassa, is defined as offering customers individual attention, personal dealing with customers in a caring manner, having their customers' best interest at heart, and understanding their requirements. And final dimension of responsiveness is defined as a readiness to assist customers and deliver prompt service, and responsiveness entails having one's worrying and anxieties properly addressed. And customer satisfaction has defined throughout the literature in a variety of circumstances and is linked to both goods and services. Customer satisfaction is also based on the customer's interaction with the firms as well as personal consequence. And service quality and customer satisfaction has a major impact on each other. And service quality and customer satisfaction is one of the major drivers towards customer satisfaction. According to the UET, creating value in logistics services to meet consumer expectations will lead to customer happiness, which is more important than ever to stay in the market. In literature review, methodological literature, Gil Saura suggests a casual model that was tested using data from 205 freight forwarders in the Spanish freight forwarding business acquired through personal interviews. The partial least square method was used to estimate the model. Further, ANOVA is used to see if there are any changes in perceptions of the investigated variables between modes of transportation. And in Taiwan's air freight forwarding business, Yang and Chao conducted a questionnaire survey to collect data and then used two-step structural equation modeling to evaluate the research hypothesis. Data was obtained by Juga from Finnish industrial business, which are the largest users of logistics services in Finland. These are the main research literature that I have referred to build up my research. This is the research methodology. Now we are going to look at research methodology. Under research methodology, let's see what is the conceptual framework of this study. We have used independent variables and dependent variables. There are 5 independent variables under service quality, and there's one dependent variable, customer satisfaction. Independent variable, service quality is the independent variable, and there are 5 dimensions such as reliability, assurance, tangibles, empathy, and responsiveness. And the dependent variable is customer satisfaction. With the analysis and findings of the research, the population, the primary data were gathered through survey by conducting a questionnaire for respondents. The population of this research is 285 employees from the selected departments of export and import companies who directly engage with the freight forwarders in Biodiversity export processing zone, Western Province, and the sample size as 164 employees using freight forwarding services based on Morgan table. The convenient sampling method is used as the data collection method, and the information will be collected from mail survey of randomly selected import and export employees in the selected department, and data analysis and findings. A statistical package for social sciences is used for the analysis of data collected from the freight service users. Factor analysis is used to verify the construction of a scale. Conclusion: the researcher obtained 164 responses where the respondents are a sample of Sri Lankan freight service users. Based on the responses, the researcher found Convergence alpha value of 0.946 in the reliability test that proves internal consistency of the research is in required level. Out of 164 respondents, 55% are male and 45 female respondents. Most of the respondents belong to the age group 26 to 35 years, between 70% followed by the age of 36 to 45 with a percentage of 40. And the table shows that the majority of the respondents were in the 26
Do you hear me, guys?
years
Okay.
age category, and
So,
also provides insight that most of the workers are in their prime in the industry. And in freight forwarding, service quality dimension of responsiveness, assurance, tangible, empathy, and reliability are statistically significant to determine the customer satisfaction. The research was able to explore customer satisfaction through service quality dimension in freight forwarding industry in Vietnam export processing zone. This could mean that there is a significant impact of service quality on customer satisfaction in Sri Lankan freight forwarding industry. Customer satisfaction was positively associated to reliability. According to the findings of the study, customer satisfaction was also found to be moderately positively connected to empathy rather than responsiveness, and lowly positively related to assurance and tangibles of service quality characteristics. As per the research area, the current study limited to 5 variables and quantitative approach, but in the research can use qualitative approach to measure the customer satisfaction in freight forwarding. In further research in future, researchers suggest to extend the scope of this research to maritime industry related, such as ports and shipping companies as well. Thank you.
all right. So I couldn't hear much of the parts because there's a lot of background noise behind your present. I think it's a recording issue, not somebody making noise here. Anyway, so I couldn't get much of the part because maybe I'm far away. I got some bad noises. Okay, anyway, thank you for presentations. Gunasekara, I think we are moving to the last one. That's the impact of logistics for reducing post-harvest losses in cut flower supply chain, presented by Nanayakkara. So over to you, Nanayakkara.
Oskar from the Department of Maritime Transportation Management and Logistics. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And if I straighten into my presentation, my topic is the study of post-harvest losses during logistics in cut flower supply chain. So if I talk about why I chose this area when compared to the world trend, floriculture figures of Sri Lanka is not aligned with the world trend, but there is a huge potentials and necessary environmental factors in Sri Lanka which is suitable for good floriculture industry. But majority of the growers and the parties who are engaging in this industry are facing to many constraints, and when all these factors are taken into the consideration, the main problem is aligned with the logistics and transportation activities. background of the study, as in Sri Lanka, western, northwestern and central provinces are the main major areas where cut flowers are grown commercially. Presently, Sri Lanka is accounting for less than 2.94 USD millions of global flower trade, but according to the Export Development Board reports, we have account more than 15 USD millions in years from 2009 to 2019. But after 2019, it has drastically decreased. As Sri Lanka is having a major arable lands suitable for agricultural, and there are more unemployed people in Sri Lanka, and also we have a considerable environmental factors in Sri Lanka which is good for floriculture. So it is a huge potential to improve the cut flower as an export business in Sri Lanka. But due to the constraints such as regarding to the logistic activities and the quality maintenance, this haven't been happened yet in Sri Lanka. My research objectives, the main objective is eliminating post-harvest losses in cut flower supply chain, and hypothesis was developed in help to the main objective. Identify the impact of handling and transportation methods in cut flower transportation, identify the impact of storage, packing, handling methods in cut flower transportation, identify the relationship between employee skill level and damages take place to flowers during transportation, identify the use of new technological methods in cut flower transportation. So all this together influencing the post-harvest losses in cut flower supply chain. Literature review. Literature review was consist with many explanations and reviews from different researchers related to the floriculture and supply chain industry. So I have divided this area basically into 4 subheadings highlighting the important areas of my study. As for the floriculture, it is a high income generating business and the value of the cut flowers are high, and logistics and transport is the main bottleneck where most of the cut flowers get damaged. So according to what I have found during my study, death of flowers, wilting, leaf yellowing and shattering are the main problems that are facing during the transport and handling. So wrong handling and transport methods can be highlighted regarding to the post-harvest losses in cut flowers. Then moving into the storing, packing and handling methods. Techniques used in handling flowers, packing and packings are really important regarding this, and as well as in the transportation, it is need to be careful in the storehouses because flowers lose their quality in stems, leaves and flower parts in storehouses due to the wrong methods used by the farmers. Therefore, get rejected at the marketplaces. Wrong stacking methods, packing methods, and handling methods due to the unawareness and the lack of technologies cause many damages to the flowers during their store in storehouses. Then talking about the employee skill level, there is huge relationship between cut flowers lifetime and the laborers. Most of the laborers do not have proper knowledge about maintaining the flowers lifetime and lack of sanitation practices, and also about maintaining the environmental conditions suitable for flowers because of environmental factors are different from the nature of the flowers variety to variety. So during my research on technological methods, I have found that there are many new technological methods implemented in worldwide to maintain the quality and the long lifetime of the flowers. So Sri Lanka doesn't have any new technological methods implemented in floriculture. Even when talking about the equipments, growers are still using equipments they are used in earlier. So even though there are many developments in new technological methods in worldwide, any of that methods are not yet implemented in Sri Lanka regarding to the floriculture. Research methodology. Just to give an idea about how I carried out this research, there is 5 major philosophies in business management, and it is critical realism approaches used in my research study, and population is consisted flower growers, small and large scale flower growers, agricultural officers and transport providers, and also sellers, as the most of the floriculture market shares depend on them. Then population was selected from the areas of Kandy, Kampaha, Nuwara and Colombo areas, and the sample size was 30 according to the table of determining the sample size of unknown population. Then the quantitative data were collected by using structured questionnaire on stratified sampling technique, and qualitative data were collected from conducting interviews with participants who were selected using purposive sampling method. And exploratory research is and my research was a exploratory combination of exploratory and descriptive study, and open-ended questions were used to get the primary data from qualitative study, and the questionnaire was used to gather the data from quantitative study. And then moving into the next part of the presentation, data analysis. As this is a mixed study, qualitative data analysis done with linear regression model with help of SPSS 21 version and use univariate and multivariate analysis. And in parameter estimates, model fit sample the tested by using KMO and Bartlett test, and reliability test by convex alpha, and goodness of fitness by using R-squared. So according to the reliability of the instruments table, employee skill level, handling and transportation, technology, and the damages shows convex alpha values are exist between 0.7 to 0.9. So as this value is above 0.7, it is considered to be acceptable, and these factors are known as can be considered as good. Then storage is in between 0.5 to 0.7, showing 0.605 value. So therefore, this is also acceptable. The nature of any research study is to see whether the data collected were supported by the predictions of the study. So here, the hypothesis test linear regression model was used, and p-value is used to measure the significance, which should be at 0.05 common level. So in here, employee skill level is having correlation value of minus 0.652 with 0.652 significant values where null hypothesis is rejected. And there is a significant relationship between storage and damages to flowers with minus 0.335 correlation value with 0.046 significant value, and null hypothesis is rejected. Likewise, handling and damages to flowers show significance relationship where null hypothesis is rejected with minus 0.426 correlation value and 0.049 significance values. In the relationship of new technologies and damages to the flowers, it was unable to reject the null hypothesis as it is having minus 0.025 correlation value with 0.894 significant value. So what are the key findings of the paper? Findings out of this study will be benefited to different parties in an effective way, because the primary objective of the study is to eliminate the wastage in cut flower supply chain. Therefore, quality and the freshness need to be maintained throughout the whole supply chain. Even though current transportation network of Sri Lanka is good enough for transport cut flowers with zero damages, cutflowers losses happening due to the improper transportation in Sri Lanka. So as cutflowers spend most of their lifetime in transportation mode, transport and logistics is the most important part of this industry that must be improved. Even though exporters are willing to buy flowers from the growers continuously, the problem is there is no quality maintenance during the logistics and transportation activities related to floriculture. Physical damages related to the carelessness in handling at all the stages from harvest to the consumers can be minimized to zero by implementing new technological methods and improving cold chain management during the storage and transport. So currently there is no proper program in the country to make the flower producers aware about the new technological methods, handling methods and packing methods. Therefore, the flowers come from growers cannot be accountable as the quality flowers when they reach to their destination. So no government organization or no corporate association is there to support floriculture industry as for other agricultural sectors. Conclusion. This study was focused on building better floriculture network, reducing damages in Sri Lanka. Therefore, lack of well-consistent supply chain network is really important. And like for the other perishables, fresh flowers also need to have proper packing methods, handling methods, according to their nature to reduce damage. So lack of technological support, educational supports, these areas need to be improved with more attention from government and the related authorities. So as an end, I would suggest training programs for the growers and the relevant parties who engaged in this field, and also a combine of experts from both supply chain and floriculture can build up a better floriculture industry which can hugely cater for the export market from Sri Lanka to the foreign countries. And thank you for your time, attention and patience.
All right, so thank you very much for all the presentations and all the presenters. So I would like to invite all the presenters to switch on your camera. There are a few questions to be given to you. There were 2 questions on the chat, and I also opened the forum for anyone to switch off the mic and ask the question. So I will first go with the questions that have been posted. So the first question goes to Sakti Udara. So please switch on your video. Samudita Ganepola is asking about your presentations. Can you just elaborate on your research findings to be more clearer? Dara, optimizing truck turnaround times of container terminals, CICT case study. Are you there?
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, Saktudara, yes. The question is, can you elaborate on the findings more, because you are doing optimization of truck turnaround time. So the question is, elaborate on your findings further, asked by Samudita.
Yeah, first of all, the CICT yard planning capacity is 2.4 million TUs per year. But year 2020 and 21, they over productivity because their yard planning capacity is 3.0 million, and this year target is 3.1 million TUs in this year. In that situation, the yard utilization going very high. Then normally CICT allocate yards, imports, export, transshipments, and overgauge cargo, overheight cargo separately. But these days, their yard utilization going high. They can't manage it. In that time, they store the containers when they have any space. That is the main case for increased truck turnaround time, because as well as CICT use CTOS system to operate in their terminal operations. Then it have some bug. Main bug is they can't measure future forecast, and they manually calculate it. In that situation, all are doing in human, and some labors are low education level. In that manner, they can't manage that utilization. Then I suggest to adopt the truck optimization system, truck appointment system, because you know, all the import and export cargo and some transshipments coming to JCT or SAGT or other outside party in the terminal, we can introduce to truck appointment system for them. We can reduce sometimes, because sometimes I get the point. The Friday evening have some congestion, because all customs and other local government parties stop their working Saturday and Sunday, but port is working at 365 days, 24 hours. In that manner, Friday generate to huge congestion. Then we can introduce to good appointment system, and we can get time to truck. We can manage this truck turnaround time. But these days it gone over about 1 hour or more than 1 hour. In that situation, we can use good truck appointment system, as well as their documentation parties. Some have some doubts, because the liner not submitted documentations in truck drivers. You know, the gate operation we conducting in the truck drivers. Then truck drivers can't, they don't know what is the commodity of the cargo, what is the condition of the cargo, what is, or any other things. In that situation, we want to some time to check in manually and documentation partly. In that we can using good electronic based system, and we can submit those documents previously become enter to the previously enter to the truck inside the CICT. Then we can reduce some truck turnaround time. That is my another recommendation. As well as another one is, you know, all terminal using that regulation to ship enter to port. Previous 24 hours, the container box must inside the port terminal yard, but it's not conducting in CST. Sometimes I get a point. The vessel already berthed and operating 2 days. In that time, some cargoes enter to the CICT. In that time, the planners can't plan clearly, and we can't manage the truck turnaround time. In this situation, then we can introduce a good regulation way. We can optimize the truck turnaround time. This is the major way, and some human effects always affect to truck turnaround time.
Yes. All right. So thank you for your explanation. So with that, I think I was like thinking by the look of the title of your presentation, the optimizing truck turnaround time of container terminals. I think rather you carry out, numerical analysis of what was before and after. You have basically performed some kind of a diagnostic study as to why the truck turnaround time has increased and what are the underlying factors behind it and what are the recommendations of it. So probably the title is a little misleading to me. So I was expecting you have analyzed the previous truck turnaround time data, and you have gathered the data now and providing a solution in terms of mathematical or any other way to do it. But that was the missing part. My next question was that. I think now I'm clear with your explanation about some kind of a qualitative study you have performed. So thank you, Amarisingha. I think any other questions to Amarisingha before we go to the other questions, because we don't want to come back to him again. Any other questions to Sakti about the truck turnaround time? Okay, no. Right, let's move on. So we have another question for Mrs. Nanayakara. No, sorry, it is Gunasekara. Asked by Madhushi Pussella. Out of 5 dimensions in your analysis, what are the most significant dimensions that affect customer satisfaction with the freight forwarding industry? Gunasekara? Freight forwarding industry. Customer satisfaction, freight forwarding. Gunasekara, are you there? The question is, there were 5 dimensions. Out of those 5 dimensions, what are the most significant ones and why it is significant? The question is from Madhushi. Gunasekara, are you there? All right, so until you connect, I'm going to the next question that is to Nanayakara. That's on the cut flower supply chain, port harvest losses. Any suggestions to develop floriculture supply chain in Sri Lanka? Nanayakara? PH Nanayakara. Question from Madhushi. Yes. The question is, any suggestions to develop a polyculture supply chain in Sri Lanka? That is the question. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. In Sri Lanka, we are not mostly concerned about floriculture industry as the export one, but it is due to lack of transportation networks and packaging and packing facilities, and also there is no well developed technological support related to floriculture industry in Sri Lanka. A well-connected supply chain. Very important to have a well-connected supply chain network between supply chain partners from the grower within floriculture supply chain. So if we are able to have a good connection between those parties, we can cater for the export market related to the floriculture. But persons who are engaged in part of supply chain, they are not have much knowledge about the supply chain related thing. So if the experts from the supply chain industries and the farmers and the floriculture industry, then it will be give a good outcome regarding to the floriculture exports in Sri Lanka.
All right. All right.
So also the
yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I think right now the floriculture supply chain is basically done by trucking. As I know, floriculture, the trucks being reached to the the manufacturing or the growing area and being loaded there and directly sending to the port. So after storage, so probably rail connectivity and rail-based transportation will reduce, I think, the damage that could happen due to the vibration that happen in the road. I think that's a good point. And also the other point was the expertise, professionalism improvement in handling of the cut foliage or the floriculture. Okay. For the interest of time, I'm wrapping up a little bit to catch up. So we have another question. Tisali Nishadi asking, I think, I don't know, it's a question. I think she's giving, she's giving the answer here as well. Government support and also the well-connected floriculture supply chain partners with modern technology that's really need to eliminate the problems. Okay, so that's the questions that I have been in the chat. So I have a few questions for others as well, but before that I would like to get few other questions. You can switch on the mic and ask our presenters. So until then I will ask the first one, the Sandhiri Vakishta as the first presenter. So my question is, why didn't you align the sustainable development goals in your study? Sandru, are you there? Sandru Vakish, are you there? Okay, he's no. All right, so we have Amarisingha Pereira, the green transportation. I have the same questions for you. So you were talking about the green transportation policies and you were talking about the government need to intervene, right? So Nipun, thank you for joining. So my question is, Nipun, now we know that sustainable development goals is the universal global level directive being established, right? But we know that it is not a requirement that everybody should follow it. It is not a mandatory legal regulation, but it just a simple guideline. So do you think government intervention, government coming as a regulator or some legal provisions, do you think the transport, the logistic companies will follow green practices?
Yes, sir. I think that when the governments are implementing the laws and regulations by providing the legislation background, so I think that the companies has to follow those way, because the first major thing is that the first step is should take by the government. So when they have provide some laws and regulations, and after they include those laws and regulations into the Parliament Act or other some things, so the investors who are want to do the invest in the Sri Lanka, so they has to follow the they has to obey to the laws and regulation in the Sri Lanka into the Sri Lankan government. So I think when the government will be raise some laws and regulations, so investors and other companies also has to obey to the rules, laws and regulations in Sri Lanka.
All right, so excellent answer. That goes to me the final question for you, that do you think the Sri Lankan government doesn't have a sustainable regulatory or legal framework? Do you think Sri Lanka doesn't have it? I'm just asking.
It's a little bit hard question, sir, but according to my findings, I think that the Sri Lankan government also didn't take a part to introduce the sustainable solution in Sri Lanka, because the government also care about the short-term outcomes, because they are that actually all of us know that according to Sri Lankan scenario that the governments are want to protect their candidates by doing short-term outcomes like developing roads and developing other bus roads and something. So yeah, so according to that scenario, I cannot see in future that the government hasn't any plan in long term to introduce the sustainable solution into the Sri Lankan supply chain
transportation industry. Yeah. Even the investment plans. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that talks about the absence of the clearly defined framework, legal, regulatory guide framework for Sri Lankan transport and logistic industry. Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
So I will now go to the last questions that I have. That's about, I couldn't get the service quality of the freight forwarding industry that we're talking about, the service quality. But Gunasekara, if you're there, please answer me. What are the main attributes customers really think about if they want to send or use a freight forwarder in Sri Lanka? What they really want, according to your research? What attribute, what they really want? PNS, Gunasekara? No? All right, with the interest of time, so thank you very much for joining the session, Maritime Transportation and Logistics. We had wonderful 5 presentations and various aspects. One is looking at the majorly, I would think this session more biased towards the greening and sustainability in the transportation and logistics industry, which is really vital. So the ports, how to become green port in terms of its operations, Hambantota port presented by Oskar. And also we had another green transport in the logistics sector, and also looking at the cost reduction in the harvest losses in the supply chain of cut foliage, and also the service quality aspects of the freight forwarding industry, and as well as the second one is about the solution for the congestion in terms of landside mobility of cargoes within the terminal. So various aspects being discussed. I think they're really good research at your level. I think there are room for improvement. So please take these on comments and the questions, answers given here, and improve your work further. So I hope the reporter, Dilini, I think we are done with this session. So over to you. So thank you for inviting me for the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your participation. And Ms. Ahla, over to you.
Thank you, Professor YMMS Bandara, Mrs. Nishanti Pereira, and Ms. Dilini Manake for coordinating the session up to now. So next is the 5th and the final session for the final of the oral sessions, which is socio-economic and marketing. This will be chaired by Professor M.G. Kularatne. For the session, co-chair will be Mr. M.M.A.S. Mahipala, while the rapporteur will be Ms. Nesha Dushani. Professor M.G. Kularatne is affiliated with the Department of Economics, Faculty of Sciences of the University of Kelaniya. His researches are mainly focused on efficiency, productivity analysis of natural resources, development issues, education, and solid waste management. Professor Kularatne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
can somebody respond that whether?
Yes, we can hear you.
You know that the network is very unstable due to the heavy rain here. And therefore, the people, I kindly request to speak a bit loudly because the outside is a bit heavy noise. And thank you very much for inviting me for this session and chairing this session. And Nesha and Mr. Mahipal is helping me in the other arrangements. And shall we jump into this straight away for the presentation, because already we are behind the schedule as well. And I really kindly ask every presenter, we must thank you all because this is your hard work, and you are going to presenting to get more widely popularizing your work, and we are really appreciating. Then keep in mind that you are the boss in these studies, not the people who are listening, and therefore be very comfortable to present And we know that you all know more than us what we are talking about, what you are talking about. And starting this session, and we are very appreciate that Ocean University as well, because they are organizing such a very good events, and we are very happy with as scientists of this subject. And let's start with the first presentation, and it is talking about a very important issue we very recently we had in Sri Lanka, and that is changes in fish consumption pattern and consumer perception. You know that it is very important to see that when something happens, how consumers are responding. And this is a case study of the NBX Pearl ship disaster in Sri Lanka, and the presenter is Miss M.S. Gunasinghe, and I kindly invite her to present her very important work for us. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Marsha Gunasinghe from Faculty of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences at the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. The topic which I am going to talk today is changes in fish consumption pattern and consumer perception following the MV Express Pearl ship disaster which happened recently in Sri Lanka. So these are the topics that I am going to talk today. Introduction, objectives, materials and methodology, results and discussion, and the conclusion. At the very outset, I will give a brief introduction. Spillage of oil, pellets, chemicals and other hazardous materials in the ocean poses a serious risk to both aquatic ecosystems and human communities that rely on them. Due to economic importance and wider role in food security, impact assessments of these species frequently focus on seafood, particularly fish and invertebrates. Although considerable research has been conducted to understand the ecological and socio-economic impacts of these species, comprehensive assessments of immediate and long-term damage to biodiversity and society are still challenging. The environmental and human dimensions of these accidents must be considered in the development and implementation of effective mitigation strategies, as well as in increasing the resilience of impacted communities to future disasters. The objectives of this study is to evaluate perceptions and behaviors regarding fish consumption patterns among Sri Lankans following the Express Pearl ship disaster, and to recommend solutions to overcome these types of situations that happen after marine disasters. Then I'll move into the methodology. This study was conducted by using pre-tested and structured digital questionnaire through Google Forms under 3 languages, Sinhala, Tamil and English. Data were collected from the general population in Sri Lanka from May to July 2021 after the disaster. The collected data were validated and analyzed with Microsoft Excel and SPSS software. Then the data were summarized into frequencies and percentages and presented as tables and figures. Then I am moving to the results and discussion part. Before moving to the key results, I will show the demographics. According to the results, 546 respondents have participated to the study. 59% of them were females, while others were males. When considering the age categories of the respondents, the majority of them were in the 20 to 29 age category, while the lowest number of people were in the age category of below 20. When it comes to the highest level of education of the respondents, the majority of them had a bachelor's degree, while the lowest number of them were just after the ordinary level. According to the figure 3, as you can see, it is clear that the majority of respondents had good education qualification. Then the respondents were asked about their district of residence. According to the figure 4, majority of them were from Colombo, followed by Gampaha, Galle and Kandy. The lowest number of them were from Mathura and Jaffna. Then I am moving to talk about the key results of this study. When considering the respondents' awareness about the incident, 99% of them have indicated that they were well aware about the incident. From that 99%, majority of them had got information from social media, television, YouTube, personal communications, newspapers, radios, and etc. From the information they got through major communication methods, thus television and social media, majority of them have indicated that the information they received through the television are acceptable according to their knowledge. But when it comes to social media, majority of people have indicated that they had a neutral trust on the information they received from them. Then the respondents were asked about the primary and secondary protein sources of them. There, 56 of them have indicated that they consume fish as their primary protein source. The people who use other protein sources as their primary protein source is somewhat lower than fish. According to figure 9, the majority of people consume eggs as their secondary protein source, followed by fish, chicken, dairy products, vegetable proteins, and etc. From the people who said that they consume fish as their primary protein source, 93% of them have said that they prefer marine fish than freshwater fish. From that respondents, 34 prefer small marine fish, while 31 prefer large marine fish. Others prefer mollusks, crustaceans, and other seafoods. When it comes to the number of family members who eat fish within their families, 74% of them have stated that they have 4 or more family members who eat fish within their families. According to the figure 13, 37% of them consume 1 to 2 kilograms per week. When people were asked whether they are going to change their marine fish consumption pattern after the incident, 82% of them have said that they are going to change. From them, 46 were going to avoid all marine fish, while 45 going to reduce marine fish intake and 8% going to avoid a particular group of fish. When considering the respondents' opinion on time duration of refrain from eating marine fish, majority of them have indicated that they would avoid them for more than 1 year. The most important thing is there were 8% of people who said that they would never eat marine fish again after the incident. When considering the new primary protein source from the respondents who changed their marine fish consumption pattern, majority of they are going to move to eggs followed by chicken, freshwater fish, vegetables, dairy products, etc. Finally, respondents were asked on their opinions on actions or suggestions that can be taken to prevent the spread of unbiased data about fish consumption among the general public. There, 38 of them have indicated that awareness through reputed organizations such as government research organizations, experts, universities is important, while others suggested immediate dissemination of research-based findings to the general public and long-term research on fish and disseminating findings to the general public is important. When it comes to the conclusion of this study, there are some of the major points that can be highlighted. Fish and shellfish consumption frequency has decreased dramatically since the disaster, which has had a negative impact on fish sales. People involved in the seafood supply chain, such as fishermen, vendors, sellers, and others, have been severely impacted when sales decline. The decrease in sales has had an impact on their economic security as well as their food security and cultural identity. Consumer behavior has had been harmed as a result of information spreading through local communication and social networks. As a key summary, we conclude that because of express per ship disaster happened in Sri Lanka, people have reduced their marine fish consumption pattern drastically, impacting those of people who have involved in seafood supply chain within Sri Lanka. So, we recommend that responsible authorities must act quickly by conducting environmental assessments and launching evidence-based consumer awareness programs. So these are the references that I used when making this presentation. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Nisha, is that finished? Because you know that my connection also not very fixed and it is disconnecting time to time. But
yes, sir, we can move with the second presenter.
shall we start?
Sure, sir.
Okay. You know that the place and the internet connections is sometimes is not unstable, and with this is part of the impact of Corona actually. So anyway, even having such hardship, but still we are moving. And I'm really apologize from everybody if I disconnected. I will reconnect again very quickly and go ahead. Okay. And the second presentation is going to be export performance of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka. And this presentation is going to make by Vishwanath, Mr. Vishwanath. Actually, I don't know more details to introduce you. I know that all these people might working in this important sector. And please present your the presentation right now. This is over to you, Mr. Vishwanath.
Hello, I am Kasum Vishwanath from the Faculty of Fisheries and Ocean Science, Oceanography, Sri Lanka. I would make this opportunity to make a presentation on ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka. Within this presentation, I try to give a comprehensive overview of export performance of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka. This is my outline: introduction, objective, methodology, resultant discussion, conclusion and recommendation, acknowledgement and references. Introduction. Present status of ornamental fish industry of Sri Lanka. Ornamental fish industry is fast-growing industry in Sri Lanka. It is export-oriented and major contributor to the GDP of the country. Total ornamental fish export earning accounted for 2,913 million rupees in 2019. Sri Lanka export freshwater, backwater and marine ornamental fish and invertebrates. The main ornamental fish species dominating the Sri Lanka ornamental fish export market are guppy, neontetta, platy, swordtail, molly, angel, goldfish, zebra, and discus. Out of these species, 60% of total ornamental fish export consists of guppy, swordtail, platy, and molly. Objective of the study: to understand the development and competitiveness of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka, to provide recommendation to enhance market share of Sri Lanka ornamental fish trade while competing with other regional rivals. Methodology. Then the study was based on time series secondary data on trade flow of ornamental fish for Sri Lanka and world for the period 2000-2017. Secondary data collect from two different databases. There are WTO and United Nations Commodity Trade. And trade data for Sri Lanka and world were collect for the period 2000 to 2017. Ornamental fish trade data for Sri Lanka and world were extracted from the United Nations Commodity Trade database for the period. Secondary data on total world trade and total trade of Sri Lanka were retrieved from World Trade Organization statistical database. Equation and economic indices. To ensure the objectivity of the study, widely available economic index and equation are used to study the development of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka, mainly annual growth rate and compound annual growth rate as studied through this equation. Then, in order to the study the competitiveness of the ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka, relative comparative advantage reveal import advantage reveal trade advantage has been calculated through this equation. And this index reveal comparative advantage is also known as Balaxa index. This index determines the power of the competitiveness in the industry. According to the classification, if the RCA value taken from the calculation is between or equal 1, it say there is a no competitiveness for that country producing considered product. If RCA value between or equal 1 and 2, it indicate that there is a weak competitiveness. If the RCA value between or equal 2 and 4, there is a moderate competitiveness. But when RCA value exceed 4, there is a strong competitiveness. This study has been considered this index in the context of the ornamental fish industry, fish industry of Sri Lanka. Let me discuss details in next part. Then there is another index named relative important advantage. In this study, it was used to find out whether Sri Lanka has any advantage over importing ornamental fish. RMA has calculated this equation. So having both export and import indices calculation RPA, reveal trade advantage has calculated by using this equation. Results and discussion. This is the fluctuation of export performance of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka. This data was extracted from the annual report of Ministry of Fisheries. Total export value of ornamental fish industry notably shot up 2012-2015 in 1,432 million Sri Lankan rupees. Annual growth rate. Annual growth rate is the change in the value of growth over the period of the year. Annual growth rate of the ornamental fish industry of Sri Lanka has differently fluctuated over the year. Annual growth rate has shot up from negative value from 2000, but 2002 it has fluctuated with tend to be decreased. Annual growth is considerably declined and expanded within 2010 to 2012. Then it seems sudden downward movement of annual growth rates from 2014 to 2015, like that experienced in 2011. Then compound annual growth rate has also been evaluated. It showed considerable improvement from 2001 to 2006. After 2006 has slight growth. In 2015, compound annual growth rate report its peak within the defined time period. The figure indicate the fluctuation of revealed comparative advantage of ornamental fish industry of Sri Lanka. It clearly seems that throughout the considered time period, the revealed comparative advantage moving exceeding 4. It reveals that Sri Lanka has strong export competitiveness in the ornamental fish industry. RCA value somewhat reduced in 2012 but recovered in 2013. With the upward movement from 2013, highest RCA value is recorded in 2015. According to figure 5, revealed import advantage differently fluctuated from 2013 to 2017. RMA value notably increased. 2017 considered as the highest RMA value, and 2004 report a lowest RMA value. As per the figure 6, revealed trade advantage has been evaluated by sum up both RCA and RMA together. So revealed trade advantage of ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka indicate a decline trend from 2006 to 2012, but growth from 2012 to 2015. Again, decline 2016. Conclusion: the present study has revealed that there was slight growth of export performance in ornamental fish trade of Sri Lanka. RCA showed Sri Lanka has strong competitiveness in the export trade throughout the period 2000-2017. As tropical country, Sri Lanka has a great potential in ornamental fish production. This is mainly due to the presence of rich biodiversity and availability of favorable climatic conditions. Further, Sri Lanka has higher potential to expand export-oriented ornamental fish trade and increase market share in the world to increase foreign income. At present, ornamental fish industry plays significant role in Sri Lanka economy. Recommendations: government intervention with successful strategies and practice and obtain higher market share in the international market, empowering local breeders and growers to brood export to by having them an enabling environment. Example: simplifying regulation related to export and long bureaucratic procedures, implement export promotion programs, facilitate domestic producer by financial assistance and technical assistance. Then strategic collaboration between policymakers, domestic breeders, and exporters. Then funding in research and development. Acknowledgement. Special thanks for Mr. Isharatna Suri sir and Committee of Research Symposium, Ocean Institute of Sri Lanka. This is my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vishwanath. Maybe we can discuss at the end of the presentation if you have any questions, and keep that and stay with us, and we can discuss a little bit later. And I'm moving to the next presentation, and that's the third presentation of this event, that is the effectiveness of online learning in undergraduates of Ocean University of Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. And Ms. Kure is presenting, yeah, that's very good idea to see that how this type of work is during the pandemic and even after, what will happen when there is any external shock we have in the country. And may I invite Ms. BSMT Kure to make her presentation. Thank you.
I am Memi Kure. I am an undergraduate of Ocean University of Sri Lanka. As you can see, my topic is the effectiveness of online learning in undergraduates of Ocean University of Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, I'm going to focus on introduction, objectives, materials and methods, results and discussion, conclusion and the references. As you all know, COVID-19 is a global pandemic. To prevent the spread of the disease, Sri Lankan government declared the nationwide curfew in March 2020. So, all the educational institutes closed their campuses down. Harsh and her co-authors argued the creation of leaders and skilled workforce the country needs could be delayed as a result of such disturbances in tertiary education due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, a proper mechanism is demanded to minimize such disturbances, and online learning have been recognized as a remedy. Within a short period of time, Ocean University of Sri Lanka also introduced the online education. Management of the online classes as an alternative to physical classes is a considerable structural change in higher education of Ocean University of Sri Lanka. So here comes the research motivation. It is important to understand the emerging issues and challenges in online education to take remedial measures to improve these e-learning platforms. Objectives were to examine the effectiveness of online learning, to make a comparison between traditional face-to-face physical classroom learning and online learning, to provide suggestions to improve the online learning environment. When it comes to materials and methods, our population of the study was undergraduates of the Fisheries and Marine Science General Degree Program attached to the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Our population size was 70 out of 87 students. Here, we did not consider FMS 2020 batch because they don't have any physical classroom experience to compare with the online classroom experience. Our sampling method was random sampling, and our data collection method was online survey using a per-tested questionnaire. And our data analysis was done by using Excel and RStudio. Under Resultant Discussion, we have descriptive statistical analyzed data and statistical analyzed data. When we consider about descriptive statistical analyzed data, we can see summary of demographic data here. First one is batch data. The majority of the responders from 2019-20 batch, the majority of the responders were females. It's 61.7%. According to the overall attendance, most of the students participated more than 76% even in the online platform. The majority of the students come from suburban areas. OCUSL is using MS Teams as the online learning platform. Thus, most of the students are familiar with MS Teams. Majority of the 51.4% students use mobile phones to join online lectures as most using device. 72.1% students have Wi-Fi connection at their home. According to this graph, students more like to have 1 to 2 hour lectures. It's 81%. According to this research, almost all students prefer only 2 lectures per day. According to this chart, students more like to have lectures during daytime. Here we can see student satisfactions. Over 60% students are satisfied with the compatibility of their devices. Here, 1/2 of our students are satisfied with the familiarity with MS Teams. Here, 1/4 of the students strongly unsatisfied with their signal coverage, but it's looked like they somehow managed to participate lectures according to overall batch attendances. Here, over 1/2 of the students are strongly satisfied about their knowledge and skills to manage online learning. Nearly 65% students satisfied with their home environment during lectures. Almost all students do not prefer semester to be postponed. They say it will delay their degree program. 28% students says they like to have online lectures after COVID-19, and 37.1% students say no to online lectures after COVID-19. Here, 3/4 of students are fully motivated to attend online lecture. Here you can see most preferred learning environment. 1/2 of students prefer physical learning rather than online learning. Here, 69% students says online learning is effective and 31% say it's not effective. Under statistical analysis, first one is binary logistic regression analysis. Here we made 7 hypotheses. Senior batches are more likely to believe that online education is effective during the COVID-19 than junior batches. Female students more likely to believe that online education is effective during the COVID-19 than male students. Students live in urban and suburban areas are more likely to believe that the online education is effective during the COVID-19 than students live in rural areas. Students who have a home environment which is favorable for online learning most likely to believe the online education is effective during the COVID-19 than students who do not have such environment. Students who are interested in online learning more likely to believe that the online learning is effective during the COVID-19 than the students who do not have an interest for online learning. Effectiveness of the online classes is more likely to reduce with the increase of lecture hours. Effectiveness of the online learning is more likely to increase depending on the lecturer. These are the results we had. only one hypothesis was significant and confirmed. Students who have interest to join online classes compared to students who are lack of interest in joining online classes are more likely to feel online learning is effective during COVID-19. P-value was 0.0309. Then under statistical analysis, we have Wilcoxon-Sign rank test result. Here we made 6 hypotheses. There is a significant difference in physical classes and online classes in time management, overall cost effectiveness, group activities, teacher-student interactions, student-student interaction, and use of multiple teaching devices. The result says there is no significant difference in physical classes and online classes in time management and overall cost effectiveness. However, physical classroom environment is better than online learning in conducting group activities, maintaining teacher-student interactions, maintaining student-student interactions, and use of multiple teaching devices. The results confirm the argument of Smith and co-authors, which says some students prefer face-to-face traditional physical classrooms because they feel more connected to the lecturer and other students in the learning environment. The final topic is conclusion. Online education is viewed as a structural change in education in the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Ocean University undergraduates have been accepted the online learning as an alternative for current situation. Our findings still provide valuable managerial implications to improve the ongoing online education and even for its use in the new normal condition that may prevail after COVID-19. However, research should be examined the perception of OCUSL academic staff as well to address the challenges confronted during the online classes to receive a better picture about the effectiveness of online learning. These are the references we used. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kure. I feel that it's well organized presentation. It's very good one. And the next one, fourth presentation in this event this evening. Once again, we are going to discuss about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on fish trade in Badulla district of Sri Lanka. And this is going to be presented by Mr. De Silva. And thank you very much for the presenters because they are managing their time very well and it is very helpful us to continue the event very smoothly. And I think Mr. De Silva also do the same. And may I invite Mr. De Silva to present his research to us. Thank you.
Good evening all. I am Manuja De Silva. Today my presentation is about impact of COVID-19 pandemic on fish trade in Badulla district of Sri Lanka. Let's move on to the content of presentation. As you can see in this slide, firstly I am willing to give a brief introduction about the research conducted by me, and then I will discuss about objectives and methodology of my research. After that, I will present result of research with the discussion. And finally, I am going to talk over the conclusion and the references. So let's move on to the introduction. When considering about the Sri Lankan context, COVID-19 pandemic has been a significant impact to the current economic downturn in the country, as well as in all the industries. Demand to supply of fish trade also totally affected by COVID-19 to considerable level. Basically, 1.3% of gross domestic product is contributed by the fishery sector in Sri Lanka, as well as 60% of protein requirement of Sri Lanka is provided by fishery sector. Therefore, fishing, aquaculture production, processing, transport of inputs, distribution, wholesale and retail marketing of fisheries trade are significantly impact to the total economic of the country. As Hendart states, there is a considerable influence from the different types of risk involved in the fishery supply chain, such as cost volatility, resources shortages, supply financial issues, natural disasters, and human failures. Also, Hart and Halderson claims that unexpected economic catastrophes in the affected countries was happened due to the COVID-19 pandemic. When discussed further, several researchers states that COVID-19 is significantly affected both small and large-scale fisheries throughout several stages of fish supply chain. Consequently, from this study, I am willing to provide a proper understanding about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on fish supply chain, Badulu in Badulu district, Sri Lanka. Let's moving on to the objectives of the research. From this research, I have three main objectives indicate this slide. They are to investigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on fish traders, to qualitative and quantitative assessment of those impact, and to identify the policy measures to support affected parties. Let's move on to the methodology part. As you can see in this map, I have selected 9 major electorates in Badulu district. All the information related wholesale and retail sales were gathered by interviewing selected 9 fisheries from this area: Municipal Council, Urban Council, Pradesh Sabha, Division Secretariat, and Badulu District Secretariat. As you can see in this diagram, firstly I have created the research questionnaires and pre-tested it. After that, I have gathered required data from the relevant government authorities and agencies. And then the fish traders were contacted through information obtained from institutional and official. Finally, collected samples were analyzed using MS Excel and Minitab version 14. Here is the structured questionnaire prepared for the survey, which contains 3 sections. There are demographic info, sales info, impact of COVID-19 on fish trade activities. So let's move on to the results and discussion of the result. This graph demonstrates the demographic data of respondents. As this first graph illustrates, when considering about the age group of respondents, majority of respondents are in the year range from 41 to 45 years. According to the second pie chart, 44% of respondents complete their ordinary level, while 11% respondent is advanced level, and rest of respondents are with lower level of educational background. When considering about the nature of the business, which is represented by the third graph, majority of respondents are engaged in both wholesale and retail business, while 33% mainly focus on the retail business. 22% were not closed during the early stage of pandemic. Reason for this is they received a special permit for continue with their business in during COVID-19 pandemic country's complete lockdown period. When considering about the graph, according to the paired t-test results shows sales quantity and gross profit significantly reduced after COVID-19 pandemic. So this graph illustrates the decline of sales quantity from January to December as in a comparison of 2019 to 2020. As you can see in this graph, there is a considerable reduction of sales quantity throughout the year. Among them, April, October and December months showed highest quantity sales before the COVID-19. Let's consider about the satisfaction level of business in completely lockdown period, partial lockdown period, and under new normal condition. As you can see in this diagram, majority of traders are dissatisfied with their business in all about discussed 3 scenarios. So, these 2 graphs demonstrate the level of income of respondents before COVID-19 and under new normal condition. As the both diagrams clearly show, majority of respondents are having a very low income in both scenarios. This graph illustrates the method of communication with their customers during complete or partial lockdown period. As you can see in this pie chart, 78% of respondents have won new customers to their business, and positive impact occurred to COVID-19 pandemic. So This graph illustrates the analyzed data whether respondents receive any financial aid and subsidy from government or private sector during COVID-19 pandemic. It is clear that most of the traders received subsidy only from government and demonstrated in this graph. And that is all about results of the research. So let's move on to the suggestion and ideas provided by traders which may help to overcome issues occurred due to COVID-19 pandemic. They have suggested that it is better issue license for fish traders who do not have trade license through the Ministry of Fisheries. Also, they have noted that is required to take some action of repay loans provided by the private sector without interest. As an example, they have stated that the vehicle loan facilities was postponed for 6 months, but there was a strong opposition to change it with interest after those 6 months. Further, they proposed that it can be announced the public to eat fish without any fear of suspicion. And finally, they have requested that the transport license issued them during the travel restriction period better to change in cyclical manner. Let's move on to the final conclusion of the research. In conclusion, it is clear that COVID-19 have affected the fish trade and the supply chain significantly. Also, most of the traders highly dissatisfied with their business due to the COVID-19. Furthermore, it is suggested to disseminate correct information related to fish consumption through media. Finally, it is needed to find and implement required strategies for overcome such issues in order to withstand the current economic downturn in Sri Lanka. So, these are the my references which I preferred to present study. So at the end, firstly, I would like to thank my supervisor, Mr. M.I.G. Ratnasurya, for his support and valuable comment to the complete this research study. Also, I would like to thank this Research Symposium 2020 Organizing Committee of Ocean Industry of Sri Lanka. So this is the end of my presentation. If you have any query, you can ask now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. De Silva, yes, we will ask some clarification if necessary at the end of this presentation. And I like to move into the next one because we are in the time constraints, and maybe I like to give some highlighting points of yours presentation at the end before the question and answer session. And the fifth presentation is like preliminary study of the daily fish consumption of Sri Lankan children, a comparison among ethnic groups. This is Ms. V.N. Vidanakamage, please.
Good morning, all of you. I am V.N. Vidanakamage from Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. My research topic is preliminary study of daily fish consumption of Sri Lankan children, a comparison among ethnic groups. This is the content of my presentation. Introduction. Sri Lanka is an island. Fish is one of the most commonly available good protein varieties from the sea and also the freshwater. Fish are rich in protein, providing omega-3 fatty acid, vitamin B12, vitamin D, which is healthier than any other type of food. First 2 years of life is the period of rapid physical growth and mental development of children. Different ethnic groups have their unique cooking method and food patterns. The objective of the study is, first one, find the amount of fish given to the different age group of children. Second one, compare between different ethnic groups, Sinhalese, Muslim and Tamil. Third one is, evaluate the preference for fish based on the fish size, small size or large size. Fourth one is, examine any fish allergies among the selected age group of children. Material and methodology. This is the flowchart of my methodology. Study design, study population, questionnaire design, data collection, sample size and calculation, statistical analysis. Study design. The study was carried out in 2021 March to April to collect information of fish consumption of children under 10 years in Sri Lanka. The data was collected by convenient sampling method using a Google form, as it is difficult to obtain data from individuals due to the current corona pandemic. Study population covered the majority of the country, districts such as Hambantota, Mathura, Galle, Kandy, Colombo, Kurunegala, Badulla, Kegol, Puttalam and Batticaloa, representing different ethnic groups. Invited to provide data on consumption of fish were parents of the children under 10 years of age. Parents were requested to answer the questions based on past record regarding the amount of fish fed to the youngest person in families. There is no children under 10 years. Questionnaire design. Pre-tested questionnaire used to collect data. The questionnaire consisted on 12 questions. First 3 questions were about the personal information, including biometric characters. Next 7 questions were about the amount of fish given to the children at a time in each age group. The last 2 questions were about fish allergies in children and the preference of fish based on the fish size, small size or large size. Data collection. The form was shared on WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger group with the help of friends and acquaintances. Data analysis. Find the amount of fish given to the different age group of children. Compare the amount of fish consuming among the different ethnic groups, Sinhalese, Muslim and Tamils. Evaluate the fish preference, small size or large size. Examine any fish allergies. Statistical analysis. Frequency of occurrence for the fish consumption between age groups were calculated. The Kruskal-Wallis test in META-14 was used for the statistical analysis. Results and discussion. The frequency of occurrence for fish consumption between age group of children gradually increased with their growth. Sri Lankan children are given to minced rice and fish from the 7th month. This is the summary response for less than 1 year. According to that, most children consume between 5 gram to 7.5 gram fish per day. This is the summary response for children between 1 and 2 years. According to that, most children consume 7.5 gram to 10 gram per day. According to the summary response between 2 and 3 years, most children consuming 15 gram to 17.5 gram per day. 15 gram to 17.5 gram per day of fish is widely consumed by children between 3 and 4 years. It is about 21%. Between 4 and 5 years, most children consume more than 13 gram per day, which is about 23%. According to the summary response between 5 and 6 years, most children consume 27.5 gram to 13 gram per day and 13 gram to 32.5 gram per day. This is the summary response for children between 6 and 10 years. According to that, most children consume 35 gram to 45 gram and 55 gram to 65 gram per day. This is the summary of Kruskal-Wallis test result, DF, H and P values of each age group. Most of the age groups show there is no significant difference of fish consumption pattern between ethnic groups. 76% respond that children should be given small fish and 24% respond that they should be given large fish from their children. 16% them have fish allergies. 54% haven't any fish allergies and 30% have sometimes fish allergies. there is strong preference in consuming fish. So most of the children having fish allergies, there were considerable percentage of children subjected to the fish allergies. The recommended minimum daily fish intake is 7 to 9 months, 1 serving, 9 to 12 months, 1 and 2 serving, 2 to 5 years, 2 small serving or 15 grams per day. Most children up to 2 years of age are given the same amount of fish, but then the amount of fish given to the children in Sri Lanka is less than the recommended level. The prevalence of fish allergies in children is estimated to be less than 2%. The record of fish allergies in Sri Lanka, 46%. Unawareness of people in fish species responsible for child fish allergies. Contaminated fish may be available in local market. Conclusion. The amount of fish served to studied group of children is appeared to be very similar. The given amount of fish-based diet to children in Sri Lanka is below the recommended amount according to the Infant and Young Child Feeding Guideline for Sri Lanka 2007. This study recommended to increase the fish consumption for Sri Lankan children. The majority of the adults agreed that small fish are more suitable to children. Future research are recommended to investigate fish species responsible for child fish allergies. Acknowledgement. I would like to grant my sincere gratitude to my dear sir, Mr. W.A.A.U. Kumara, lecturer, Faculty of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, for grant assist and supervision to do this research, and the academic head and all other lecturers in Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Bunch of thanks for all the batchmates for supporting me and everyone who participated in filling out and sharing the Google form. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vidanakamage. Okay, good. Now we are moving to the last presentation of this series, and the last presentation, once again, we are going to discuss of impact of COVID-19 pandemic, because it was a very popular topic in these days in all over the world. And various scientists are looking at the various dimensions of the impact of COVID-19, and in this case, we are talking about fisheries actually. And this presentation is made by Ms. Samarage. What she is going to present us is that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on tuna export industry in Sri Lanka. And this is Ms. Samarage, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sandali Samarage. The topic of my presentation is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on tuna export industry in Sri Lanka. The content is introduction, then objectives, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, and the references. Background of the study: mainly exported tuna species in Sri Lanka are yellowfin tuna and the big-eye tuna. In year 2018, exported quantity was 13,448 metric tons and the value was 22,277 millions. It is nearly 9% of the value of global trade. Statement of the problem: no study has been carried out to find the impact of COVID-19 to tuna export industry in Sri Lanka. So this helps to take export decisions as well as to generate money to local economy. Main objective is to calculate the export earnings and quantity differences before and during COVID period. Specific objective is to propose possible solutions to minimize the negative impact under low export trade. Then the methodology, data collected from the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, quantity in kilogram and the value in Sri Lankan rupees millions. This is a quantitative analysis and independent t-test is used before COVID period set as January to December 2019 and the during COVID period set as January to December 2020. Null hypothesis is there is no significant mean difference between before COVID period and the during COVID period. Alternative hypothesis is there is a significant mean difference between before COVID period and the during COVID period. Then the results, the significant two-tailed of export quantity is 0.003 and is less than 0.05. So null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. So there is a significant mean difference between before COVID period and the during COVID period of export quantity. When consider about the export values, significant two-tail is 0.010 and is less than 0.05. So null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. So there is a significant mean difference between before COVID period and the during COVID period. When consider about the major destinations for tuna export are France, Italy, Taiwan, UK and the USA. The mean quantity was reduced in Italy, Taiwan, UK and the USA in year 2020. And the mean value was reduced in Italy, Taiwan and the USA in year 2020. This is the significant table of the major destination. It also shows the quantity and the value of Italy, Taiwan and the USA are below the 0.05. So there is a significant mean difference between before COVID period and the during COVID period. Then the discussion, the export income was reduced during the COVID period and also export quantity also reduced because export the demand for tuna was reduced. The suggestions are tax concession and the investment for fish storage and frozen fish sectors and the subsidies for stakeholders of export-oriented tuna fishery and the drop-down freight charges. Then the conclusion, COVID-19 highly impacted on the tuna fish industry.
On the impact of Southwest
They
monsoon on the
exported fewer quantities under low prices. These are the references and thank you.
All right, we done the job actually. Maybe as the chair of the session, I would like to make some highlighting points of each presenter for the benefit of their improvement, because I'm really happy of having this scientist in future in Sri Lanka. So I make few comments, either good or bad. It does not mean like good or bad, but this is for the improvement of your studies and the presentation, okay? And consider, this is honestly I make these comments for improvement of your future work. And starting from presentation 1, And oh no, for the all presenters, I kindly request, if you are doing this research with your supervisors, it is good as ethically, it is good if you can put your the names of your supervisors or any other co-authors in your presentation, because it is, you know, that the scientific way we are doing. And moving to the first presentation of Ms. Gunasinghe, and the data analysis is very much descriptive. And I think that she could do a very nice regression analysis to see that what are the sort of very important impact on the topics she discussed. And the presentations to Mr. Viswanath, analytical method is okay, and it's comprehensive and good. And I didn't understand, of course, what are the big impact of COVID-19, and because it is the data is a little bit old, I guess, maybe I suggest he can update his research with the current data, and that would be a very good one then. And moving to the next one, P3, presentation 3, is a well-organized presentation. I am happy. If somebody asks me to select the best presentation this evening, I select presentation 3. And but one problem is that you need to revise or rename in a meaningful way your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is very clear and you explain very well. But I think you have to think of that the presenting, the way you are presenting of this hypothesis should be a little bit restructured. And the presentation 4, I don't think that you need to present your research questionnaire, because we are believing that you are collected data with the pre-tested questionnaire, because it does not add any kind of weight to the whole presentation. Okay, and the presentation 5 by Ms. Vidyanagam again. And you know that this presentation was talking about the children and the age differences and consumption. And your topic is talking about the ethnicity. And I don't understand what are the sort of previous research done by someone else. Is there any consumer preferences based on the ethnicity? Because, and the taste and the utility for the human beings is the same. And this topic you can revise, removing the ethnicity. Maybe you are talking very much on age and the consumption. Okay, and this presentation 5, yeah, I already said that. And the presentation, the last presentation, and okay, the point is that with the COVID pandemic, export and import and everything was collapsed due to the restrictions of whatever the policy implication taken by every government to be maintaining COVID pandemic. And therefore, I like to see that something else which is behind the curtain of the research. Okay, these are the very few comments what I highlighting in this presentation. Now, now we can discuss, and people can ask, or the audience can ask any questions or the clarification, because this will help to all the presentation for their improvement. And we are supporting as an audience to the authors to improve their research, and keep that in mind. Please now start your research question or whatever the questions and answer session. Maybe Nesha, can you start if you have any chat machine or whatever the question people ask, or people can ask question, live. Is that all right, Nesha?
Yes, we have received some questions for our presenters. Shall I proceed with the first present?
Please.
Ms. Gunasinghe, you are talking about the impact of Express Pearl ship disaster and its impact on the changes in fish consumption behavior. So the question is, from the lessons learned from your study, what would you recommend to face such incidences in future?
Thank you very much, madam, for the question. Madam, I think it's important to do immediate research and have to disseminate research findings to the society and to the expertise level. And I think it's important also how to get the expert ideas on how to manage those kind of situations. And also how to respond, and responsible authorities must again get actions against the spread of unbiased data. Uh, and also how to manage proper infrastructure to cleaning processes and for further research. Uh, and also, I think government must act quickly by aiding impacted community by providing financial aid and also other subsidies.
Okay, give us very brief answers, because if somebody is interested in further, they will contact you. And yeah, keep this discourse for the future as well. Okay, give us a very brief answer for the questions. Okay. Okay, Nesha, for the next one.
Yes, Mr. Vishwanath, we have a question for you. Based on your presentation, the question is, what are the limitations that you have been identified which may hinder the potential export growth of ornamental fish trade?
Thank you, madam. The study have find that insufficiency of government strategies to boost the export of ornamental fish. In the context of Sri Lanka, most of the domestic producers are failing with lack of financial assistance and technical assistance as well. There is no considerable enabling environment for them to have a high stand fish breeding practices. In my point of view, basically it has to facilitate and empower local breeders while have good strategic collaboration within the industry. Thank you.
I think it's a good suggestion, Mr. Vishwanath. Okay, let's move with the next question. Ms. Pure, you have presented your findings regarding the effectiveness of online learning in undergraduates of Ocean University of Sri Lanka. So the question is, what type of strategies would you like to propose to increase the effectiveness of online education of the undergraduates of our university?
Thank you, madam. Develop the personal connections with students, also student and lectures by using break rooms in Teams, also by use video calling options, also whiteboard activity, also can play Microsoft Teams, MS Teams games like Triver and Guess Who. Also, to motivate the students, we can do by students also by the lectures. Also, to get to maintain the focus with the lectures, we can interrupt students by asking questions, and also we as students we also can ask questions from the lectures to maintain the flow. Also we can discuss orally about the things we learn, and also we can discuss the issues we face during the lectures. That's all.
Yeah, you mean that we need more interaction between the students and the student and teachers and student. Maybe we are proposing like build up the networking and relationship between student and teachers and the student, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Nisha.
Vidhanagamagi, are you with us? There's a question for you. What are the recommendations that you would like to propose preparing dietary guidelines for children for fish consumption? So I think you talk about the fish consumption behavior of the Sri Lankan children. So this is an interesting question.
Thank you, madam. I think I recommend increase the fish consumption amounts. Nowadays, Sri Lanka is less than recommended levels. I recommend to increase that amount in 10 grams, minimum 10 grams.
Okay. Maybe we can see that why people are consuming less quantity of fish, maybe because of unavailability, or else is it difficult to afford them, or is there any poor accessibilities? We can further study those things, and then we can see that what fish food security is unstable in within among the community, right, or consumers. Okay.
Okay,
Shall we
so
move to the next one?
Yes, so we have one final question. I think it's for our last presenter, Ms. Samarage. The question is, what type of marketing propaganda should be used in the global market to promote tuna exports during such type of pandemic? Ms. Samarage, are you there?
Maybe she might have some connection issue. The question is very clear. What sort of marketing system we should have use with such pandemic situation? Is anybody wants to answer for that question behalf of Ms. Samarage in the audience? If you have any idea? Anybody? You know that it was very popular way of trading in mobile marketing, that the e-marketing, with the less involvement of the people, even on the global market level. Necessarily there should be some people, but can improve in that way. Perhaps it is my own idea. Does anybody have any idea? It doesn't matter that Samarage is not there, but we can discuss the matter, whatever the question you raise. Is that Ms. Samarage is there still? Okay. Nesha, are we going to open the discussion, open the forum for anybody to ask any question in live, if they are?
Yes, anybody can raise their hand.
Yeah.
They can use the raise hand option and they can forward their questions verbally also, if they don't like to use the chat line.
Okay, because time is running, And Nisha, shall we end up with the session right now, or do you want me to wait some more time?
No, I think so. We should hand over the session to the next session.
Because there might be another session, is because we are behind the schedule. If we get more time, that will be a problem for the next session as well. And shall we conclude that then?
Let's conclude that.
Yeah, on behalf of me, I'm really appreciating for invitation to join with you and listen to this valuable research, and thank you very much for all the buddy researchers. We are expecting you will become a very big giant in the research of fisheries social science, because you know that we have very lacking personnel in this sector, and therefore we have to improve these skills furthermore. And do your research, be brave, and get your assistance from your supervisors and the senior people in this country. And I congratulate every presenters for their research. And also once again, I'm thanking for the Ocean University for inviting me to share my thoughts with this audience. It's a big audience, actually. 55 people are participating in this session. And finally, I must say that we are Ocean. Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Okay. Have a good evening for everybody.
Thank you, Professor Kularatne, for chairing the session, and Mr. M.M.A.S. Mahipala for bringing, and Nesha Dushani for bringing together with this session to an end. With this, we have come to the end of the oral sessions. Next, and the final session for the evening is the poster presentations, which will be chaired by Dr. H.P. Jayasiri, and it will be co-chaired by all the session coordinators. Mr. Samit Varnasurya will be the rapporteur for the session. Dr. H.P. Jayasiri is currently the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Management of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka and a Principal Scientist attached to the National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency. He holds a BSc degree in Biological Sciences from University of Ruhunu, MSc in Oceanography from Gothenburg University, and PhD in Aquatic Environment and Management from India. Dr. H.P. Jayasiri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Alia, and good afternoon to you all. And this session is co-chaired by all the session coordinators, and rapporteur is Mr. Varnasurya. And now we will move into presentation. And first presentation is on preliminary study on impact of southwest monsoon on the abundance and diversity of seaweeds in thick-well algal bed southern Sri Lanka. And the presenter is Mr. M.A.S. Ranjula, and Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. And floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm Ranjula. My research topic is preliminary study on the impact of southwest monsoon on the abundance and diversity of seaweeds in the thick-well algal bed, southern Sri Lanka. The term seaweed comprises a range of marine plants and algae that grow in the various water bodies. Species of Sargassum, Laminaria, Fucus, and Turbinaria are some of the most common seaweed species in Sri Lankan waters. Seaweed makes a significant contribution to marine primary production, and there are numerous uses and importance of them. So obviously, more research into the various aspects of seaweed is required to diversify and determine species richness. So objectives of this research were to examine the diversity and distribution of seaweeds along the southern coast of Sri Lanka and to study the impact of the southwest monsoon on them. We conducted this research in 2019 on the thick-well algal bed, and data were collected before the monsoon, which is from March to April, and after the monsoon from October to November, within the first and fourth weeks of those months. When sampling, we used 50 by 50 centimeters quadrate, and 30 sampling sites were randomly selected each day. During the study, we identified most of the species using standard identification guides, and if there was a need of further clarifications or further calculations, we used high-resolution photographs that we captured. And species that are difficult to identify within the field were brought to the labs for further identification. Channel-wide diversity index used to assess the diversity of these species. For further statistical analysis, we used Microsoft Excel and Minitab softwares. As a result, we identified a total number of 42 algal species from 20 different families. So these are the H values that we've got for each week in each month. The average total cover percentage of species before and after the monsoon was 68.06 and 98.66% respectively. So as you can see in these graphs, we observed that Ulva lactuca had the highest abundance while Chaetomorpha andina had the lowest abundance before the monsoon. And Sargassum species showed the highest abundance while Sargassum crassifolium showed the lowest abundance after the monsoon. So as the conclusion, we found that some seaweed species such as Sargassum species are abundant before and after the monsoon, regardless of the monsoonal effect. And there was a significant increasement of seaweed coverage percentage after the monsoon. Further, we discovered that the general public has a lack of knowledge and awareness about the algal species, their importance and uses. And we believe that this study could serve as a new baseline for future studies along this coast as well. So finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anjula, and we will move into the second presentation. And also you have to send your question and comments, clarification through chat line, and we will get your questions and everything at the end of the session. And this is the second presentation, the changes of agricultural water environment in a CKDU area in Sri Lanka. That paper is presented by Dr. Hanufang Hung, that Gonshu Institute
I'm very
of
happy to share our working
Chinese Academy
experience
of
on the changes of agricultural water environment in the CKDU area. CKDU has spread fast since the 1990s in Sri Lanka, and as we can see in the middle figure, CKDU is endemic and most prevalent in the North Central province. This disease has a male preponderance and the majority affecting are farmers. The candidate causes include environmental factors, lifestyle, and occupational exposure among farmers. Despite many CKDU studies, the exact cause remains unknown. According to the CKDU profile, there may be close correlations between the agricultural water environment and CKDU, and therefore this study collected sediment columns and tried to reconstruct the past 50 to 100-year water environment and illustrate possible spatial and historical links between environmental changes and CKDU. Our study was financially supported by the International Partnership Program of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and our partners include Rihanna University and Peradeniya University. We have collected sediment columns from Pakramas and Mildra and Bagas River in high-risk areas and from Mineria River from low-risk area in North Central Province. These are some pictures showing the sampling activities. After freeze-dry, samples were analyzed for 210 plumbum activity, particle size, organic carbon, nitrogen, black carbon elements, and organic pollutants. Results from 210 plumbum profile show that columns can be used to study the environmental changes since the 8060, 9060, and 88A. The rare earth elements indicated that the climate in high-risk tanks changed to be arid since the 1920s. The concentrations of organic carbon and the ratio of carbon to nitrogen suggested the rapid water eutrophication in high-risk tanks since the 1920s. Biomass and coal burning were the main source of black carbon and PAHs. The fraction and intensity input of pesticides showed the expanding agriculture since the 1980s in high-risk tanks, and we also found the high background values of cadmium, chrome, and thrombin in our study area. The comparison of the factors in surface sediment between high-risk and low-risk tanks suggests the water deterioration in high-risk areas is significant. Then man-candle analysis showed the abrupt environmental change time points were all before the mid-1990s, when the first case of CKDU was reported, showing the possible triggers of climate change and water deterioration for the CKDU occurrence. We also examined correlations with the regional CKDU incidents. Results suggest the continual water deterioration has contributed to the CKDU epidemic. In future, we'll try to obtain epidemiological data from our partners to directly examine the correlations between environmental factors and CKDU. And that's it. Thanks for listening and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Pan Hung. And we will move into the next presentation, that is on the geological disaster assessment and long-term monitoring network in coastal cities of Sri Lanka. And presenter is Dr. Mingul Shaho and South China Sea Institute of Oceanology, Chinese Academy of Science. And floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm here. Yeah, good evening. So
Good evening. You can start.
I will screen my screen. But I think I already sent your recorder recording. So yeah.
Yeah, we will share your recording. Yeah. We will share.
I will share my recording. So I speaker again now. So you can see my screen now. I'm sorry. So now it's okay. I will start. So the so you can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear me. You can hear.
Okay. So as we know, Sri Lanka is characterized by complex geological structure and also heavy rainfall. So meanwhile, with the development of the economy and the increase of the urban construction, so the risk of geological risk just rapidly increased from the geological disaster. Therefore, it's urgent to explore silo structure and evaluate potential geological disaster, especially for the coastal city. So this project is Chinese Academy of Sciences and cooperate with University Rufna, Sri Lanka, Professor Jaya. So and we will choose the 3 coastal cities, the Colombo, Gara, and Mantara. So we will deploy a dense array station for the recording the continuous data, and we will use some methods such as ambient noise tomography and horizontal vertical spectrum ritual and surface wave inversion. And then we will know the near surface structure beneath these 3 coastal cities. But our project now to carry out until now because we cannot go there Sri Lanka now. So we are ready and our instrument is ready. So we plan maybe next month we will transport our instrument to the Jaya and Jaya will help us to deploy the station, seismic station, to recording the data next year. So and our team just go Sri Lanka in 2019, and we already we already go to the station, the perfect position there. So we believe because this method, we also use these measures and deployed our station in our coastal city, Xiamen, and we got a very successful result and already published our result. So I think we will got a good result in Sri Lanka. And thank you very much. That's all. So I think time is limited, right?
Yes, time is limited and also behind the time schedule.
So
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shao. Thank you very much for your appearance in this symposium. Thank you very much. So we will move into the next presentation. We will move into the next presentation, that is on status of floral diversity in the Crow Island Beach Park, Colombo. And it will be presented by Mr. Y. M. N. Yapa, and from Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Status of the floral diversity in the Crow Island Beach Park, Colombo 15. Introduction. Crow Island Beach Park and associated area provide a diversity of habitat for numerous flora and fauna species. The present study was conducted to assess the status of floral diversity in the Crow Island Beach Park and associated area. Methodology. Study area is divided into 3 study sites. Site A is identified as Crow Island Beach Park. Site B is identified as backyard area of Nara, and Site C is identified as periodically inundate lowland area. Line transect method and field observation were used to obtain data. Plant identification applications are used for identification flora species. Seaweed were collected using scraper and stout knife. Resultant discussion. Crow Island Beach Park and associated coastal ecosystem was consisted of mosaic of 5 major vegetation types: herbaceous, tree, shrub, creeper, grass, other than that marine algae. A total number of 102 flora species belonging to 50 families were recorded from the study area, and these included 63 native species, 23 exotic species, and 16 naturalized exotic species. There were 2 true mangrove species, namely Bruguiera species and Soneratia cassiolaris, and 16 mangrove-associated species in the study site. 46 species were recognized as medicinal plant. Apart from that, 4 seaweed species, namely Chaetomorpha antenina, Rhizoclonium africanum, Ulva compressa belonging to Chlorophyta, and Grotolupia lithophila belonging to Rhodophyta, were found in the study area. When we consider the diversity indices for mangrove and mangrove-associated flora species in 3 study sites, we can see the highest diversity indices can be seen in Site A, and the lowest diversity indices can be seen in Site C. So this present study provides a complete discussion and information system about the floral composition in the area. So this research information can be successfully deployed as baseline information for future complex studies in this area, and it can also use to create management activities and conservation purposes and ecology in this coastal area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yapa, and we will move into the next presentation, and that is on assessment of pollution status with reference to physicochemical characteristics in Uttaland Lagoon, Sri Lanka, and it will be presented by Ms. MDSR Madhumage, and from National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency, Colombo 15.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shanuda Madhumage, and title of this study is Assessment of Pollution Status with Reference to Physicochemical Characteristics in Panama Lagoon, Sri Lanka. The Panama Lagoon is one of the most beautiful, relatively pristine shallow coastal lagoon in the eastern coast of Sri Lanka. It is an ecologically important lagoon due to its dense and healthy mangrove vegetation and associated biodiversity. However, increasing pressure from agricultural, fisheries, and other development activities could pose a significant threat to this lagoon ecosystem. Therefore, this study focused on assessing the pollution status of the lagoon by analyzing selected physicochemical properties of the water. Water samples were collected from 14 sampling stations in the lagoon during wet and dry seasons of 2017, and all the water samples were tested using the standard method for the examination of water and wastewater by American Public Health Association. According to the results, salinity, electrical conductivity, turbidity-like parameters showed significant variations during the wet and dry period. Willowa is the main freshwater source to the lagoon, and during the wet period, average salinity was 1.5 parts per thousand, while in the dry period, it was 29 parts per thousand. pH also showed lower values during the wet period due to the freshwater inflow and higher values in the dry period. Results of physicochemical parameters were compared with the standard limits of National Environmental Ambient Water Quality Regulations number 1 of 2019, category C for aquatic life. Dissolved oxygen was greater than 5 mg per liter in all sampling events, and it was within the standards. BOD was also within the standard limit, except in September in the dry period. Ammonical nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen, and orthophosphate concentrations were relatively low compared to the maximum limit of the standard. However, average COD was higher than the standard limit. The primary productivity of the lagoon was measured using the oxygen measurement method during the dry months, and the mean value was 1.2 mg carbon per cubic meter per day. In addition, toxic substances such as pesticide residues and some heavy metals were tested in selected samples, and all the levels were below detection limit. According to the findings of the study, we can state that the health of the lagoon is satisfactory in terms of water quality. Therefore, future development activities should be carefully managed to safeguard the water quality and sustainability of the lagoon ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madhumage, and we will move into the next presentation, that is on assessment of public perception on marine environment in relation to express pearl ship disaster of Colombo Port, Sri Lanka. And presenter is Ms. E.A.K.K. Amarisingha from Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Hello, this is about the assessment of public perception on marine environment in relation to express pearl ship disaster of Colombo Port, Sri Lanka. The Singapore registered express pearl cargo ship was caught fire on 20th May 2021 in coastal waters of Sri Lanka. So it's causing the biggest marine disaster in Sri Lanka in recent history. Pollution from the ship includes millions of plastic pellets, chemicals and other substances. More than 200 marine animals, including sea turtles, dolphins, whales, died following the ship accident due to the marine pollution caused by the chemicals. This incident awakens the interest of the general public about the marine environment and the pollution and also related disasters in the marine area. The objective of this research is to assess the public knowledge and knowledge gaps regarding the marine environment and marine pollution. Further, the research is aimed to identify the type of information sources and recognize the opportunities to increase the public awareness regarding the marine environment. A survey was carried out using structured questionnaire, which include 25 questions through social media. So the survey was communicated by 150 respondents through the social media covering the different education levels and age range. So 83% and 81% of respondents were known about this incident from mainstream media and social media respectively. 51% of the respondents think they are moderately familiar about the marine environmental issues, and 3% claims that they are not at all familiar with the issues related to this ship accident. 84% of respondents believe that the ship accident motivated them to learn more about the marine environment. And also, even though it is a disaster, it awakened the interest in community to learn and understand more about the marine environment related factors such as microplastic, oil pollution, marine animal deaths, including fish, whether fish are suitable for eating, likewise. All the respondents mentioned that they were aware this incident is bad and it affects all the people in the country, as well as money cannot compensate the real damage. According to the study, people are enthusiastic in learning more about marine ecosystem and marine pollution via television programs and newspaper articles. So the thing that we learn from this research indicate that we can make awareness among the people using the this social media platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amarisingha. And we will move into next presentation. Design and manufacturing a floating oil separation system for harbors. And it will be presented by Mr. N.I.E.K.K. Da Silva from Marine Engineering Department, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Our project was to design a floating oil separation system for harbors. Every year, millions gallons of oil enters the ocean, majority oil on daily basis from oil spills and oil out from ships without any permission. This causes a huge damage to the marine ecosystem, including a financial loss. There are already existing technical solutions to clean oil spills, but they are not enough and not successful. Most innovations are stationary and manpower was needed for purification system. Our project aim was to develop a new innovation that can help to clean oceans and make them more suitable for living beings in marine environment. Our main objectives were to separate oil that are released by ships, to apply theoretical knowledge into practical situation and get experience on various manufacturing methods, and finally to design a floating oil separator with necessary calculations and drawings. When I talking about the material and methodology, the oil mix seawater enters to the separator, which has 3 main chambers. The first 2 chambers were designed to separate oil from seawater, and third chamber was collecting separated seawater. There is a collision media in each first 2 chambers to enhance the oil separation process. The above mentioned 3 chambers are separated by using baffle plates, which act as barriers for separated oil to flow among chambers. There exist 4 oil outlets and 1 water outlet. Oil outlets valve were controlled by oil level detecting sensors. Separated oil are collected in 2 separate containers. Separation unit should be primed by closing all outlet valves before starting the process. The design flow rate of our separator is 25 gallons per minute. When talking about the material selection, the separator body and the parallel plate unit was made out of fiber reinforced plastic. The collision media with is made out of polypropylene, and the baffle with polyvinyl fluoride with 0.08 micrometer pore size. Finally, concluding all these facts, identify drawbacks and limitation in currently available methods. We try to minimize most of these issues. Our design is capable of reaching the oil spill and do separation in that location. We do not use any harmful chemical treatments. Finally, hope to do more modifications. I would like to thank whoever helped us to success our project up to this level. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Silva. Now we will move into next poster presentation. Preliminary study on the status of the microplastic abundance and distribution in the shoreline of Batticaloa district of Sri Lanka in March 2021. The paper is will be presented by Mr. M.S. Imad Ahmad and from Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Good evening, all of you.
I would like to talk about my research topic, primary study on the status of the microplastic abundant distribution in the Metallurgy district of Sri Lanka in March 2021. This is my introduction. Scientific discovery had many very good things in mind. One of the most important things is human health for the plastic. Plastic production year by year increase. After that, they are found in the research ecosystem. After that, marine organisms such as may take the feed on microplastic within the foods. They are carried other organisms to the food chain. After that, effects reduce the reproduction activity and reduce the immune response and cancer. Microplastic is not in the single base. It is in the polyvinyl chloride and polyethylene, polypropylene. That. This is my research objective. Study aimed to provide the information on the present status of microplastic distribution found in the shoreline 9 selected locations in the district of Sri Lanka. Those are 9 locations. After that, this is a material and methodology. This is a method designed to describe the linear microplastic found in the Metallurgy district of Sri Lanka. Found the 9 areas in the district were selected. Sample collections was from 22 to 24 February 2021, and 2 samples were collected to replicate using the 50 centimeter to 50 centimeter quadrant perpendicular shoreline. This shoreline was excavated at the depth 5 centimeter site to clean container. Seawater was taken from the sea to separate the objective by density. The soil sample was mixed with the seawater. The soil samples, seawater were mixed well. The during analysis, floating material was separated. After that, with the solar heat, the right sample was aerated using the 5 mm sleeve set. Microplastic less than 5 mm found in the remaining sample disassembled using the tweezer. Finally, larger particle of the separated in the microplastic 5 centimeter recorded the weight. This is the one sample. This is the all samples. After that, I will talk about the results and discussion. This is a site and date, replicate and coordinates in my research sample collecting area. After that, there is a weight and mean and percentage. High percentage of the plastic accumulate in the Kalladi area and low percentage in Punnakuda area. Kalladi area, reason for the Kalladi area human activities is high. After the future study will be investigations and the relationship to the microplastic pollution in the particular district. Last one, my conclusion, the larger distribution of the microplastics in the particular district. To analyze those purpose of the study is achieved. The number of the replicates during my study found in the limited due to the COVID-19 pandemic currently occurring in the country. I was only able to collect the limited number of replicates. Therefore, this study is essential to creating the disease-free, healthy offspring, then hand over the environmental for the future generation to use and then making the healthy socio-economic improvement. After that, my heartfelt thanks for the esteemed Professor Dr. M.F.M. Fairuz for the providing the excellent guidance for the completing the study. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. W.A.A. Prashantakumara sir for the inspiring such the study this topic, and also thank my dear Kumara sir. This variable guidance for including the research project module and Mr. W.A. Varnasuriya sir for the coordinating of project. Thank you very much, all of you. This is
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. And now we will move into the next presentation, that is on carbon dynamics in planted mangroves, a global review. And it will be presented by Ms. T.A.P. Ranmini from Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Peshla Ranmini. I am going to present my global review on carbon dynamics in planted mangroves. Firstly, mangrove can be introduced as salt-tolerant flowering plant communities seen in brackish water of tropical and subtropical areas. Mangroves play a great role in capturing carbon through photosynthesis. Mangrove carbon can be found as above ground carbon, below ground carbon, soil carbon, carbon in litter, sediment carbon, and carbon in downed wood. Though various isolated studies have been conducted for 33 planted mangrove species out of the total 65 wild mangrove species, no single global review on carbon values in planted mangroves have been published. Therefore, the objective of the study is to conduct an up-to-date global review study on carbon dynamics in planted mangroves to fulfill the limited knowledge on carbon capturing actions of mangrove against global warming. Under this study, a systematic literature review was conducted with 14 research questions through 22 public research papers covering the country of study planted species, objective of planting, tree density, age, height, diameter, DBH, basal area, geographical location, intertidal location, carbon components, carbon determined methods, and the measured carbon values. The results and the discussion of the study indicated that 52% of world mangrove species have been studied for carbon under planted conditions. 14 countries have done such carbon studies. Mangrove have been planted for one or several of following 15 objectives. Absence of the total planting area, planting object, density, tree height, age, diameter, DBH, basal area of some plantations have limited the global comparisons of the carbon values of those plantations. Out of the 112 mangrove distribution locations, carbon studies in mangroves have been conducted only for 22 locations. Those locations were placed by using ArcGIS and Google Earth Flow. Studying the planted mangrove carbon in other countries is essential for global comparisons and assessment. Only one study has mentioned the planted location as middle zone. 18 studies have mentioned the carbon components. Absence of measured carbon values for some studies, absence of details on planted locations, and omitting to measure some carbon components are major obstacles for cross comparisons between plantations. These issues should be addressed in future such studies. According to the conclusion, the carbon components of all the components have not been assessed for any single research. Therefore, global carbon comparisons in planted mangroves likely to cause underestimations. Completing the carbon studies of mangrove plantation in all their carbon components, researching the full carbon components of the unstudied mangroves are valuable future directions. These are my literature citations and acknowledgement. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you all. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Ranmini. And we will move into next presentation, that is on Sri Lanka's vulnerability to ship-based oil and chemical pollution, pestle analysis. It will be presented by Ms. W.G.G. Fisheries from Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Floor is yours.
Good morning all. I am Gayatri Kritika from the Department of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. I am here to present the poster of my research on Sri Lanka's vulnerability to ship-based oil and chemical pollution or pestle analysis. We know oil and chemical spills are some of the most drastic marine pollution incidents generally caused by shipping activities and other offshore oil and chemical production by resulting serious issues in the physical and biological environments. However, shipping is a very effective way to transport a significant amount of chemicals and oils around the world to meet the demand of day-to-day lives. So if we think about Sri Lanka, according to the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, there are around 5,000 ships called on annually to Sri Lankan ports, and around 500 million ton of oil transferred across the Sri Lankan sea margin. So here is why we have experienced number of reported ship-based oil and chemical spill adversities within the past 27 years from 1994 to 2021. Actually, the Express Pearl incident, we know that was the most recent, and that was the one of most devastating marine environment disaster we have experienced. According to that, the vulnerability of Sri Lanka regarding ship-based pollution is showing a little growth within the past recent years, and it has become an important point that we need to be addressed. So I carried out this study to assess Sri Lanka's vulnerability to ship-based oil and chemical pollution within the term of political, economical, social, technological, legal, and environmental aspects. And I did this study as a desk study by referring to published scholarly papers, articles, and other digital and printed sources. Then the objective of my research is to provide some major insight on the prevailing status of the country's vulnerability to ship-based oil and chemical pollution, and to suggest some internal and external contents that might be helpful to be better prepared for similar incident in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Piyasiri. And we will move into next presentation, that is on spatio-temporal variation of physicochemical parameters in Rakava Lagoon in different rainfall seasons of Sri Lanka. It will be presented by Ms. JKPC Jayawardena from National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency.
The topic of the poster is spatio-temporal variation of physiochemical parameters in Rakava Lagoon in different rainfall seasons of Sri Lanka. I'm JKPC Jayawardena from National Aquatic Resources Research and Development Agency. First, the introduction and objectives. Rakava is a relatively small coastal lagoon with an area of 2.58 square kilometers located in Hambantota district. It is an ecosystem, consists of unique natural resources and high biodiversity surrounded by a variety of mangroves. Lagoon fishery is mainly artisanal basis by small-scale fishers using different types of traditional fishing gears. However, fishermen had experienced low productivity and declining fish harvest throughout several years and planned a suitable development plan to enhance fishery. Thus, Rakava has selected as a priority lagoon to be developed under the Lagoon Development Program launched by Ministry of Fisheries Sri Lanka. This study was initiated to provide baseline data for physiochemical parameters of water, which was of great importance in management strategies of aquatic ecosystems. Therefore, the objective of the study was to determine spatial and temporal variation of physiochemical parameters during southwest monsoon and northeast monsoon in 2017. Materials and methodology. The study was carried out monthly during southwest and northeast monsoons in 2017. There were 11 sampling locations selected to represent the entire lagoon, as shown in Figure 3. 12 physiochemical parameters were tested both in situ and in the laboratory in accordance with the standard methods for the examination of water and wastewater 2012. Spatial and temporal data analysis were performed using Minitab 17 and ArcGIS software. Results and discussion. All physiochemical parameters in both seasons were within the limits of national environmental regulations, excluding mean total suspended solids during southwest monsoon period. Temporal variation. As of the results given in Table 1, the mean values of water temperature, pH, salinity, electrical conductivity, turbidity, total suspended solids, ammonical nitrogen, and all the phosphate were significantly different among the two rainfall seasons. However, average values of dissolved oxygen, nitrate nitrogen, and biochemical oxygen demand in both seasons were not statistically significant. Considering the metal concentrations and pesticide residue content, the metals, namely arsenic, cadmium, mercury, chromium, copper, and lead, were below their limits of detection. Spatial variation. The maps showed in figure 4 indicate the spatial variation of physiochemical parameters across the sample locations in the lagoon. Maps for January 2017 and May 2017 indicate the changes during northeast monsoon and southwest monsoon respectively. Conclusion. Physiochemical parameters of Rakaba Lagoon had variations both spatially and temporally, with monsoon rainfall seasons providing favorable conditions to fish and aquatic life. The results are important in understanding the pattern of variation of water quality parameters of lagoon and can be
I think there is a technical problem now. I think we will move into the next presentation, and that is on fishermen's attitude about the impact of opening of Palamin Madu and Kallar Barmouth on the fishery of Patikalo district, Sri Lanka. And it will be presented by Ms. K. Arunjaya, Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uvavellassa University.
Areas. The 10 study sites were selected near to Barmouth region and questionnaire survey was conducted. The study reveals that the relationship between the socio-economic characteristic of fishermen, such as age, fishing experience, and number of fishing years, has positive relationship with the monthly income of fishermen. Even though there are two Barmouth, the only effective one is Palamin Madu. Therefore, the Palamin Madu fishermen mainly depending on coastal sea and Barmouth as their fishing region, and they use outboard fiber reinforced plastic post as their fishing craft and hook and line as their fishing gear. The catch species composition mainly consists of the marine fish species and then the brackish water fish species. The Kalla Barmouth is closed for last 5 years. Therefore, the Kalla Barmouth fishermen mainly depending on lagoon for their fishing activities. They use small lagoon canoe as their fishing craft and also cast net as their fishing gear. The fish species composition dominant by freshwater species and also the brackish water species. The Barmouth opening is favorable for fishing activities. Therefore, the seasonal catch species composition mainly consists of finite species and freshwater species. COVID-19 negatively impact on the reduction of income of fishermen, and also the fishermen have good awareness level of impact of anthropogenic activities on fishery resources and also fishing regulation. It is concluded that the government involvement to restrict the banned fishing gear and the unregistered fishing boat is major constraint to the fishermen near to the Barmouth regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arunjaya. Next presentation is on demonstrating the cultivability of marine bacteria using Pacific oyster microbiome. That will be presented by Ms. P.A.M. Achintika from Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Hello everybody, I would like to present demonstrating the cultivability of marine bacteria using Pacific Coast Microbiome. These are my objectives. The total bacterial counts obtained from conventional bacteriology with that from molecular quantifications, repair counts obtained by conventional methods with that from molecular quantification using Pacific Coast Microbiome. This research was carried out by using secondary data of Pacific Coast Microbiome obtained by culturing oyster tissue homogenate from the real-time quantitative PCR assay. This picture shows marine salt agar blood plate with bacterial colony and gold green color plate shows sulfate citrate salt agar plate with vibrio colony. This results shows total bacterial count was significantly higher than total cultivable bacterial count. Total vibrio count was higher than the total cultivable vibrio count. There are several reasons for our inability to cultivate marine microorganisms in the laboratory. There are ranging from inadequate growth conditions, poor development of colonies, requirement of for majorities generated by other microbes, the presence of dominant cells. This graph nicely shows total cultivable vibrio count and total cultivable bacterial count. The Pacific oysters. This picture shows Pacific coast samples and oysters maintained in the PCII Aquatic Animal Health Facilities, 24 tanks. So can we conclude of this research, total cultivable bacterial count was lower than the total bacterial count in the Pacific Coast Microbiome. Total cultivable vibrio count is lower than the total vibrio count in the Pacific Coasters. I would like to sincerely gratitude my dear lecturers and my dear batchmates for supporting me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Achintika. The next presentation is assessing the efficiency of a conventional water treatment processing, improving the quality of water. And paper will be presented by Mr. R.I.B.K.D. Ratna Malala, Department of Fisheries and Marine Science, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Hello everybody. Today I'm going to present on my research assessing the efficiency of a conventional water treatment process in improving the quality of water. We all know raw water should be treated before the domestic and the potable usage. So my objectives of the research was assess the efficiency of conventional water treatment process on eliminating pathogenic bacteria, E. coli and coliforms, and anticipate the correlations with pH and turbidity for the entire conventional water treatment process. And this is the water treatment process, and this is the conventional water treatment plant in Sri Lanka. So in my methodology, I used water samples which I collected on site, and I test them in the laboratory for the pH, turbidity, and bacteriological parameters. And I used coliform chromogenic agar for my bacterial cultures and counting colonies. And these were the colonies found with E. coli and coliforms in a petri dish. This is only one. So these are my results I got. You can see in this first graph, there's a reduction of all the coliforms and E. coli in each and every stage of the conventional water treatment process. And this is the relationship of the pH and turbidity reduction. And this is the correlation of mean E. coli, mean coliforms, mean pH, mean turbidity in all the 6 stages of the water treatment process. So according to my research, I got these conclusions. The conventional water treatment process practiced in Sri Lankan water board is efficient in enhancing the bacteriological and physiochemical quality of water for the drinking and domestic purposes. Also, Escherichia coli and coliforms were higher in water with high suspended solids, that means high turbidity. Aeration stage didn't affect the elimination of E. coli bacteria. And for my research, these are the references I get used. And I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Randy Padurna, for guiding me in this my research, and all the academic staff, then for facilitating and giving me the opportunity in the water board, Engineer J. Goda and Chief Chemist for helping me, and all my batchmates for supporting me in my research. And thank you very much for the audience support.
Thank you, Mr. Ratnamalala. And we will move into the next presentation. And that is on identifying the factors of customer-based brand equity of CVET, a case study of Regional Center of Gold, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, and it will be presented by Ms. I.S. Samarasekara, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. So I think some technical problem, we couldn't hear the presenter's voice. And now we will move into the next presentation. That is on assessment of impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the ornamental fish industry in Sri Lanka. And it will be presented by Ms. H.K.N. Kelanthi, Department of Coastal and Marine Resources Management, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Assessment of impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the ornamental fish industry in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka engaged in the ornamental fish industry for a long time ago. Within months, the coronavirus disease has spread to almost every country in the world, and Sri Lanka's ornamental fish supply chain also disrupted. In this study, mainly focused on studying the marine ornamental fish industry in Sri Lanka. Primary data gathered from structured questionnaire and secondary data gathered from Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and Export Development Board. Microsoft Excel and SPSS software were used to analyze the data. COVID mitigation measures negatively affected all the components of the sector and exporters, collectors, and intermediaries' livelihood. As a result, export quantity, collected quantity, and monthly income had been declined, but exporters faced both negative impacts as well as positive impacts.
The positive effects were increased demand for fish in our country and found new market destinations. The government of Sri Lanka announced several measures to aid the economy, but there is a problem with the satisfaction of the procedure followed by the government. As a result, the ornamental fish industry earned $16.23 in 2019, and it had been declined to $13.02 in 2020. Sri Lankan ornamental fish industry would incur an economic loss of $3.21 in 2020. Country-wise total export quantity and values to the United States, United Kingdom, China, France, Poland, Italy, and Spain declined during the COVID period. But total quantity and value to the Germany were increased during COVID period when compared to before COVID period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Helansi. And again, I think had technical problem. We will move into the previous presentation. Identifying the factors of customer-based brand equity of CVET, a case study of regional center goal, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. It will be presented by Ms. I.S. Amarisingha, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, Goal Regional Center.
Our research is identifying the factors of customer-based brand equity of trade. It's a case study of regional center goal, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. I am I.S. Amarisingha, and the other co-author is S.T. Jayasuriya. As you know, technical and vocational education and training, we go to it, produces skilled workforce for a particular country, and it plays a major role in international education agenda as outlined under Sustainable Development Goal 4. Although there is well-developed structure and pathways to trade, student enrollment to the trade courses not insufficient level in Sri Lanka when compared to the other developing countries. Therefore, proper marketing strategy should be formulated, and customer-based brand equity is an effective measure for that purpose. Research objectives were to identify the factors of customer-based brand equity of each sector and to identify impact of the factors and identify the relationship between the factors and customer-based brand equity of each. Let's move on to the research methodology. Data for this case study were collected from 168 students in Ocean University Goal Regional Center during the period of February 9 to November 8 in 2019. The whole population was taken for collecting data. The quantitative research techniques were followed, and the data were collected using an instrument prepared to measure hypotheses. So the figure 1 illustrates a conceptual framework. There are 4 independent variables called brand awareness, brand loyalty, perceived quality, and brand image, and 1 dependent variable, customer-based brand equity of trade. The results, the correlation values between brand awareness and the other independent variables and the dependent variables were shown in table 1, and the regression coefficients of all variables were shown in table 2. Let's move on to the discussion. The variables are positively correlated since the correlation values between brand awareness, brand image, brand loyalty, perceived quality with customer-based brand equity were greater than 0.05. Therefore, it can be said that there are positive relationships between all independent variables and the dependent variable. Since the 4 independent variables were found to be predictors of customer-based brand equity, as shown in the table 2, the impact of each independent variable in customer-based brand equity can be formulated as as the formula shown here. The conclusion, it is concluded that brand awareness, brand loyalty, brand image, and perceived quality has significant relationship with customer-based brand equity of trade institutions and has an impact on customer-based brand equity of activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amarisingha. And next presentation is socio-economic status of sea cucumber fishery in Point Pedro, Sri Lanka, and it will be presented by Ms. T. Vitushana from Department of Aquaculture and Fisheries, Bioactive.
As you know, technical and vocational education and training, we cultivate, produce a skilled workforce for a
My greetings to you all. Today, I am going to talk about our research on the topic socio-economic status of sea cucumber fishery in Pampiro, Sri Lanka, by considering the highly involvement of small-scale fishermen of the sea cucumber fishery. For this study, Pampiro in northern province of Sri Lanka was selected as the study site. The data was gathered from 60 participants through personal interviews, field observations, and published research findings, and the data were analyzed using descriptive statistics. Then, according to the results obtained, 52% of the sample was middle-aged fishermen between 35 to 50 years old. 84% of the respondents were married. 40% of the fishers have studied up to grade 10. Then, according to the job-related variables revealed that 48% of fishermen had 16 to 32 years of fishing experience and 45% of fishermen had medium-sized families. Then, when we considering the constraints related to their livelihood were lack of fishing equipment and facilities, lack of knowledge regarding the preservation and value addition, involvement of middlemen in selling, lack of support from the government, bad climatic conditions, and recently the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Based on the findings of this study, there is an urgent need for managing the sustainability of sea cucumber fishery while enhancing the fishermen's livelihood. Therefore, it is necessary to implement optimum management strategies addressing the constraints immediately. That's all about our research, and thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vitushana. And we will move into next presentation, that is on to study the methods of improving the efficiencies of internal combustion engines, that will be presented by Mr. W.T.S. Prematilaka from Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
I am Subhash Prematilaka. I am going to present my research work. The topic of my research work is study the method of improving the efficiency of the internal combustion engine. Introduction and objective. In this research study, it is focused to find out the method to improve the efficiency of the internal combustion engine, mainly in internal combustion engine and exhaust the carbon monoxide to carbon monoxide, hydrocarbon and nitric oxide. Incomplete carbon combustion lead to emit the carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, volatile organic compound. By the second law of the thermodynamic, thermal
engine reservoir heat from a hot reservoir and lost heat to a cold reservoir. The cold reservoir is the atmosphere, and the heat that should be lost is in the form of exhaust gas enthalpy. This is, you can see that the specific chart of the useful energy and waste heat. Next one, method and techniques to improve the efficiency of internal combustion engine. The efficiency of IC engine definitely should be increased to prevent the fuel wasting, and according to the environmental rule and regulation, to protect the environment should be increased. Increase the fuel efficiency of the engine. Inside IC engine, fuel chemical energy convert to kinetic energy through the thermodynamic cycle, but not fuel's energy can be converted into the vehicle movement. Next one, lean fuel operation concept. In this method, gasoline gasoline line can be separated with excess air 15% according to the isometric ratio. It is well known that fuel lean running improves efficiency. In EFI system, additional air will controlled by the airflow sensor and auxiliary valve control. It will affect the perfect combustion and increase the efficiency as well as control the air pollution. Variable valve timing. In this method, unlike the conventional engine, intake valve and exhaust valve opening time can be changed. Engine operation. VVT technology can be a very obvious effect on gas exchange process of engine, which is turn influence the engine performance and cylinder charge properties such as pumping losses, residual temperature, and volumetric efficiency and engine performance. Next one, turbocharger and supercharger. In order to produce the mechanical power, internal combustion engine need to fuel and air. The amount of fuel injected into the engine depend on the amount of air drawn into the cylinder. Therefore, no point injection too much fuel. If there is no enough air, since it is will be not burned, the device will increase the air intake and the engine called turbocharger operated by the exhaust gas in the engine. Next one, variable combustion ratio. Variable combustion ratio is the technology to adjust the combustion ratio of IC engine while the engine is in operation. Next one, direct fuel injection. Direct fuel injection is the fuel delivery technology that allows the gasoline engine to burn the fuel more efficiently, resulting in more power, cleaner emission, and increase the fuel economy. Next one, full exhaust gas recycling and water injection for other method. Result and discussion. It found that there are several ways to improve the efficiency of IC engine, but it is very much potential recover the wasted heat due to the very low conversion to the useful energy. Conclusion. Finally, it was found that much more experimental have to conduct to improve the efficiency of the IC engine. Even we have to more barrier to it. The wastage of the fuel has to reduce, improving the efficiency, and environment has to protect by air pollution. Significantly effort by the research to develop the efficiency of IC engine and lead to development. Acknowledgement. I would like to express my special thanks to gratitude to Vice Chancellor and as well as Research Symposium. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Prematalaka. And this is next presentation that is on designing and manufacturing a low-cost tomel sand needles separator with high accuracy and high efficiency. And it will be presented by Mr. R.M.J. Ratnayaka, Department of Marine Engineering, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Hello everyone, I am Jagishan Ratnayaka.
My topic is design and manufacturing a low-cost thermal sand nodal separator with high accuracy and high efficiency. Plastic pellet pollution is a major problem in worldwide. Sri Lanka also recently faced pellet pollution due to MV Express Pearl which sank off Sri Lankan coast. Many methods are used to filter sand and remove pellets to restore the coastal environment. However, these methods remain low efficiency. Therefore, there is a requirement to build efficiency and accurate and low-cost device to separate needles from sand. Here we present a novel design nodal to separate sands and plastic pellets. Trial and error method was used to improve the design, and efficiency was calculated considering time taken to filter 5 scope of sand for the project. We improved the traditional terminal to have a more economic design using SolidWorks software for the 3D modeling. The efficiency was calculated as time taken filter a specific quantity of sand shovels. We have managed to reduce time per rotation by 1.16 second filter pellets from sand with same accuracy as shown as a table. And you can see these two figures. This is first design and final design of nodal terminal. And finally, this study helps to reduce labor wastage and improve efficiency of nodal removing. With design improvement, we were able to design, manufacture high, accurate, and efficient thermal, the portable separate unit design. So transportation issue related to earlier design. The proposed and sand nodal separator would be beneficial for efficient coastal environment rehabilitation from sand pellets in future. Finally, special thank members of Pearl Protections for their valuable suggestions and concern and support. Thank you.
Good day, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratnayakar. And we will move into last presentation of this session. And that is the impact of total quality management on the operational performance of apparel exporters in Sri Lanka. And it will be presented by Ms. W.A.S.A. Vijayasinghe from Department of Maritime Transportation Management and Logistics, Ocean University of Sri Lanka.
Good day, all of you. I'm Sahanian Vijayasinghe, Department of Maritime Transportation Management and Logistics, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. First of all, I seek permission from Honorable Vice Chancellor of Ocean University of Sri Lanka and other participants to present my research poster, this symposium. The outline of my poster design as poster shows in the screen. My research topic is the impact of total quality management on the operational performance of apparel exporters in Sri Lanka. Introduction and objectives. Earlier, the manufacturer and service providers were basically targeted on the quantity or service response rather than quality. Finally, unable to meet customer satisfaction. Therefore, quality is key component for success of any business organization. Further, to overcome the challenges of globalization, the commercial organizations are trying to maintain quality standards to survive their business. Accordingly, most apparel manufacturing organizations adopt the concept of total quality management because developed countries often reject such exports from developing countries if they do not meet their quality standard. To address this matter, main research objective is to identify the impact of total quality management on operation performance of apparel exporters in Sri Lanka. Researchers use research onion model as a strategy to develop research methodology, including conceptual framework. Poster shows this. In this study, 159 respondents have been selected as sample size based on convenient sampling method. In this study, univariate analysis used to measure total quality management practices and operation performance, and also to analyze the impact of total quality management on operation performance through statistical package for social science, SPSS. Result and discussion. Study results identify that there is a significant impact of total quality management on operation performance. It also clearly indicates that all dimensions except leadership and training significantly impact with OP. And also, the researcher found that the level of implementation of AQM and OP is at high level. All results are displayed in the poster. Study findings can be implemented as a strategy to win the global market in apparel exporters organization as well as apparel industry too. The all facts I discussed here clearly detailed in my poster. Thank you all for kind listening.
Thank you, Ms. Vijayasinghe. Now we will move into question and answer session, and we have received number of questions, and we will take few questions. And first question for the first presenter, and Mr. Anjula, and your question is, what is the reason to increase algal abundance after the monsoon? Mr. Anjula? I think the presenter is not there. So, yes.
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for the question. We predict that the reason would be the increased turbulence of the water and the increased nutrition. Yeah, it's just a prediction. Yeah, thank you.
So next question for Madhumage, that is on assessment of pollution status in Panama Lagoon. And your question is, your conclusion was health of the lagoon is at a satisfactory level in terms of water quality. That is, I think, a comment on your presentation. And could you kindly explain what are the limits of physicochemical parameters such as nutrients and other studied metals in terms of water pollution? And I think they are asking the pollution standards of level of nutrients and also metals studied. Ms. Madhumage, can you answer for this question? I think that presenter is not there, and we will take one more question, and we will finish. And because of we are behind the time schedule, and this is the last question for this session. And this question for Ms. Amarisingha, and you have found that 3% of the respondents are not at all familiar with issues related to the ship accident. Have you studied their background, jobs, age, or whatever, etc.? And because they must be made aware, what are the strategies to make them aware about these issues related to the ship accident? Can you understand the question? That is long question.
Yes, sir.
You can, yeah.
That 3%, because we took samples from primary level to degree level, postgraduate level. So there are different kind of respondents. Actually, because we use the questionnaire from Google, using the Google forms, we cannot exactly say which percentage of, which people answer that question that way. That they are not aware about the incident. So when we are again doing something related to this, we need to clearly ask the question from according to the educational level as well. And I think even though with this small study, we was able to identify that we can express a lot of information regarding the marine environment using the social media. But for the people who are above 50, they were like to get information through the television. So that is what we get.
Thank you, Ms. Amarisingha, your explanation. And with this question, and we will conclude the session because we are in behind the time, and we will conclude the session. And finally, we thank our rapporteur, the TWS Parnasuriya, and all the session coordinators, and all the presentators, authors, co-authors, and audience of this active participation for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasari, Mr. Samit Parnasuriya, and all the session coordinators for bringing the session to a bliss. That wraps up the technical sessions for the whole event. I'm sure the discussions and the research debate would have been fruitful and valuable. As the final event of the day, to briefly sum up and to announce the closing of the event officially, I'm pleased to invite Dr. M.F.M. Fairuz, Faculty, Dean, Faculty of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, Ocean University of Sri Lanka, and Director of the Research and Publication Committee of Ocean University of Sri Lanka, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Ahalya. So, I would like to sum up the whole symposium took place this morning up to now. So we'll start from the keynote speeches from the Professor Sinja Yu. He is presented in his keynote valuable opportunities throughout the Scientific Committee of Oceanic Research initiative regarding the Visiting Scholar Program and the Science and Technology Transfer, collaborative research opportunities, and valuable research ongoing. So these are very much highlighted the oceanic research which support into the blue economy. And the second keynote speech also summarized the bioprospecting aspects such as marine actinobacterial natural products, synthesizing novel organic products related industries, which is very much highlighted the theme of our symposium. And I would like to then go to the sessions and eminent chairs, co-chairs, rapporteurs. They have done a significant compilation of all the information. I would like to say that we have concluded now 31 presentations with 20 posters. Sorry about it. So 51, total 51 presentations, including speed poster presentations. So including the areas, as you know, oceanography, hydrology, hydrography, and fisheries and aquaculture, coastal and marine ecosystems, maritime transportation and logistics, socio-economics, and finally the poster presentations covering all the aspects. So in the oceanography section, I just wanted to give you a nutshell about the coastal geomorphology. There were some chlorophyll and the primary productivity related the sea surface temperature and the coastal vulnerability versus different depths, inundations, depth scenarios, quantification of some vertical exchanges, measurements, and vertical axis turbine which is generating electricity using wind power, and novel detection methods using robots in the thickness of marine vessel hulls, and including 10-year in situ measurements in the Indian Ocean, Eastern Indian Ocean cruise, which are very importantly giving new knowledge to the audience. I believe this went in a very productive way. And the other sessions, the fisheries and aquaculture, led to very important area on improving our understanding on the shellfish microbiome, taking an example from the oyster, and also bioelectrochemical rotating biological contractor in the equipment level on the RAS system. So that also antimicrobial resistant properties were also highlighted, and also some studies with the sea urchins on the antioxidant properties and its bioactive compounds were also noted, and it's very impressive. And we got some colleagues from India demonstrating the Kerala Strait and determination of growth and motility of fin scat. So, and also some analytical studies on approximation of composition of 4 different jellyfish species about their nutrient content, etc. So those are the highlights in the fisheries sector. And when we come to the coastal and marine environmental, so the session covers various aspects on marine biology, marine ecology, coastal geomorphology, and ecosystem conservation aspects, including the anthropogenic impacts which relate to coastal and marine environment. So it's very fruitful, and the discussion also went in the right way to create some new dimensions. So I would like to then turn to the other side of the maritime transportation and logistics. They were highlighted by several papers on the challenges, exploration regarding to the ro-ro vessel handling in the Hambantota international ports, and optimization of truck turnaround time container terminals is as a case study, and exploring the barriers implementing green transportation practical, which is very much relevant to the blue economic concepts which relate to Sri Lanka as well. So, and also there were studies on impact of service quality to customer satisfaction in freight forwarding industry, the impact of logistics for reducing post-harvest losses in cut flow supply chain also being discussed. And the other session, which is in the social dimension, social economics and marketing aspect, there were many presentations highlighted the recent incidents on the Pearl Express ship disaster which took part in the western part of the Sri Lanka. So it also shows the changes in the fish consumption behavior, which is very much giving us a good learning in this type of situation, and the impact of local fish trade economically to the livelihood of the people in the coastal community, effectiveness of online learning, which is under the pandemic situation, which is also very much highlighting in the symposium. So these are very important and very timely knowledge. So we have provided this Research Symposium provided the platform to such initiatives. So there are a lot of other COVID-19 parallel or impacted issues related to industry, and also new situations were also discussed under that. So the first presentations were a mixing of several subject areas, including overlappings with the session themes that we have summarized before. It also have some very interesting, because of the limitation of time schedule. So we have sorted those presentation to poster. However, they have the equivalent value, those who have presented in the similar presentation, but in the nutshell, they also have highlighted the same value of findings and knowledge. So therefore, I would like to conclude the summarization with the our group and final, and then I would like to say this is the end of the symposium, and we will meet in the year 2012. So I would like to request to have some moment to listen to our students' effort on their creativity to commemorate this symposium. They made a small video. I would like that you will enjoy that, and we will conclude after that the symposium. Thank you very much.